Chapter 001. A huge force suddenly appeared in the body. Feeling this huge power, Fenjiao couldn't help but be surprised, and before he could figure out what was going on, the huge power quickly drained, and at the same time, an indescribable sense of emptiness appeared out of thin air, and the strong feeling of discomfort made Fenjiao lose consciousness. "Whew, my poor Gohan!" When Kazuki regained consciousness again, a cry of worry and sadness sounded in his ears. Hearing the words of this woman who was holding herself, Fenjiao couldn't help but be stunned. "Gohan? Who is that?" Opening his eyes, Fenjiao saw that he was being held in the arms of a young woman, and around him were sitting a group of very familiar people, a bald head without a nose, a cat with a cane, and an old man. "Gohan, it's great that you're finally awake." "Woohoo, my poor child!" The woman who held Feng Yu and cried low shouted happily immediately after seeing Feng Yu wake up, and couldn't help but cry again when she said it. "Mom, I'm okay, where's Dad?" Hearing the woman's crying, Fenjiao didn't know why her words blurted out directly. "Oh, Gohan, I'm here." A voice came from behind. Fenjiao quickly turned around, and after seeing Sun Wukong lying there, he was relieved in his heart, and after his mood relaxed, a huge tiredness appeared, and Fenjiao fell asleep directly. However, his coma startled Kiki, and finally found that Fenjiao only relaxed after falling asleep, but his hands hugged Fenjiao tighter. Fenjiao is an ordinary young man on Aqua Blue Star, and recently he was a little bored and relived the classic anime he watched as a child, Dragon Ball. But I don't know why, he suddenly felt a blur of consciousness when he saw it halfway, and then found that he actually appeared in the world of Dragon Ball and became the son of the protagonist Son Goku, Son Gohan. Because he didn't have any relatives and friends in his previous life, there was nothing unacceptable about his crossing into this world, so Fenjiao quickly accepted his new identity. According to the information he knows, the time when he first appeared in this world should be the moment when Son Gohan transformed into a gorilla and was cut off by Vegeta and was about to change back, and he should have taken advantage of Son Gohan's weakness to occupy his body at that time, which also explained why he felt that the power in his body would continue to drain. 3 days passed quickly. Because the Scion body's recovery ability is very strong, and the damage that Son Gohan originally suffered was not particularly large, it only took 1 day for Son Gohan's injury to fully recover. It's just that his mother Kiki is too worried, so she let herself stay in the hospital for 2 more days. But Sun Wukong is too serious because of his injuries. It takes at least 3 months to recover, although he can recover immediately with the help of the power of fairy beans, but the original fairy beans have been used up, and the new fairy beans will take a month to grow at the earliest. During his time in the hospital, Son Gohan successfully persuaded his mother Kiki to agree to practice on his own, and went to Nameku's with Klin and Boomer to find the Dragon Ball. Although he has completely occupied Son Gohan's body, due to unfamiliarity, the current Son Gohan cannot even exert 1/10 of his original strength. Therefore, after recovering, Son Gohan quickly found a reason to go out to cultivate by himself, wanting to restore his due strength as soon as possible. Although it has only been a few days in this world, Son Gohan has completely liked his current identity and has parents who love him, so he must do his best to protect all that he has now. Son Gohan's potential in the original book can be said to be very terrifying, and it is even likely that he is above the 2 purebred scions of Son Goku and Vegeta, and once became the most powerful single warrior in the Dragon Ball world. If it weren't for Kiki's single-minded desire to make him a great scholar, coupled with his own neglect of cultivation, his strength would definitely not be below Sun Wukong and Vegeta. According to the time of the plot, there is still more than a month to go against Frieza, and it is necessary to speed up the progress as much as possible. In a desert, Son Gohan floated in midair and said slowly, 7 days have passed since Boomer found the spaceship when the gods came to Earth. According to the original plan, it only took 10 days to transform the spaceship, and then everyone took the spaceship to the Nameku's to find the Dragon Ball to resurrect the dead. Now, there are less than 3 days until the agreed time to start. During this time, Son Gohan only recovered his due combat effectiveness, except for the recovery of his physical injuries. With the talent of scions to improve some combat effectiveness, there was not much improvement in strength. For how strong Frisia's strength is, Son Gohan is not clear. After all, this is a real world. If you are not careful, something will really happen, and he cannot completely rely on the anime he has watched before to judge. However, in his memory, Frisia has a combat power of more than 500,000 in normal form, and after the first transformation, the combat power directly exceeds 1 million, and the final form combat power exceeds 100 million. In other words, in the case of being able to become a Super Saiyan, he must have at least more than 2 million combat power to have the strength to fight against it. And with his current combat strength of less than 5,000, it is far from enough to see. Therefore, Son Gohan's pressure at the moment is very great. At present, the only way to quickly improve your strength in a short period of time is to use the spiritual time house of the temple. Cultivating in the spiritual time house for a year is just a day for the outside world, and time is what Son Gohan needs the most at present. After thinking about it for a while, Son Gohan found that no matter what he wanted to do now, he must at least have the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan first. And what you need to transform into a Super Saiyan is anger, but Son Gohan has already tried, but unfortunately, no matter how angry he is at present, there is no sign of transformation. Chapter 002. With a slight sigh, Son Gohan flew in the direction where the temple was located. The temple looks shabby, and the place is very small, almost exactly like what you see on TV. Mr. Bobo, I heard some things about the temple spirit time house from my father. I want to go in and cultivate, is that okay? Looking at Bobo in front of him, Son Gohan said very respectfully. He didn't dare to underestimate the Digimon servants on the temple in front of him. I remember that when watching the Dragon Ball Muppet chapter before, Mr. Bobo easily defused the attacks of Son Goten and Trunks, who transformed into Super Saiyan. It's just that he doesn't like to fight, so no one can know how strong his strength is. After all, Mr. Bobo too is definitely stronger than everyone on the earth now. No problem, but you have to remember that you must not stay in the spirit time room for more than 2 days, otherwise, you will never be able to come out of it again. Mr. Bobo said to Son Gohan with a serious face. Okay, I see, Mr. Bobo. Son Gohan thanked Mr. Bobo and then followed Mr. Bobo to the spirit time house. At the same time, although Sun Wukong on Earth wanted to get up and cultivate, his body did not allow it, so he could only lie helplessly on the bed. Klin, on the other hand, accompanies Goku and is completely unaware of the dangers that may be encountered by this trip to Namex. Of course, this is also because he knows that there is only 10 days, and there is no way to improve his existing strength too much. And the busiest at the moment is Boomer, who is not only responsible for maintaining the spaceship of the Heavenly God, but also has to ask her to get the gravity room for cultivation before transforming Son Gohan inside, and he is very busy. This made Boomer scold Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan, 2 guys who like to masochize in his heart. After entering the spirit time house, Son Gohan only felt a huge force acting on his body, making him feel uncomfortable for a while. But fortunately, his current combat power has exceeded 1,000, so when Son Gohan mobilized the chi in his body inside, his condition had returned to normal, and there was not much change in other aspects except for a decrease in speed. After moving his hands and feet, after basically adapting to the gravity in the spirit time house, Son Gohan began to exercise. 10 days later, inside the spirit time house. Woohoo! Son Gohan supported his knees with his hands, gasping for breath, sweat like rain. The gravity in the spirit time room is 10 times that of the outside world, and in the case of mobilizing the chi in the body, 10 times the gravity has no effect on the current Son Gohan. But when cultivating, this gravity caused Gohan a lot of trouble, and in order to be able to adapt to this gravity, Son Gohan can be said to have suffered a lot. However, the effect of cultivation is also very obvious. In just 10 days, Sun Wukong has completely adapted to 10 times the gravity, and his current combat power is close to 10,000, which is far beyond all the surviving warriors on the earth except for his father and the mysterious Bobo. Sun Gohan's potential is really very large, but he was forced to train by Big before, plus he didn't have the heart to become stronger, so the improvement in strength was not obvious. At this moment, Sun Wukong has the belief to become stronger, coupled with his own hard work. Sun Wukong's potential has slowly appeared. After fully adapting to 10 times the gravity, Sun Gohan stopped cultivating. Although continuing to cultivate can also greatly improve his combat effectiveness, but that little improvement in combat effectiveness is probably the same for Frieza. On the spaceship, the space is too small, and it is too dangerous. Sun Wukong cannot devote himself to cultivation, and in this spiritual time house, according to Sun Wukong's estimate, by the end of time, his combat power can exceed 500,000 is already very good. Therefore, the rest of the time Sun Gohan is ready to use for the Super Saiyan transformation. Before entering the Spirit Time House, Sun Gohan had already tried to transform into a Super Saiyan, but no matter how angry he was, although his combat effectiveness would increase, he had no intention of transforming into a Super Saiyan at all. And now, Sun Gohan is ready to try the Super Saiyan transformation method of the 6th universe. I remember that in Dragon Ball Super, Kyle and Kavra introduced before transforming into a Super Saiyan, and if you want to transform into a Super Saiyan, you need to focus your chi on your back. After thinking about it and feeling that there was nothing missing, Sun Gohan tried to concentrate his chi on his back. With a low roar, Sun Gohan's chi was slowly released and concentrated on his back. At the same time, the aura on Sun Gohan's body kept flickering, and the aura on his body kept soaring until he exerted all his strength. After half an hour, Sun Gohan stopped moving. The attempt just now, in addition to constantly exerting his physical strength, did not even have the slightest reaction to become a Super Saiyan. It seems that the transformation method of this 6th universe is not suitable for him. Or is his current strength too weak to spy on the door of Super Saiyan? No, his future brothers Sun Wushan and Trunks were able to become Super Saiyans at a very young age, and they had not trained much at that time. Sun Gohan believes that his current self, whether it is strength or talent, will definitely be stronger than Sun Goten and Trunks, who were not trained at that time. Since they are all capable of transforming, there is no reason why they cannot transform. Carefully recalling the conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Gohan suddenly thought of something. I remember that in my previous life, I mentioned in the official interview the reason why Sun Wushan and Trunks turned into Super Saiyan. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 003. Not every Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan through cultivation and anger, and the condition for becoming a Super Saiyan is that there must be S cells in the body. And when this S cell accumulates to a certain number, it can use anger as an opportunity to make the S cells explode and grow, and the body changes and becomes a Super Saiyan. The way to increase S cells is to have a calm spirit, which is what Saiyans are not good at. Therefore, Super Saiyan will become a legend. And it is almost impossible to make S cells reach the level of transforming into Super Saiyans with just a calm spirit. So a certain combat effectiveness is also needed. After reviewing the conditions for the transformation of the Super Saiyan, Sun Gohan also found the reason why he could not transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wuhan's potential far exceeds that of Sun Wukong and others, and after being stimulated by the Old Realm King God, his combat effectiveness once became the strongest single fighter. So the S cells in Sun Gohan's body are definitely enough for him to become a Super Saiyan. However, after crossing over, he is definitely not as calm as Sun Gohan in the original work. This may be the reason why he did not transform into a Super Saiyan. If you find the problem, the rest will be much easier to solve. However, this is only my own speculation, and it is difficult to say whether this is the case. Whether to give up cultivation and spend a lot of time calming down his spiritual power made Son Gohan hesitate. However, after thinking about Frisia's terrifying strength, if he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan, even if he spent all the next time cultivating, the result would not be different. After thinking about this, Son Gohan made up his mind. Having made a decision, Son Gohan no longer hesitated, sat down directly cross-kneeled, and began to pranayama. For the rest of the time, Son Gohan did nothing and was in a state of pranayama. To be honest, pranayama is really a very boring thing, especially in the Spirit Time House, a place where there is no anger. If it weren't for Son Gohan's growing obsession at the moment to support him, he really couldn't hold on. After more than half a year, Son Gohan finally stopped pranayama, and now he has completely fused with this body, without any sense of incongruity, and his mentality has stabilized, without the previous impetuosity. Slowly stood up and moved his body, which he had not moved for a long time. After finishing the warm-up, Son Gohan's eyes froze, and golden aura appeared on him, golden hair and eyebrows, plus pale green pupils. After calming down his spirits, Son Gohan is finally able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Feeling the power that was 50 times stronger at this moment, Son Gohan felt a burst of joy in his heart. Now he finally has a foundation that can challenge Frisia. However, looking at the tail behind him, Son Gohan hesitated for a while. Previously, when he was in pranayama, it took about 3 or 4 months for Son Gohan to calm his spirit and mentality, but at that time he discovered something that made him very uneasy. He found that there was actually a soul in his body, a soul without consciousness and full of the desire to destroy. That soul is slowly merging with its own soul, allowing itself to slowly have a tyrannical and destructive desire. Son Gohan quickly reacted, that should be the soul of the original Son Gohan. No. To be precise, it should be the soul of Son Gohan when he became a gorilla. To be honest, Son Gohan had no idea what to do with that unconscious soul. After all, he occupied the other person's body, otherwise he would have returned to his original state. And at the moment, he is slowly merging with himself, and he can't do anything with it. At that time, Son Gohan really felt that he was dead. Even if he was lucky and did not die, then the person who fused the two souls at that time was still himself. However, it turned out that Son Gohan was obviously overthinking, and after the fusion of the two souls, Son Gohan did not change much. If anything, it's that his tail, which had been broken for a long time, grew back and knew something about his ability to appear out of thin air. Slowly introducing the power of the Super Saiyan into his tail, a tyrannical aura appeared on Son Gohan's body, his muscles began to slowly expand, and his aura soared again, and the golden aura on his body turned green. After increasing his strength by nearly 2 times again, Son Gohan stopped injecting Super Saiyan energy into his tail. Hey! After returning to his Super Saiyan form, Son Gohan gasped. After fusing the soul of Son Gohan, who turned into a gorilla form, Son Gohan discovers that when he becomes a Super Saiyan, he can have the power to become a legendary Super Saiyan by injecting Super Saiyan energy into his tail. Of course, his transformation is much more powerful than ordinary Chuan Chao, and he can increase his strength by a full 10 times on the basis of Super Saiyan. But then he will also lose consciousness, at least for now. And the increase in strength just by 2 times is already the limit of what he can currently improve without losing consciousness. However, even this made Son Gohan overjoyed. In the original plan, Son Gohan just wanted to have the transformation of Super Saiyan, and now Chuan Chao's transformation allows him to have a transformation effect equivalent to Super Saiyan 2. This made Son Gohan more confident when facing Frisia. To fully master the transformation of Chuan Chao, you need a more stable spirit, and this is not something that can be done in a short time, so in the following time, Son Gohan began to try the transformation of the second order of Super Saiyan. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 004. We've finally done. Boomer wiped the sweat from his head and looked at the spaceship he had worked hard to transform with great satisfaction. Although the modified spacecraft has not changed much in appearance, its entire internal environment has been completely new. Hey! Boomer, has the spaceship been modified? Clin, who has been staying in Boomer's house for the past few days, ran over excitedly and looked at the modified spaceship with a look of surprise. Well, nothing seems to have changed. The excited Clin said with some disappointment after carefully inspecting the spacecraft. This spaceship modified by Boomer is exactly the same as when it was first found. Except it looks a little new. What is called no change? You guy don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. As soon as he entered the interior of the spacecraft, Boomer heard Clin's self-talk. Suddenly, an angry Boomer hammered Clin's head fiercely. Uninformed guy, let you have a good look at my results. Boomer glanced at Clin with disdain, and then walked to the spaceship's console. Boom! As Boomer's hands danced quickly on the console, it didn't take long for a roar to appear inside the spacecraft. Then, some strange machines suddenly appeared inside the spacecraft. These machines are. With Clin's insight, he naturally didn't know what use these machines had, so he looked at Boomer with a curious face. Seeing the curious look on Clin's face, Boomer immediately smiled proudly, and then Boomer did not procrastinate, and directly operated these machines one by one. With Boomer's operation, Clin's face became more and more strange, and finally when Boomer operated all the machines, Clin's face was suddenly very speechless. So, Boomer, these machines that took you so much time to build are all things you use to have fun? Clin asked with a look of disbelief. Of course. In the face of Clin's questioning, Boomer admitted without hesitation. Are you going on a tour when we are? It took so much time to make these useless things? Seeing that Boomer actually admitted his intention to make these machines without hesitation, Clin was completely stunned. Of course I went on a tour. Didn't Lord Realm King say that the Nemesis people are very kind, so when we go to ask for help, they will definitely agree. Besides, this spaceship is not broken, as long as it is cleaned up. This journey will take so long, how about preparing for it? Boomer said reasonably, and then gave Clin a disdainful roll of the eyes, and walked away with his own care, leaving the frozen Clin alone inside the spaceship. Phew! With a long breath, Son Gohan stood up trembling from the ground with difficulty. After trying to breathe hard for a long time, Son Gohan barely recovered. It looks like it's almost time to make an appointment with everyone. Son Gohan thought secretly in his heart. In this year in the Spirit Time House, Son Gohan's harvest can be said to be very large, even far exceeding Sun Wuhan's original expectations. In Son Gohan's original plan, whether he could succeed or not, Son Gohan only planned to spend 3 months trying to transform into a Super Saiyan. After all, even if it takes a year, Son Gohan is not very sure that he can transform into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, Son Gohan knew that there was also a terrifying Frieza waiting there on Namek. Son Gohan knew very well that although his talent was very high, with Frieza's strength, he could not be his opponent even if he was cultivating for a year. Because he can't cultivate like the Monkey King in the original book. Perhaps because he died once, Son Gohan still attaches great importance to his own safety. If he died in battle, Son Gohan could still accept it, but if he died because of excessive cultivation, it was really too speechless. However, to Son Gohan's surprise, he was able to transform into a Super Saiyan after only cultivating for more than a month. Although this transformation is still very unskilled and cannot transform as he wants, this huge good news still made Son Gohan immediately change his original plan. It may still be very difficult to transform into Super Saiyan 2, but it is still very promising to break through to the other stages of Super Saiyan. Maybe it's because my current strength is still very weak. Under the conscious guidance of Son Gohan, it only took Son Gohan half a year to transform into the full power form of Super Saiyan. Of course, in this process, Son Gohan skipped the transformation of Super Saiyan Phase 2 and Super Saiyan Phase 3. After all, the full power form of the Super Saiyan is more of a transformation that can maintain the form of the Super Saiyan for a long time. Therefore, Super Saiyan Phase 2 and Super Saiyan Phase 3 do not have much impact on Super Saiyan full power form. Despite this, being able to master the full power form of Super Saiyan in such a short time still has to say about Son Gohan's terrifying potential. Sun Wuhan was still very happy to be able to overcomplete his plans so smoothly. After all, in this way, he would have more time to cultivate. Because there are still 4 or 5 months until the 1-year time limit. Of course, for the rest of the year, Son Gohan had no intention of using it in front of him. Although that can make his strength stronger, Son Gohan is still ready to keep it, and if there is any big crisis in the future, this is also an opportunity for himself. With this time, Son Gohan is sure that his strength can be further improved. At that time, Frieza is difficult to say, but it is completely no problem to solve the Kainu team. It will definitely not be beaten so badly by Team Kinnit like in the previous life. Son Gohan clasped his hands together, feeling the powerful terrifying power that existed in his body, and his heart was full of confidence in his first trip to Namek. Son Gohan had just walked out of the Spirit Time House, and Mr. Bobo had already found out. Feeling the strong oppressive force on Son Gohan's body, Mr. Bobo looked surprised. After a year of tempering in the Spirit Time House, Sun Wuhan's whole spirit at this moment also underwent a huge change before he knew it. Even on Son Gohan's body, the fat that was originally a little fat has now turned into a muscle full of strength. The whole person has an indescribable spirit, and the whole person's momentum and appearance are completely new. Although the strength displayed by Sun Wuhan at this moment was only comparable to that of Sun Wukong, who had not yet used the Realm King Fist. But Mr. Bobo knew that he had not yet fully revealed his strength. More importantly, Mr. Bobo could clearly sense that there was a very terrifying power hidden in Son Gohan's body. Although Mr. Bobo does not know how powerful this force really is. But Mr. Bobo knew that once this force burst out, it could completely destroy the earth. That power was even more powerful than Vegeta, who transformed into a giant ape. Gohan, you must resurrect the gods. Looking at Son Gohan at this moment, Mr. Bobo's eyes were full of expectation, and he couldn't help but ask, as if Son Gohan could really do this. Don't worry, I will definitely bring the gods and Uncle Vic back to life. Listening to Mr. Bobo's words, Son Gohan said categorically. In the future, the earth will face many terrible enemies, and those enemies are not yet dared to say that Son Gohan will be able to defeat them. And the aftermath of the war with them is enough to hit the planet hard. If there were no gods and Dragon Balls, I don't know how many Earthlings would have suffered from this. And even in order to resurrect Uncle Bike, he must resurrect the gods. Therefore, this time, everyone must be resurrected with the help of the Dragon Balls on Namek. Okay, Mr. Bobo, time is urgent, I'll go first. Thank you for your help these days. Son Gohan thanked Mr. Bobo and immediately rushed to the house of Sijabuma. Although there was still a day left before the agreed time with Boomer, this time was too short. Unable to do anything, Son Gohan flew towards the Turtle Immortal House. In an unknown sea, on an unknown island, the Turtle Fairy House is located here. At the moment, in the Turtle Fairy House, Kiki, Boomer, Klin, and the Turtle Immortal and the Bull Demon King all gathered together early. At this moment, Son Gohan has not come over alone. Seeing that the time was getting closer and closer, but Sun Wuhan still had no trace, everyone couldn't help but be a little worried. Here it is. Just when everyone was anxiously waiting, Klin suddenly spoke, and then quickly ran outside. Seeing Klin's actions, Boomer, Kiki, and the others also reacted immediately and quickly ran out. As soon as Son Gohan came to the Turtle Immortal house, he saw everyone waiting there anxiously. You're Gohan. Looking at Son Gohan, who suddenly appeared in front of him and his appearance changed greatly, Kiki looked surprised, but he immediately recognized Son Gohan. The old man of the Turtle Immortal is also rare and serious, his eyes are slightly narrowed, and he looks at Sun Wuhan carefully, not knowing what he is thinking. And Klin had a damn look on his face. You know, more than 10 days ago, Sun Wuhan's strength was the lowest among everyone, and even a vegetable person could not cope with it. But now, Klin could feel the terrifying power in Sun Wuhan's body. In Klin's feelings, the power in Son Gohan's body was even stronger than the power that Son Goku showed when he fought that bald scion again. And more importantly, and even more difficult for Klin to accept, Son Gohan has grown taller. That Son Gohan, who was originally shorter than himself, actually surpassed himself in height. After discovering this, Klin's mood suddenly became bad. Of course it's me, Mom. Looking at the surprised people, Son Gohan smiled and responded to his mother's question. For everyone's surprised expression, Son Gohan had already expected it, so he was not surprised at all. Although he only spent 1 day in the Spirit Time House, for Son Gohan, he really spent a year. Therefore, Gohan at this time is much taller than when he left, and the whole person looks a lot more mature. The fat flesh on his body, which was originally a little fat, has now turned into a muscle full of strength. The whole person has an indescribable spirit, and the whole person is completely new. After a lot of speech, Gohan explained to his mother, Kiki, why he had changed so much. After listening to Gohan's explanation, Kiki came back from her surprise. Immediately afterwards, Kiki hugged Son Gohan tightly in her arms and cried distressfully. At the same time, he kept complaining about the uselessness of his husband Sun Wukong, so that his poor child would suffer such a big sin. Looking at Son Gohan, who was hugged by Kiki and looked helpless, Klin stepped forward and said, "Okay, everyone quickly pack up everything and prepare to go." Listening to Klin's words, Kiki hugged Son Gohan tightly and cried for a while before reluctantly letting him go. Then, I saw Kiki hurriedly loading the dozen large bags and small bags of things on the side of the Bull Demon King into the spacecraft. Looking at the pile of things that Kiki specially prepared, and looking at Boomer and Klin, who were ready to go, the corners of Son Gohan's mouth twitched, wanting to say something, but still didn't say it. After a long time, the 3 of Son Gohan left the Earth on a spaceship under the gaze of Kiki and others. Chapter 005. Really, it's less than 5 hours, and it's more than a month away, it's really boring. After less than 5 hours on the spacecraft, Boomer couldn't stand it, took off his heavy spacesuit, took out a pack of snacks and ate it there, while complaining to Son Gohan and Klin in his mouth. Son Gohan and Klin were standing together at this time looking at the scene in space. "Gohan, how strong are you now?" Klin suddenly asked, very curious about Son Gohan's current strength. He could feel that Son Gohan's strength had been greatly improved, but he didn't know to what extent, but Klin could be sure that Son Gohan's strength had far surpassed himself. "My current strength is no problem dealing with the previous Naba." Sun Wuhan was silent for a moment, and slowly opened his mouth and said uncertainly, "My current strength should be slightly stronger than the power that broke out at the beginning when Dad fought with that Naba, but it is not as strong as when Dad used the Realm King Fist. Of course, this is on the premise of not becoming a Super Saiyan." Son Gohan thought secretly in his heart. "What?" Klin turned his head to look at Son Gohan with a surprised expression. "Gohan, then isn't your current combat power already over 8,000? Klin shouted with a look of surprise. In his original thoughts, although Son Gohan's strength has been greatly improved, it is already very good to be able to reach 2,000, and at this moment, Son Wuhan's strength is greatly unexpected. "Is this true, Gohan?" Listening to Klin's words, Boomer, who was eating snacks on the side, also asked with a look of surprise. To be honest, Boomer doesn't really want to go to Nameseeing, she doesn't want to go on such a dangerous journey, but now that there is no one on Earth, she has to bite the bullet, but she has always been very worried about safety. Although Son Gohan's combat effectiveness at this moment is far from the data displayed when Son Goku fought Vegeta before. However, Boomer had measured Klin's combat power before, less than 3,000, so now knowing that Son Gohan may have more than 8,000 combat power, it instantly made Boomer feel that the safety of this trip was guaranteed. But that's just my own feelings, and I'm not sure if I haven't really fought against me. Looking at the surprised Klin and Boomer, Son Gohan spoke. Although there is no real fight, but we have also fought against that Naba. Since you are confident to defeat that Naba, then your combat power is at least 5,000 or more, which is also very strong. Listening to Gohan's words, Klin not only was not disappointed, but said more excitedly. Looking at it this way, Gohan, as long as you cultivate hard for a few more years, even defeating Vegeta is not impossible. Uncle Klin, are you scared? Listening to Klin's words, Son Gohan said nothing. After looking at Klin for a while, he suddenly asked, but the tone was affirmative. Listening to Gohan's words, Klin fell silent and did not open his mouth to refute, which was regarded as acquiescence. Uncle Klin, in fact, we don't need to worry about those enemies at all, after all, we are much stronger than them. Looking at Klin, who had no fighting spirit and determination to become stronger at the moment, Son Gohan shook his head and said with a light sigh. Listening to Son Gohan's words, Klin froze for a moment, turned his head and looked at Gohan with a look of disbelief, not understanding why Gohan said that. Uncle Klin, I remember that before that scion named Raditz came to Earth, the strongest people on Earth should have been my father and Uncle Bike, but at that time, their combat power had just exceeded 400. But after that, it took less than a year for everyone to fight, but their combat effectiveness had already surpassed that scion, so we were much stronger than them compared to their potential. If given some time, I don't think it's impossible to defeat Vegeta. That's right, Klin, now it's just like then, Goku can't rush over, we all have to rely on the two of you, don't look down on yourself. Boomer, who was eating on the side, didn't know when he came over and said to Klin. Well, I see, thank you. So while there is still time, I will also work hard. After listening to Gohan and Boomer's words, Klin also gained some confidence again, and the disappeared fighting spirit reappeared. By the way, Boomer, I heard that Gohan asked you to help him prepare a few gravity rooms before, so take us over quickly. Are you going now? Boomer put down the snack in his hand and asked. Well, I want to start cultivating quickly, I can't waste any more time, you quickly take me to the gravity room. After listening to Boomer's words, Klin, who had regained his fighting spirit, said without thinking. Hearing that Klin, the little bald head, actually dared to instruct him to do things, Boomer was very upset in his heart and was about to teach him a lesson. However, seeing his good friend's excited face and returning to his original state again, Boomer's heart was still quite happy, so he didn't think much about him, and walked in front to take Klin and Gohan to the gravity room. Hey, Gohan, aren't you coming? Seeing that Gohan didn't mean to follow, Klin, who was walking behind, asked with a strange look. That, Uncle Klin, my stomach is a little hungry, eat something first, you go to cultivation first, I'll go in a moment. Hearing Klin's words, Son Gohan rubbed his head and said a little embarrassed. After listening to Son Gohan's words, Klin was stunned for a moment, and then his stomach made a thunderous protest. Yes, is it? That's right, my stomach is also a little hungry. Listening to the stomach, Klin touched his big bald head with some embarrassment. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 006. Ha, ha, ha. In the gravity room, Son Gohan supported his knees with his hands, gasping violently, and his tattered clothes were soaked with sweat. After a long time, Son Gohan's breathing calmed down a little. After his body regained some strength, Son Gohan struggled to straighten his body, and it took a lot of effort to walk to the artificial gravity system of the gravity chamber with great difficulty, and reached out with a red face to close the gravity system. After the gravity system was turned off, Son Gohan instantly felt an indescribable sense of comfort, and his entire body seemed to regain strength. Under this indescribable comfort, Son Gohan fell to the ground without any image, and the numb feeling made Son Gohan directly lose control of his body and could no longer move. Looking at the roof of the gravity room blankly, Son Gohan had an unconcealable loss in his heart. More than 10 days have passed since the last time he talked to Klin, and after regaining Klin's fighting spirit, Son Gohan also began his own training. Originally, according to Son Gohan's plan, he was going to adapt himself to 100 times the gravity on the way to Namek. Sun Wuhan is confident that with his talent far beyond his father Sun Wukong, his cultivation results under 100 times gravity will definitely far surpass him. Coupled with his own Chuan Chao transformation, there is every hope of defeating Frisha. After being reborn, Sun Gohan also has his own ambitions. He wants to become stronger, he wants to have enough strength to take his destiny into his own hands. I don't want to be trampled under anyone's feet, not even my father, Sun Wukong. Now he has this potential, as long as he cultivates hard, he can definitely have that ability. Unfortunately, reality gave him a huge blow. Although he inherited Sun Wuhan's body and gave him great potential, it is a pity that he did not have the same heartfelt love for cultivation as his father Sun Wukong. Although cultivation can be said to be very hard, it is far from being comparable to Sun Wukong, and there is no way to devote himself to cultivation. My current self can only adapt to 30 times the gravity environment under normal conditions, and he can't insist on keeping himself in a gravity environment all the time. Every time as soon as he finished cultivating, he couldn't help but want to turn off the gravity system, and at this point, Sun Gohan felt that he was not as strong as Klin. You know, although Klin is still only cultivating under 10 times gravity, he has always maintained under 10 times gravity except for eating and going to the toilet. If it goes on like this, I am afraid that I am destined to grow up under the protection of Sun Wukong. Thinking of this, Sun Gohan couldn't help sighing again, and at this moment he suddenly felt that he had crossed into Sun Gohan. Maybe it would make Sun Gohan, a warrior with great potential, worse than the original. Remembering the novel I read before crossing over, after crossing casually cultivating for a period of time, you can have tens of millions of combat power. Sun Wuhan was envious for a while. At this moment, Sun Gohan can be said to have really lost confidence in his ability. Touching his hungry stomach again, Sun Gohan took back his thoughts, got up and walked out. Outside, Klin and Boomer had already begun to eat. Looking at Boomer, who was eating something without any image, the corners of Sun Gohan's mouth couldn't help twitching. His eyes glanced uncontrollably at the unfathomable ravine and 2 huge steamed buns. At this moment, Boomer is only wearing a set of light-colored underwear, and there is no other cover. That's right, it's just a set of underwear. The development is so good, but unfortunately in the end it is cheaper than Vegeta's 10,000-year-old too. On this way, Boomer's dress, Sun Gohan has seen it many times. For Sun Gohan, who has normal adult consciousness, Boomer's dress is definitely a huge stimulus. If not, the body has not developed well, it would have been ugly. So every time at this time, Sun Gohan can't help but be glad that his body has not developed well, otherwise if he is discovered, he will really have no face in the future. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva, under the protest of his stomach, Sun Gohan did not care about the beautiful scenery in front of him, and after taking a hard look, he walked towards the food. Anyway, if you want to see, there are more opportunities along the way. For the good things that Boomer can see and eat, the current Gohan, in addition to the normal reaction that a man should have, really doesn't have much idea. After all, even if he has ideas, it is useless. Uncle Klin, how are you cultivating? After eating, Gohan, who was not in a good mood, asked Klin. Well, I've fully adapted to 10 times gravity now, and now I've started trying 15 times gravity, and I should be able to fully adapt to 20 times gravity before I reach Namex. Gohan, how are you? Listening to Gohan's question, Klin replied with a beaming face. Son Gohan smiled helplessly, me? It's okay, but it's far from the desired goal. Gohan, you don't need to set your goals too high, we just need to cultivate hard and slowly increase our strength, don't be too anxious. Klin mistakenly thought that Son Gohan had set his goal too high and was disappointed that he did not achieve the expected effect, so he opened his mouth to comfort. Listening to Klin's words, Son Gohan smiled helplessly again. I naturally know these things, but this opponent is too strong, if you don't set the target higher, there is no way to compete with it. Feeling his current strength, Son Gohan helplessly thought in his heart that with his current strength, even if he became a Super Saiyan, he might not be able to compete with Frieza's third form. Just as Klin was about to say something, Son Gohan suddenly felt something, stood up abruptly, and looked in one direction with a serious face. Just when Klin was puzzled by Son Gohan's strange behavior, the spaceship, which had been flying smoothly, suddenly shook violently. What's going on, is this encountering convection again? Bulma asked with a puzzled look. Along the way, this kind of positive and negative current has been encountered several times, so Boomer is quite calm and has become a little used to it. No, we were attacked. When the spacecraft began to shake, Klin also felt some outside times, stopped the action of eating in his hand, stood up with a serious face, and answered Boomer's question at the same time. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 007. In the cold universe, a pale yellow spaceship kept fleeing. On its body, the marks of violent impact can be clearly seen. Not far behind it, a huge spaceship chased it closely, and from time to time opened fire to attack. But each attack was a certain distance from the spaceship in front, as if enjoying the fun of chasing. Inside the spaceship, Son Gohan and Klin looked at the spaceship chasing them and others through the spaceship's display screen with serious faces. Boomer, it's not a way to escape like this, that spaceship is flying much faster than ours, sooner or later we will be caught up, and we can't be beaten passively like this anymore. Seeing the distance between the two sides being brought closer, Klin said solemnly to Boomer, who was operating the spaceship not far away. Nonsense, I don't need you to say this, I know this, but do you have any other way than to escape now? Listening to Klin's words, Boomer, who was concentrating on operating the spacecraft, turned his head and roared angrily at Klin, who was constantly chirping endlessly on the side. At the same time, the distance between the two sides became a little closer, and Boomer quickly continued to concentrate on operating the spacecraft. Listening to Boomer's words, Son Gohan, who was watching from the side, suddenly had a bad premonition. Aunt Boomer, why don't we fight back? Suppressing the bad premonition in his heart, Son Gohan quickly asked nervously. No, our spacecraft is too old, and the weapons and equipment on it can't be used, so I dismantled them all at the beginning, and I forgot to install new weapons and equipment. Boomer said without looking back. What? Is there any mistake? If you say so, don't we even have the weapons to fight back, and you will actually forget such an important thing? At Boomer's words, Klin exclaimed in surprise. Damn, you think I think there are only 7 days, and this spaceship is so old, how much effort it takes to repair it, it's normal that only me and my father will forget some things. Listening to Klin's complaints, Boomer, who was afraid to death at the moment, immediately complained loudly. I knew I shouldn't go to that nemesis, now it's okay, we're going to die before we even have a shadow of our destination, woo-woo. Looking at Boomer who cried in fear, Klin suddenly felt a little overwhelmed, he also knew that the time was too rushed, there was no way to make them fully prepared. This matter could not blame Boomer at all, she was already hard enough. Damn, who the hell are these bastards, why are they attacking us for no reason? Clin immediately changed the subject and cursed in a low voice. Whoever they are, they won't be friends anyway. Son Gohan replied with a gloomy look. Although they can transform into Super Saiyan, Super Saiyans cannot survive in the universe for long. Without a planet as a foothold, sooner or later it will exhaust its strength and be torn to pieces by the positive and negative currents in the universe, and then the two of Clin and Boomer will surely die. Rumble. The spacecraft shook violently again, so frightened that Boomer, who was crying, quickly wiped his tears and continued to drive the spacecraft seriously. Damn it! Those guys are just playing us. Looking at the spaceship that immediately stopped firing after his ship continued to escape, Clin cursed angrily. Aunt Boomer, let's quickly find a place to land first. It is too unfavorable for us without attack equipment in the universe. Feeling the shaking spacecraft that was becoming more and more intense, Son Gohan thought for a while, and quickly spoke. That's right, Boomer, quickly find a place to land. After we get to the ground, we can fight back, and then I must make them look good. Clin, who was anxiously spinning around in the spaceship, immediately lit up his eyes when he heard Son Gohan's words, and said happily. Okay. Boomer, who was afraid to die at the moment, heard Son Gohan and Clin's words, like a drowning person who caught a life-saving straw, and immediately began to operate nervously. Great, found a suitable planet, and it's not far from us. It didn't take long for Boomer's joyful voice to come from inside the spacecraft. Listening to Boomer's words, Son Gohan and Clin were both happy. At the same time, in the spacecraft behind, a group of giant men with bulging muscles are playfully looking at the fleeing spacecraft in front of them through the display screen. Inside the spacecraft, several giant men who were obviously smaller than the people around them were operating the spacecraft. Suddenly, one of the giant men seemed to have discovered something, and immediately turned his head and said to a giant man who was far larger than those around him. Lord Gansa, the prey ahead has changed course and seems to be preparing to go to the planet ahead. Oh yes? It seems that they are not ready to escape, so have fun with them and pass the boring time, hoping that the toys on this will not break too quickly. After listening to his subordinate's words, the giant man named Gansa sneered and said playfully. At the words of Gansa, all of his men let out bloodthirsty shouts. It didn't take long for the spacecraft to reach its destination. Suddenly, Son Gohan's face changed, and in his senses, in the direction that Boomer was flying to at the moment, the numerous auras on that planet were rapidly disappearing. It didn't take long for Son Gohan to feel any breath from that planet no matter how he felt, which made his face change. However, at this moment Clin and Boomer were both in excitement, and neither noticed the change in Son Gohan's expression. Although the strange changes that took place on that planet made Son Gohan very worried. However, now that he and the others are cornered, even if there is anything strange about the planet in front, he can't care about it now. It didn't take long for Boomer to fly the spacecraft into the planet's atmosphere. The spacecraft in the rear also flew into the atmosphere of the planet. And when both sides landed on this planet, in a place far from where they landed, a man with a tail looked gloomy at the place where they landed. Chapter 008. The vast wasteland, the vast barrenness, flying sand and stones, dust, it is simply a world of sand, making people unable to stand on their feet. The boundless desert is like a yellow sea, on which the sun shines and shines brightly. Under the scorching sun, the desert rises with waves of heat, making people feel miserable even breathing. Two shining meteors suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, landing one after the other on this desert that was inaccessible to people, smashing out two deep giant pits. The endless yellow sand was rolled up high, like a big smoke suddenly rising from the flat ground, and flew around the desert. Lord Gansa, the prey has stopped. Is it? So let's go down and see the prey this time. I hope this prey can make us play longer. Aunt Boomer, Uncle Clin, are you all right? Inside the spaceship, Son Gohan looked at Clin and Boomer, who fell to the ground, and asked anxiously. We're okay. Boomer, who was helped up by Clin, said with a depressed look, I didn't expect that the landing system of the spacecraft was actually damaged, but fortunately nothing happened. Don't be happy too soon, our troubles haven't been solved yet. Through the monitor in the spacecraft, Clin saw a group of strong men coming out of the spaceship not far away, and said with a solemn face. Uncle Clin, they don't seem to have strong chi. Listening to Clin's words, Son Gohan also quickly walked to the monitor to look at the group of strong men who came out, felt the chi emanating from the other party, frowned, and asked with a puzzled face. Yes, let's test it again in a while, their combat effectiveness does not seem to be strong. Lord Gansa, according to the scan results, there are no other life reactions on this spacecraft. A man who looked significantly smaller than the people around him held a strange instrument in his hand, looked at it and said to Gansa. Is there a mistake? This time the prey is actually only 3 skinny ribs. After listening to the man's words, before Gansa could say anything, the group under him was already arguing. Okay, stop arguing. Although these 3 imps are a little weaker, they are better than nothing, and they can at least play for a while after bringing them back. After glancing at the 3 of Sun Wuhan, Gan Sa stopped the quarrel of his subordinates, said with a sneer, and at the same time beckoned his subordinates to step forward and catch Sun Wuhan and the 3. Gohan, we seem to have been underestimated, so let them take a good look at our strength. Looking at the enemy who was talking to himself and not putting the 3 of them in his eyes at all, Clin sneered and said. Yes, Uncle Clin. Listening to Clin's words, Son Gohan answered, and then slowly raised his chi with Clin. However, because of the evil aura he felt before entering this planet, he was wary in his heart, so he did not release much strong chi, but it was similar to Clin. Half an hour later, Clin and Son Gohan stood calmly on the side of the spacecraft, watching Boomer there to check the damage of the spacecraft, and not far from them, there were a large number of corpses, the same group of cosmonauts who attacked them before. Just now, because he was worried that these enemies were hiding their strength, Clin directly used all his strength. As a result, under the oppression of Clin's terrifying aura, except for the leader called Gansa, everyone else was oppressed and unable to move, and was easily solved by Son Gohan and Clin, and there was not even a decent resistance. As for that Gansa, there are still some strengths. According to his performance, his combat power has surpassed the previous scion called Latize, but in the face of Clin, who has used all his strength, he still lost without suspense. Later, Son Gohan and Clin help Boomer check the damage to the spacecraft. Well, the damage to the spacecraft is not very serious, there is no big problem with the important components. As for the others, you can borrow the parts on that spaceship to complete the repair, and it only takes 10 days to complete the transformation. After the examination, Boomer breathed a long sigh of relief and said happily to Son Gohan and Clin. Is it? That's great. 10 days, it's going to take so long. Can you be faster? Listening to Boomer's words, Son Gohan and Clin spoke at the same time. Unlike Clin and Boomer, Son Gohan knows far better than them what will happen to his trip to Namesing. In the event that this 10-day delay led to the early death of the Great Elder, then this mission would be a complete failure. Even if the Great Elder had not died by then, if he failed to save Dandy, the future god, it would have an unimaginable impact on the future of the Earth. Therefore, after hearing Boomer's words, Son Gohan immediately looked anxious. Don't worry, Gohan. The modified spacecraft will definitely fly much faster than the original, and we will reach Namex earlier than originally scheduled. Looking at Son Gohan, whose face was a little anxious, Boomer quickly opened his mouth and explained. After hearing Boomer's explanation, Gohan breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he arrived at Namex no later than originally budgeted, and nothing else mattered. Immediately afterwards, Son Gohan, who was still a little worried in his heart, pulled Klin to help Boomer disassemble the captured spaceship, so that Boomer could quickly transform the spaceship. A round sunset clings to the edge of the desert, and the earth is lined with a groggy, revealing a layer of crimson, and the desert waves holding the setting sun solidify, like a sleeping sea. A huge tree that flourishes to the extreme, like an emerald set in this vast desert. Under the action of light and shadow, this vast and boundless desert seems to transform into a magnificent sea. Son Gohan floated in the air dumbfounded, looking at the mirage-like scene in front of him with an incredulous expression. He could clearly sense that the vitality on this planet was almost exhausted, and the entire land on the planet had turned into a barren desert, and it was on the verge of destruction. But what he saw in front of him completely subverted his cognition. This anomaly caused an unimaginable sense of crisis to arise in his heart. This made him hesitate to go over and investigate. Chapter 009. Looking at the strange sea in front of him, Son Gohan hesitated for a moment or decided to go down and take a look. At this time, the spacecraft had just begun to be transformed, and there was no way for them to leave the planet in a short time. And without probing such a strange place, Son Gohan really can't rest assured. After making his decision, Son Gohan flew towards the strange ocean. As he got closer, Son Gohan's face became more and more solemn, and he could clearly feel the terrifying energy that this mysterious tree had. He even had a feeling that once the energy possessed by this mysterious tree exploded, it could easily destroy the planet. What made Son Gohan feel strange was that he had a strange familiarity with the powerful power he possessed in that mysterious ancient tree, as if he had felt it somewhere, and even touched it. However, he could not remember where he had been exposed to this power. As soon as his feet stepped on the ground, Son Gohan immediately felt a huge vitality from the air around him. This huge vitality made Son Gohan couldn't help but take a deep breath. In an instant, Son Gohan felt an indescribable feeling of comfort coming from his body, which made him can't help but let out a groan. Boom! An energy wave instantly hit the place where Son Gohan was, and a violent explosion occurred. It looks like this imp that got in the way should have been blown to pieces. As the words fell, a man with earrings and a necklace flew from not far away, looked at the place of the explosion and said indifferently. After observing the surroundings and noticing anyone else, he turned and flew in the direction he was coming. After he left, a small figure in the air calmly looked at the direction he left, then converged his breath and slowly followed. Not far from the mysterious ancient tree, 3 people were resting there. One of them, who had a tail and a strange lens detector in his eyes, suddenly chuckled, raised his hand and pressed the device on his head. "What's wrong, Lord Dallas? Did something happen?" Seeing the man's strange movements, 2 people around him who were short and looked exactly the same asked strangely. "It's nothing, Days seems to have solved the guy who ran here, but there seems to be something following behind him, but the combat power is too weak to be sure." Darren's fumbled with the detector on his face for a moment and said with a strange look. "Maybe there is something wrong with the detector, after all, this detector is very old, and there is still no maintenance for a while, it is normal to have any failure, we will repair it for you later." Listening to Darren's words, the twin brothers were stunned for a moment, and then spoke. "Yes, but this model is indeed too old, let's go get some new models when we go back, right? Has Days already returned?" Along the way, Son Gohan followed the person who attacked him from a distance, slowly approaching the mysterious ancient tree. As the distance narrowed, Son Gohan was able to observe the mysterious ancient tree more and more clearly. "I saw that the mysterious ancient branch trunk was curled and vigorous, and the black ground was full of wrinkles of the years. Just looking at this branch, it seemed to be about to die. But on its body, it is filled with a huge vitality, holding its head high in the sky, towering and tall. At its top, there are many living leaves, and delicious fruits are dotted on it." The more he observed, the more Son Gohan could feel its extraordinary. Son Gohan has lived with his father Son Goku and mother Kiki since he was a child, which is still an undeveloped primeval forest. His father, son Gohan, has taken him to play in the forest many times, but he has never seen a tree with such a thick sense of vicissitudes, and even the oldest tree he has ever seen is far from 1 in 10,000. Hey! As if sensing something, son Gohan quickly flew towards the woods below and found a hidden place to hide. Just after son Gohan hidden, 3 figures flew from a distance, and the people who had attacked him before were also among them. Darrens, you're thinking too much, isn't there anyone here? If someone is following, with my strength, I won't notice it at all? Looking around, the person who was following son Gohan before opened his mouth and said dissatisfied. Days, Lord Dals is also more cautious. There has just been a group of people with very high combat effectiveness here, it is better to pay more attention. If they find out, we will have some trouble. Listening to Dez's words, a short man spoke. Humph! After hearing this, Dez snorted coldly, did not say anything more, and flew towards the distance alone. Looking at Dez's distant back, a cold light appeared in Dale's eyes, and then flew towards Dez's direction with the short man. After they left for a while, son Gohan walked out and looked at the direction where the 3 of them were gone. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 010. In the world of Dragon Ball, there are all kinds of magical things. Among them, there are 2 foods that are called only gods can eat. The first is Sendu, which is a very buggy setting in the Dragon Ball world and has a lot of magical abilities. First, it can fill the stomach. After eating a fairy bean, you can go 10 days without eating, even the terrifying amount of food of a scion can be satisfied. Second, recover all injuries and physical strength. Every time the Dragon Ball warriors are beaten to death by the villain, they will eat a fairy bean, and then instantly resurrect with blood, no matter how serious the injury, as long as they can swallow the fairy bean in one breath, then after eating, they can heal in an instant. Third, fairy beans can regenerate bones. I remember that when Dragon Ball had just entered the Cosmic Era, Sun Wukong and Vegeta fought for the first time, that is, Sun Wukong's bones all over his body were almost shattered, and as a result, after eating a fairy bean that was taken by Archie Loeb, he recovered all in an instant. Of course, there are also 2 flaws in Sendu. The first is that there is no cure for viruses and diseases. In Dragon Ball Z, the future Goku dies of a viral heart attack and cannot be cured with Sendu. As for the second, it is more difficult to grow. In the late Dragon Ball period, Sendu is basically not enough. As for the other one, it is the spirit tree fruit. A fruit that can greatly increase combat effectiveness. It is estimated that many people have forgotten the existence of this fruit. According to the king of the Northern Realm, the spirit tree fruit is a fruit that only gods can eat. However, this fruit's combat effectiveness increase effect is based on life. This fruit tree appeared in the theater version in the early stage, when Dales invaded the Earth, and a magical tree planted on the Earth to absorb the elements of life on the Earth as nutrients, and produced fruit. One can greatly improve his combat effectiveness for Dales. It is estimated that Dales also obtained this rare seed by chance. Son Gohan looked at the figure that gradually faded away, almost exactly like his father, and thought of the spirit tree fruit that was likely to have been planted by him, and his eyes couldn't help but appear a touch of heat. On this planet, apart from this strange jungle, Son Gohan can hardly feel any vitality. Although it is not clear how powerful the vitality originally had on this planet, judging from the current situation, the spirit tree fruit has not been long before ripening, and may even have matured. And Dales's breath was inferior to himself when he fought with Vegeta in Son Gohan's senses, and he must have not eaten the spirit tree fruit. Under that mysterious ancient tree, the rattans of the large trees are intertwined, as if covered with layers of large nets, and like the dark green seabed, and not a trace of sunlight can shine in. In this dense tree, a small figure floated quietly on a branch, without a trace of breath leaking out of the body, surrounded by the surrounding shadows. If you don't look closely, you can't find his existence at all. It has been 8 days since he discovered Dales and his group, and during this period of time, Son Gohan has not tried to find the spirit tree planted by Dales himself. It's a pity that Sun Wuhan doesn't know what the spirit tree and the spirit tree fruit look like at all. Except that the spirit tree fruit can greatly improve the combat effectiveness, and the rest is completely unknown. And this planet is also very weird, the life force on this planet is about to be absorbed, and there is even no life left. However, on this planet, there is a dense forest, and there is even a strong life force in it. Alas! Looking at Darren's and the others not far away, Son Gohan couldn't help sighing. The ship's repair is progressing faster than expected, and it will be completed tonight, and tomorrow it will be time to leave the planet to continue with Namex. Although Son Gohan, the fruit of the spirit tree, was very hungry, he also knew that the main purpose of himself and the others now was to obtain the Dragon Ball of Namek. If you delay your trip because you are looking for the fruit of the spirit tree, it will not be worth the loss. Therefore, although there are some regrets, I can only give up the spirit tree fruit. However, in the future, if Dales and them go to Earth in order to plant the fruit of the spirit tree, it will also be a problem, although Gohan is confident that he can defeat them when the time comes. However, once they are allowed to plant the spirit tree, it will cause great harm to the Earth. And even if they don't go to Earth, other planets will be in danger of destruction. Son Gohan thinks that he is not a good person. If he does not meet it, he will forget it, he cannot take care of other planets. However, now that he has encountered it, he can't act as if nothing has happened, and naturally he has to do something. Thinking of this, Son Gohan's eyes showed a killing intent, and just as he was about to make a move, Dales, who had been watching by him, suddenly took action. Darren's, who had been sitting there with his eyes closed and resting, suddenly stood up, said something, and then flew in one direction. Son Gohan could clearly feel that after Dales left, the breath on the short man's body changed somewhat, as if he was guarding against the man named Days. This is a situation that has not been seen in the previous days. Chapter 011. Seeing this, Son Gohan was surprised, and then seemed to have guessed something, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Feeling the breath of Dales constantly leaving, Son Gohan hesitated, but gave up his original plan to solve them and left with Dales. The moon is coming out. A faint light set a lace on the top of the tree in the woods, like the edge of a goblet, and the silhouettes of these peaks reflected in the shimmering light became darker and darker by minute. Darren's didn't fly far, just stopped at the edge of this eerie forest. After coming down, Darren's cautiously looked around, and after making sure that there was nothing abnormal, he carefully walked to the left. After a while, he arrived in front of an ordinary-looking tree with a look of excitement. The ordinariness of this tree is only equivalent to those trees in this weird forest that are extremely luxuriant. If you put it on the earth, this is also a very special tree. Seeing the obvious change in Darren's expression, Son Gohan guessed that the tree should be the spirit tree he had been looking for in the past few days. Unfortunately, there was nothing else on this spirit tree except the lush branches and leaves, and it did not grow spirit tree fruit. Seeing this, Son Gohan couldn't help but feel irritable for a while, and there was nothing when he was just about to give up the spirit tree fruit. However, after seeing Dale's actions and guessing that he was going to collect the spirit tree fruit, Son Gohan felt that his heart was filled with a huge surprise. However, now that he had successfully found the spirit tree, looking at the spirit tree that had not yet borne fruit, Son Gohan felt a nameless anger and huge loss fill his heart. If there is no hope in the first place, it is enough to give up a hope as it is now, and finally ruthlessly take away this hope. There are very few people who can withstand this huge psychological gap and not affect themselves, and Son Gohan is naturally not one of them. Therefore, under this huge psychological gap, Son Gohan failed to hide his chi well for a while, and accidentally exposed it. At night, it was extremely quiet, and a full moon slowly rose, like a bright light, hanging high on the sky, and the faint moonlight spilled onto the earth. On the desert without a trace, an extremely strange-looking spaceship was parked there, and around this spaceship, piles of parts were placed. A short bald boy helplessly under the command of a beautiful-looking woman, constantly carrying all kinds of intricate strange things and placing them on the weird spaceship. All right, Boomer. The spacecraft has already been repaired, so there's no need to get these things anymore. After placing a strange object in his hand that he didn't know what it was for, Clint said helplessly. What do you call this? It will take a few days to reach Namixing. Do you have ready-made parts now? How to make good use of it? Looking at Clint, who was complaining, Boomer said with a look of course. After flying in this cold and dead space, after the initial excitement and curiosity, the loneliness really made Boomer unbearable. Although Boomer also made sufficient preparations before departure, at that time, in order to enjoy space travel, the transformation of the spacecraft was mainly based on enjoyment, and there was not much relief from boredom. Moreover, these things have basically been destroyed when they were attacked before, and if you don't have the opportunity to prepare something to relieve your boredom now, the next days will not be able to live. Hey! I really envy Gohan. I don't have to do these things, I can still play everywhere. Glancing at Boomer, Clint couldn't help but sigh and said enviously. Space travel is much harder than expected, and he and Gohan are okay, and they can pass the time by cultivating, but Boomer is indeed a lot worse. Humph! Do you mean to ask a child who is so young to do all this hard work? And Gohan is not without help, it's just that now that the spaceship is repaired, let him rest. What do you have to envy? Listening to Clint's words, Boomer said angrily. Little ghost, what kind of person are you? How did you appear here? Dales and the others, who found Son Gohan through the detector, surrounded Son Gohan and said maliciously. Son Gohan, who found himself discovered, looked at Darren's and the others and smiled, and an icy cold gleam appeared in his eyes. Lord Dales, this imp seems to be a scion just like you. Is it? Little ghost, since you are also a scion, I can allow you to become my subordinate, and quickly surrender. Dals glanced at the tail behind Son Gohan and said lightly. When you're subordinates, do you think you are worthy? Haha, Darren's, it seems that you are looked down upon. After listening to Son Gohan's words, before Dales could say anything, Daze gloated. After listening to Dez's words, Darren's, who already had fire, was even more angry. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 012. For this Daze, whose strength is not weaker than his own, Dales has always been not very good at dealing with him, but he needs his strength to endure him all the time. Now this scion imp in front of him actually hurt himself and lost such a big face in front of him, which is really unforgivable. Little ghost, I originally wanted to give you a chance for the sake of all scions, since you are so ignorant of life and death, then I will fulfill you. Looking at the scion imp in front of him who had less than 300 combat power, Dales said grimly. Just a few of you waste. Listening to Darren's words, Son Gohan said with a smile. Darren's was completely angered by Son Gohan's words. Although his strength is not at the top in this universe, it is not bad in this universe. In all these years of wandering in the universe, no one dared to talk to him like this for a long time. More importantly, the person in front of him was still a scion imp who was not an adult, which made him even more angry. A scum with a combat effectiveness of less than 300 actually dares to speak wildly, let me educate you well. The angry Darrens shouted and quickly rushed in front of Son Gohan, and his huge fist slammed down on Son Gohan. Just a little bit of strength. Looking at the attacking Dales, Son Gohan's eyes were cold, his left hand was forward, and he clamped the huge fist, and the index and middle fingers of his right hand were tightly pressed against Dale's chest. Say goodbye to this universe. Don't meet me again in your next life. As the words fell, a blue energy lightsaber pierced Dale's body. What? Looking at the lightsaber passing through his chest, Darren's looked incredulous, unable to believe that his life would end like this. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the vitality of Dales quickly disappeared. Boom! With a loud bang, Dales, who was thrown aside by Son Gohan, was instantly blown to smithereens. This! How can it be? Looking at Darren's, who had turned into smashes, Days said with a look of horror. Although he doesn't deal with Darren's very well, as his opponent and partner, after getting along with him over the years, Des still knows Dales's strength very well. The strength between them has always been almost the same, and no one can help the other. But the scion child in front of him, who didn't seem to be an adult, actually used just one move to solve Dales, whose strength was almost the same as his own. That means that if he wants to kill himself, he only needs one move. Thinking of this, the cold sweat on Dais's head involuntarily broke out. I still have things to do, you two go together. Looking at the two who were obviously timid, Son Gohan said coldly, looking extremely arrogant. Humph! What is there to be proud of? Just took advantage of Dales to underestimate the enemy and made a sneak attack to kill Lord Dales. Des, let's go together. After listening to Son Gohan's words with obvious contempt, the short cosmic man took a deep breath and forced himself to speak. Swoosh! Days did not listen to the short man's words, and took advantage of Son Gohan's attention to turn to his companion, taking the opportunity to flee quickly into the distance. What? Days, you! Without waiting for the short cosmic man to finish speaking, Son Gohan quickly appeared in front of him, and in his terrified gaze, he solved him with one blow. Turtle Pai Kigong! A faint voice came from Son Gohan's mouth. The aura on Son Gohan's body continued to increase. 800. 1700. 3000. 8000. 12,000. What? His combat effectiveness is actually increasing. In flight, Days looked at the rapidly improving combat effectiveness of the detector on his face with a horrified expression. Bang! It seemed too old, and the detector on Days's face actually exploded directly. How is it possible? He is just a scion imp, how can he have such terrifying combat power? Days thought with a look of fear. Then, goodbye. As a blue light swept by, Days, who was fleeing quickly, disappeared completely from this universe without even being able to make a scream. After solving Darren's and the others, Son Gohan's attention shifted to the spirit tree. Boom! An energy wave was released from Son Gohan's hand, instantly blowing up the location of that spirit tree into a pit. With a satisfied glance at his results, Son Gohan turned around and was about to leave. Chapter 013. Suddenly, Son Gohan's brows frowned, as if he had thought of something, and quickly ran to the location where the spirit tree was. Looking at the hole he had blown out, Son Gohan put his hand in, as if looking for something. Suddenly, Son Gohan's face changed, stood up, and looked at his hand with an ugly face. I saw a strange-looking seed lying quietly on the palm of his hand. This is exactly the seed of the spirit tree just now. If it weren't for Sun Wuhan's sudden memory that in the theatrical version, Dales came to Earth with the seeds of the spirit tree to plant, he really couldn't have imagined that a seed could grow into such a big tree. Humph! With a cold snort, Sun Wuhan's face turned cold, and he clenched his fist hard, as if he wanted to crush the seed of that spirit tree. After a long time, Son Gohan opened his hand with an ugly face. The spirit tree seed that he expected to be crushed was lying intact in the palm of his hand. For his current strength, Son Gohan is still very clear. He clearly understood how great his power was. So Son Gohan was really surprised that he couldn't destroy a seed with all his strength. More importantly, although I don't know why, Son Gohan has a premonition at the moment. Even if he transforms into Super Saiyan form now, I am afraid that he will not be able to cause the slightest damage to this seed. The face was ugly looking at the spirit tree seed in his hand. For a moment, Son Gohan didn't know how to deal with this troublesome thing. The harm of this thing is too great. If you don't find it, forget it, since it has been discovered by yourself. If you don't solve this trouble, Son Gohan can't care about it. Ha! After thinking for a long time, the unwilling Sun Wuhan let out a long breath, although he already had a hunch, but if he didn't try it for a long time, he was still a little unwilling. Thinking of this, Sun Gohan threw the spirit tree seed in his hand into the air. Turtle Pai Qigong. After throwing the spirit tree seed in his hand into the air, Sun Wuhan gathered all his chi together, ready to perform the turtle sect Qigong to try again to see if it had any effect. After the turtle sect Qigong, which had condensed all his strength, took shape, Sun Gohan set his eyes on the spirit tree seed that he threw out. In an instant, Sun Wuhan's body was shocked, his eyes looked into the distance, and even the turtle sect Qigong condensed in his hand collapsed in an instant. Klin, hurry up, there are only these last few left, you can rest after moving. Boomer sat on a homemade chair and shouted leisurely to Klin, who was hard at work carrying things into the spaceship. Listening to Boomer's words, Klin looked up at her and didn't say much, but his movements were significantly faster. It didn't take long for Klin to smoothly move the last thing into the spaceship. Hey! Where did Gohan run away again, and why hasn't he come back yet? I'm leaving tomorrow, and I don't know how to come back early today to help. After finishing his busy work, Klin took the water cup and drank saliva, standing next to Boomer not far away and said helplessly. No way, in the end it's still a child, even I can't stand such a boring trip, let alone him, if there is a chance, let him have fun for a while. Boomer stretched and said with a look of indifference. But I really didn't expect to see such a bright full moon on this planet. Is it? What the? Full moon? Listening to Boomer's words, Klin answered casually, and then seemed to think of something terrible, and immediately lost his voice and exclaimed. Hurriedly raised his head, and saw a full moon like a beacon, hanging high on the sky screen, and the faint moonlight spilled onto the earth, as if covering the earth with a thin silver light tool. But Klin didn't have the heart to appreciate this beautiful sight. At this moment, looking at the bright mirror-like full moon, his face had a look of panic that could not be concealed. What's wrong, Klin? Isn't it a full moon? Do you need to put on such an ugly face? Looking at Klin's exaggerated expression, Boomer asked with a puzzled look. Boomer, have you forgotten? As soon as they see the full moon, they will increase their combat effectiveness and become a gorilla who has lost his mind and only knows how to destroy. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, Klin explained to Boomer. Oh, you mean this, didn't Gohan's tail break while fighting the Scions? It's only been so long, where did it grow so quickly? Listening to Klin's words, Boomer said with a look of indifference. But Gohan's tail has indeed grown, I've seen it before. Klin swallowed a mouthful of spit and said a little hairy. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 014. Klin's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly went out to grab the stunned Boomer and flew into the air. Just as Klin pulled Boomer away, a huge wave of energy flew to the ground not far from them, and a huge explosion occurred. The huge impact of the explosion caused Klin to almost fall out of the air. After taking Boomer to a relatively safe place, Klin looked in one direction with a solemn face, and he could clearly feel that a very powerful aura suddenly appeared in that direction, and this aura was even stronger than Vegeta who had invaded the Earth before. At this moment, although Gohan has turned into a giant ape, he has not lost his mind as Klin thought. However, his situation is not very good. Previously, Son Gohan took advantage of the weak moment when the original Son Gohan turned into a giant ape and was cut off his tail to occupy his body, but it did not completely destroy the original Son Gohan's consciousness, but only caused the souls of the two to begin to merge. Later, when Son Gohan was cultivating in the Spirit Time House, the souls of the two were one step closer, and they were almost completely integrated. At least Son Gohan couldn't feel the abnormality at all. But what Son Gohan didn't expect was that when he saw the full moon transform into a giant ape, it had been suppressed by him and turned into a giant ape shape, and the soul that belonged to the original Son Gohan would suddenly go berserk and begin to compete with him for control of his body. At this moment, Son Gohan can clearly feel all the actions of his body, but he cannot control his body. What frightened him the most was that he could feel that his soul was slowly fusing by the great ape. Son Gohan had a premonition that once his soul was fused by the giant ape's soul, he would completely lose himself and there would be no room to fight back. After that, this great ape who has lost his mind may completely destroy the planet. Therefore, at this moment, Son Gohan can only keep his sanity in the tyrannical and crazy will coming from the giant ape, and has no time to care. I don't know how long it took, when Son Gohan was about to hold on, a strange-shaped spaceship flew from afar. Inside the spaceship, Klin and Boomer looked at the giant ape below who was constantly sending energy waves to destroy with horror. Klin, hurry up and find a way to break Gohan's tail. No, the strength of the giant ape incarnated by Gohan is too strong, and I can't get close to him at all. Listening to Boomer's words, Klin looked helplessly at the giant ape who kept spitting energy bombs and said, "It's not good, Boomer, we were found by him, hurry up." Boomer, who was worried there, immediately came back to his senses after hearing Klin's panicked voice, looked at the energy cannon that was rushing towards him, and quickly controlled the spaceship to dodge, narrowly avoiding the energy cannon. "There's no way, Boomer, let's leave the planet first." "What? How does this work? What if we leave Gohan?" Hearing Klin's words, Boomer immediately shouted. "We can wait for the full moon to disappear before coming to Gohan. If we stay here again, I'm afraid we will be eliminated first, and now Son Gohan has surpassed that Vegeta in terms of strength, and we have no way to compete with him," Klin said helplessly. Looking at the powerless Klin and the giant ape below who turned his attention to his spaceship, Boomer sighed helplessly. Although he was reluctant to accept the offer, Boomer also knew that Klin might be the best way to do it at the moment. "If you don't leave this planet, I'm afraid that my spaceship will not be able to get rid of the giant ape below, and sooner or later it will be destroyed. However, if you leave like this, if something happens, how will you face the Monkey King in the future?" In the end, Boomer still controls the spaceship to leave the planet, but they do not go far. The spacecraft waits on the periphery of the planet, waiting for the full moon to pass, waiting for Son Gohan to change back to his original form. Watching Boomer control the spacecraft to leave, Son Gohan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Man, in the final analysis, has evolved from animals in nature, so human body has bestiality, animal nature and desire, but man also has divinity, human spirit, human soul and human heart, which is true. It is the key to being human. Therefore, at this time of life and death, in order not to hurt the two who care about him, Klin and Boomer, Sun Wuhan, who has been unable to hold on, has burst out new power in his body. And the spirit tree seed that he swallowed into his stomach seemed to feel something, absorbing an inexplicable power that had just appeared in Son Gohan's body, and began to take root in his body. And all this, Son Gohan did not know at all. Chapter 015. After discovering that he may lose his mind and disappear completely, Son Gohan's biggest worry is that he came to the planet with him and Klin and Boomer. Although it has not been long since he crossed into this world, under the care of his companions, Son Gohan gradually began to accept their existence. Therefore, for whatever reason, Son Gohan does not want them to die because of themselves, let alone die at their own hands. Therefore, after seeing Boomer and Klin leave the planet in a spaceship, Son Gohan was not disappointed, but a little happy. After all, there was no worries at all. Taking a deep breath, Son Gohan began to prepare to continue resisting the violent and crazy impact of will. It is precisely because he has died once that Son Gohan knows more about the preciousness of life. Until the last moment, Son Gohan will definitely not give up hope of life. After a moment, Son Gohan sensed that something was wrong. Because he found that the crazy and violent aura had completely disappeared. He opened his eyes and looked around. Son Gohan was surprised to find that the giant ape was actually floating in the air very quietly at the moment, his eyes closed, as if he was asleep. Son Gohan looked at this strange scene suspiciously. Suddenly, Son Gohan's eyes froze and looked towards the head of the giant ape. I saw a strange green dot appear between the eyes of the giant ape. This green dot is very small, about the size of Son Gohan's little finger, but the light it emits is very bright. Spirit tree fruit. After seeing the green dot, Son Gohan looked surprised. In Son Gohan's surprised gaze, the light emitted by the little green dot became brighter and brighter. Then, green roots slowly appeared, as if to take root and sprout in the giant ape. It didn't take long for the giant ape that Son Gohan's soul was transformed into a body full of green branches, as if it was a chain, completely blocking the breath and power on its body. After the giant ape was completely blocked in power, its originally tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, just in front of Son Gohan's eyes. At the moment when the four eyes were facing each other, Sun Wuhan couldn't help but shake his body and instantly lost consciousness. In a daze, Sun Wuhan seemed to see that the spirit tree seed also took root and sprouted in his body at the same time. After that spirit tree seed took root in his body, Sun Gohan felt that his soul seemed to have changed, but it seemed that nothing had changed. After Sun Gohan regained consciousness, he found that he had regained control of his body, although he was still a little uncomfortable. Looking at the suddenly small trees around him and the terrifying power in his body, Sun Gohan realized that he might still be in the form of a giant ape. A trace of doubt flashed in his heart, and Sun Gohan, who had recovered his senses, was ready to find a place to rest first. At the same time, in a galaxy quite far away from where Sun Gohan is. "Klin, how's it going, did you see Gohan?" Boomer asked with an anxious look. "Boomer, don't worry, Gohan will be fine." A trace of anxiety flashed in Klin's eyes, but he still comforted the anxious Boomer with a calm face. Previously, Klin noticed that Sun Gohan's aura suddenly skyrocketed, and he sensed that something was wrong, so he took Boomer on a spaceship to Gohan's location, ready to cut off Sun Gohan's tail and let him recover. Unfortunately, in the end, because the disparity in strength was too great, he could not stop Sun Gohan, who was extremely violent after transforming into a giant ape. In desperation, he had to leave the planet with Boomer first, and when the full moon passed, he returned to find Gohan. However, something happened that neither Klin nor Boomer expected. Not long after Klin and Gohan left, a huge and terrifying wave of energy suddenly erupted from the planet, almost destroying the spaceship that Klin and his team were riding in. After narrowly avoiding the energy wave, Klin and Boomer watched in disbelief as the planet where Sun Gohan was located moved slowly and steadily into the distance under the impetus of the continuous huge energy wave until it disappeared. Although the planet's movement speed is not too fast, the movement it causes is really not small. Under the terrifying influence of the planet's movement, Klin and Boomer wasted a lot of energy to save the spaceship they were on. However, after they slowed down, the planet completely disappeared, and at this point they also lost the whereabouts of Sun Gohan, and could only look around aimlessly in the universe. After a long time, "Boomer, let's go to Namex first, we don't have time to wait." With a light sigh, Klin said helplessly. "But what about Gohan? He was still a child, and he must have been frightened when he encountered this kind of thing," Boomer said with a crying voice. Chapter 016. The universe is so big, we can't find Gohan now, and even if we continue to look for it, we may not be able to find Gohan. After a long silence, Klin spoke. "However, as long as we get to Namek, we can use the power of Dragon Ball to find Gohan, which is much better than our aimless search." As he spoke, Klin looked excited. "Yes, it's much more convenient." Listening to Klin's words, Boomer's eyes, which were still anxious, suddenly lit up, and he also said with a look of excitement. Okay, let's hurry up and go to name seeing, don't make everyone wait for a long time. Well, the deep universe is vast, and the mysterious starry sky is like a yarn, large and small, dotted with diamonds, which are sprinkled with diamond powder and then spread on the sky. On a meteorite that was not particularly large, a naked teenager with light red hair lay on all fours, and a tail hung weakly on the ground. After a long time, Son Gohan was sweating profusely, trembling and standing up. Thinking back to his previous experience, his eyes involuntarily showed a trace of fear. Previously, after Son Gohan found that he had regained control of his body, he was ready to find a place to rest. Who knows, he just raised one foot, and the mutation happened. A very terrifying aura came from below. Although that breath did not deliberately target him, after feeling that terrifying breath, Son Gohan only felt an indescribable fear suddenly surge into his heart. In an instant, Son Gohan lost control of his body again, except that this time he was unable to control his body because of great fear. Fortunately, this terrifying aura appeared quickly and disappeared very quickly. After that breath disappeared, the huge fear left Son Gohan with no time to care, quickly transformed into a Super Saiyan form, and flew quickly in one direction. I don't know how long I flew, but I waited until my physical strength was about to run out before Son Gohan found a place to stop. Taking a deep breath, Son Gohan began to look at where he was. This is space? How can it be? After determining his location, Son Gohan looked at his hands in surprise, clenched his fists, and instantly felt the unimaginable terrifying power in his body. After thinking for a moment, he really couldn't figure out how he suddenly had the ability to survive in space, and Son Gohan didn't think much about it. After all, no matter how you look at it, this is a good thing. After looking around, he saw that he could no longer identify his location, and even the planet he stayed on before could no longer be found. With a sigh, Son Gohan no longer hesitated and flew in one direction. 3 days later, a planet that looked very advanced. Son Gohan wore a set of combat clothes of the same style that Vegeta had worn before, and at his feet lay several strangely shaped humanoid cosmic people. After putting on his combat uniform, Son Gohan looked at the huge spaceship not far away, and his eyes flashed with icy killing intent. After flying in the universe for 3 days, Son Gohan finally discovered a civilized planet, and the civilization of this planet looked very high. The overjoyed Son Gohan even plans to seek their help and go to Nami Nemesis. After all, although Son Gohan already has the ability to survive in the universe, he simply does not know how to go to Namex. So, Son Gohan sneaked into the planet. No way, who made his clothes not strong? And destroyed it when he transformed into a giant ape before. In the past 3 days, Son Gohan has been flying naked in the universe. Son Gohan can't contact people naked, so he plans to borrow a piece of clothing to wear first. Unexpectedly, Son Gohan accidentally discovered that this planet was actually a supply planet belonging to Frisia. Moreover, after Vegeta was severely injured after being defeated on Earth before, he came to this planet to heal his injuries. After discovering this, Son Gohan even changed his original thoughts. Boom! A moment later, a loud bang appeared on the planet. It's not good, Lord Bundy, a Saiyan kid has suddenly appeared on this planet, and now it's wreaking havoc. A cosmic man ran to the door of a room in a panic, pushed the door open and said loudly. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the cosmic man's body flew out upside down and lost his breath. Chapter 017. Humph! What a bunch of waste, even a Saiyan imp can't solve it. As the words fell, a giant man who was 2 meters tall walked out of the room, without glancing at the cosmic man who had been killed by himself, and walked straight forward. After destroying a spaceship with a casual energy wave, Son Gohan carefully felt the nearby breath, and after finding that there was no living mouth, he flew towards the largest spaceship. Not long after, Son Gohan saw a giant man 2 meters tall with a group of cosmic people stopping in front of him. Oh, is that the little ghost? The combat power of 5,000, the strength is indeed good, it seems that he is also a superior warrior among the Scions, no wonder you are not his opponent. After detecting Son Gohan's combat power through the detector, Bundy was surprised and said without care. Although he is facing a superior warrior in the Scion, the other party is still a child who has not grown up after all, but he has a combat power of more than 8,000, so Bundy does not have a trace of pressure in the face of Son Gohan. Little ghost, do you know what place this is? Dare to come here to sabotage? After listening to the words of that giant man, Sun Wuhan didn't say anything more, and directly slowly released his chi. Combat effectiveness 8,000. Combat effectiveness 10,000. Combat effectiveness 70,000. Combat effectiveness 110,000. Bang! How is that possible? How could this guy's combat effectiveness suddenly increase so much? Looking at the combat power shown before the detector exploded, Bundy said with a look of fear. Ignoring Bundy's question, after knowing his current combat strength from Bundy's mouth, the person in front of him had lost his use. A huge wave of energy was released from Son Gohan's hand, and the group of people in front of him disappeared directly from this world. 110,000. After solving the enemy, Son Gohan learned about his current level of combat effectiveness through the opponent, and whispered something, as if he was very puzzled. Namexin. Hey? What is that? Boomer looked up and looked strangely at a round sphere flying past from a distance. Listening to Boomer's words, Klin also looked up curiously. Strange, why is that thing so familiar? It seems to be. It's a Scion spaceship. After seeing the spherical flying machine, Klin, who had seen the spaceship on which Vegeta fled from Earth up close, immediately recognized its origin. What? Why is this? After hearing Klin's words, Boomer also recognized the origin of the spaceship and said with a look of fear. Damn! That Vegeta was so badly injured, how could it be so fast, and still come here? Klin said with a gloomy face and disbelief. Klin, or let's go back first, hurry back to Earth. Boomer looked at the orb-like spaceship that had just landed on Namex and belonged to the Scions, and said trembling to Klin, who also looked terrified. No, Vegeta must have come to find Dragon Ball too. If he gets the Dragon Balls, then it's trouble. Klin did not agree with Boomer's suggestion, but said with an ugly face. Boomer, you go back to Earth first and tell Goku about this, so that he can prepare early. In case the Scions get the Dragon Balls, he will most likely travel to Earth again. You leave the Dragon Ball radar behind, I'm looking for the Dragon Ball here, and delay as much as possible. Okay, then I'll go back to Earth first. I will inform Earth of this as soon as possible, and when I will Earth immediately bring Goku, it will take about 2 months. You must hold on, Klin. After listening to Klin's words, Boomer didn't say anything more, and answered directly. 2 months. After listening to Boomer's words, Klin stammered a little. Hey! Klin suddenly turned his head and made a voice in confusion. Well? What happened again? After seeing Klin's strange reaction, Boomer also looked curiously in the direction Klin was looking. Swoosh! What? How did another one come? Boomer asked as he looked at the spacecraft that had just flown by with a surprised expression. I also want to know what's going on. But it seems that it is also a Scion spaceship. Klin said fearfully. But aren't the Scions extinct? Now except for that Vegeta and Goku, there should be no Scions left. Boomer said with a fluke mentality. Whether it's Scion or not, in short, it's too dangerous here right now. Klin's words broke Boomer's fluke. That, Boomer, or we'd better go back together. There are so many enemies that we simply can't cope with them. But if we all go back, what about Dragon Ball? What if that Vegeta kills the dragon-like bike? Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 018. Listening to Boomer's words, Clin couldn't help but be silent. After all, this kind of thing has not happened. If Sun Wukong hadn't found the heavenly god, the Dragon Balls on Earth would have disappeared long ago, and I am afraid that he would have died there. Hey? Boomer, take a quick hide, someone is coming. What, is the Scion coming? After listening to Clin's words, Boomer quickly grabbed one of the spacecraft's brackets and asked with a scared look. It's not Vegeta, the person who came over is not strong, it is likely to be a nemesis. Clin replied. Clin, are you sure they're nemesis? How do they look and dress like Scions? Boomer said with a look of fear as he looked at the two people flying in the distance. As Boomer's words fell, the two also flew to a position not far from Boomer and Clin. Oh? It turned out to be two non-combative wastes, and it looked like they were just ordinary tourists. Yes. It would be a shame to let such waste live under our hands. After measuring the combat effectiveness of Clin and Boomer through the detector, the two said contemptuously. At the same time, one of them raised his hand and aimed a pistol-like object in his hand at the spacecraft. Bang! With a clear sound, a wave of energy emanated from the pistol-like device, instantly piercing the spaceship and hitting a stone not far from Boomer. Ugh! Looking at the energy wave that was only a few steps away from him, Boomer was frightened and collapsed directly to the ground. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of pitiful insects! How, little bald head, do you still want to make a move with us? After watching Clin strike a fighting pose, the two said with a smile. Ha! With a light drink, Clin instantly disappeared in place. What? Seeing Clin, who suddenly disappeared, the two couldn't help but be surprised. Before the two of them could react, Clin appeared in front of them, punched one person, then turned around and kicked the other person as well. After Clin landed, the two who had lost their breath also fell from the air to the ground. Boomer, let's get out of here quickly, they should have other accomplices. After solving the enemy, Clin quickly pulled up the heartbroken Boomer who stared at the destroyed spaceship and left. At the same time, on Earth, Sun Wukong also recovered from his injuries through Sendu and prepared to go to Namek. Earth, Boomer's house. Can't you take off yet? It's ready to take off, but the amplification equipment for the stereo is still not ready. I think you must need beautiful music to accompany you all the way. What? Is it just that this thing hasn't been worked out yet? I don't need any stereo, it's so urgent, I'm going to go right away and teach me how to drive. Okay. Half an hour later, Son Gohan flew away from Earth in a spaceship. Okay, it's time to start training quickly, it's 10 times the gravity in the Realm King, then, let's start training from 20 times. Well, it looks like there should be no problem. Piloting a spaceship down from the sky, Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, Son Gohan discovered that he could not fly a spaceship when he was ready to go to Namek after solving all his enemies. Because he had never driven a spaceship, Son Gohan had to ponder it little by little. Fortunately, there are enough spaceships on this planet, and Son Gohan now has the ability to survive in space. So that he can quickly master the basic driving methods of spacecraft through experiments. It took a lot of time, but now it's all right. After picking out one of the largest spaceships, Son Gohan packed most of the seemingly high-tech things on the planet into it. If you can pack all these things and bring them back to Earth, then it will undoubtedly be a great thing for the improvement of Earth technology. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. A spaceship in the shape of a disc is flying at great speed in space. Inside the spaceship, Son Gohan crossed his legs and closed his eyes, maintaining the form of a Super Saiyan floating quietly in midair. It seems that because he accidentally swallowed the spirit tree seed on that strange planet before, Son Gohan found that after recovering from the giant ape state, his strength has been greatly improved. Previously, when he eliminated a group of Free Shaw's subordinates, after testing, his combat power had exceeded 11,000. At that time, Son Gohan only used about 1/10 of his strength. In other words, Son Gohan's current combat power is at least 1,100,000 or more. However, although this combat power is already very strong, even if he transforms into a Super Saiyan, he is far from being Frisia's opponent. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 019. In the original plot, there were no accidents on the way to Namex on the way to the Celestial God spaceship. But now, not only have his group been attacked on the road, but he is now separated from them. Reality is reality after all, and there will always be all kinds of accidents. At the same time, this also made Son Gohan more eager to improve his strength. Only strong strength can allow you to deal with all kinds of emergencies. Taking back his thoughts, Son Gohan slowly opened his eyes. Although this spaceship is very huge, there is no special place for cultivation inside it. Therefore, although Son Gohan is very eager to train more and improve his strength as much as possible. However, due to the limitations of the conditions, it can only be abandoned. That said, Son Gohan doesn't do nothing. There is no way to improve your strength under your normal state through training, but there is still a lot of room for improvement in the form of Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2 is temporarily out of play, but Super Saiyan also has 4 different stages. The second and third stages of the Super Race may cause damage to the spacecraft, but the fourth stage of the Super Race has no effect at all. The fourth level of the Super Saiyan is the Super Saiyan full power form, and the most important thing in this state is to cultivate the Super Saiyan form into the norm. The fourth tier of Super Saiyan can maintain the special state of Super Saiyan form for a long time, and is the most ideal Super Saiyan state. Compared to other Super Saiyan states, the advantage of full power is that it overcomes the weakness of Super Saiyan in battle, which is physically exerting. The full power form maximizes the potential combat power of Super Saiyans and avoids the energy loss that ordinary Super Saiyans will incur even if they do not fight, and their personality is calmer. I don't know why, this time the cultivation went very smoothly. It took just over 3 days, and Son Gohan had thoroughly mastered the full power form. In the following time, Sun Wuhan stopped cultivating and began to relax himself. After all, he has already done everything he did, and cultivation also requires a combination of work and rest. In the rest of the time, Son Gohan also came up with some special ideas during the rest time, but unfortunately, there was no way to put them into practice. Moreover, I don't know if it's an illusion, Son Gohan feels that although his combat effectiveness has not improved during this time, his strength has been growing, although it is not very obvious. On that nemesis, Monkey King, Vegeta, and Klin stood with Boomer, and not far from them were 3 corpses, the same people from the Kainuit team they had fought before. Vegeta, my strength has improved a lot, can't I deal with that Frisha? Monkey King looked at Vegeta with a solemn face and asked. Humph. Kakarot, I admit that your strength is already very strong now, but it is not enough to deal with Frisha. You simply can't imagine how terrifying Frisha really is. After listening to Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta spoke. How is it possible? Goku is already so strong, how can there be so many people who are stronger than him? After listening to Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong had not said anything, and Boomer couldn't help but shout loudly, not very convinced of what Vegeta said. Humph. After listening to Boomer's obviously distrustful words, Vegeta didn't say anything more, just glanced at Boomer with disdain and let out a cold snort. Despite this, seeing Vegeta looking at him, Boomer was startled and hid directly behind Monkey King. However, no one paid attention to Boomer's movements at this time. Monkey King, Vegeta, and Klin all turned their gazes in one direction, There, two gases are coming this way. Not long after, two figures appeared in the distance and quickly arrived in front of Sun Wukong. It was the only two remaining members of the Kainuit team, Guys and Qianyu. Everyone, I really took care of you just now, and now, the captain of our Kainuit team will personally entertain you. Guys looked at Sun Wukong and his group with an unkind look and said. Humph, here it is again? Vegeta, let's solve them one by one. Looking at Guys who did not repent, and came back again, Sun Wukong also made a ruthless heart and said in an unkind tone. Well, the coordinates are correct, and the front should be Namenex. Looking at the emerald green planet in front of him, Sun Gohan looked excited. It took more than 30 days, and Sun Gohan finally arrived at Namesing. Sun Gohan was a little nervous, and was about to arrive at Namek, and according to the time, Klin and Boomer should have arrived at Namek by now. I don't know how long it has been since Klin and they arrived at Namex, whether the situation is good now, whether something has happened. Okay, choose a better position to land. After the spacecraft landed on the ground, Sun Gohan quickly walked out of the spaceship and scanned the surroundings with his eyes. The rolling mountains, green meadows, and Earth are very similar. Especially like when on Earth, where Uncle Vic trained himself. Chapter 020. It's finally here. Let's find Aunt Bulma and Uncle Klin first. Sun Gohan closed his eyes and began to look for the chi of Klin and Bulma. Found it, it's Uncle Klin and Aunt Boomer, and Dad is also here. Sun Gohan opened his eyes and said in surprise. However, Vegeta's breath was also by their side, and there were two strong auras around them. Sun Gohan looked puzzled. Dad, how could they mess with Vegeta? However, Sun Gohan did not wonder for too long, and he noticed that Vegeta's chi suddenly erupted and rushed in his direction. Sun Gohan was not wondering, anyway, in his memory, before returning to Earth, Vegeta had always been their enemy. Although in Sun Gohan's feelings, Sun Wukong's chi at this time is not strong, and it is not even as strong as his chi when he was on Earth. However, Sun Gohan could clearly feel what a terrifying power was hidden in his father's body, although that power was not as good as his own. Without paying any more attention to his father's side, Sun Gohan set his sights on Vegeta, who was flying towards him. Although Vegeta will become his comrade in the future, now, Sun Gohan can't help but want to beat him. Ha ha ha, it seems that the strength of that guy from Cockroach should be comparable to Kainu, so they are likely to lose both. Then I have another chance. Vegeta, who escaped from the battle between Sun Wukong and Kainu, said with an evil smile. Vegeta, where are you going? A teasing voice suddenly came. What? Vegeta, who was about to leave and was about to seize the Dragon Ball, heard the sound behind him, his body shook, and then it seemed to be hit hard, and the whole person fell directly from the air. You? Are you Kakarot's son? Vegeta struggled to emerge from a pile of rubble, looking very embarrassed. The already scarred and very torn combat uniform was almost completely shattered. The body that had recovered from eating fairy beans was hit hard again. How is that possible? Vegeta looked at Sun Gohan, who was standing in front of him with a look of horror, and although it had changed greatly, he could still see the original shadow, and it felt like he was dreaming. This little ghost who had a combat strength of less than 1,000 more than a month ago is actually so terrifying now. One punch, just one punch. I couldn't even take a punch from him. As a high-class warrior, he was actually killed by Kakarot's son of a low-class warrior, and he was so vulnerable in front of him. Damn it, my dignified scion Prince Vegeta has been surpassed by the son of an inferior warrior. Unforgivable. Angry, Vegeta's fingernails dug deep into the flesh and blood. Self-esteem took a huge hit. What followed was a great fear. Are you going to die here? Vegeta was really desperate at this time, he was now seriously injured, and the person in front of him couldn't fight and fight, escape and escape. He didn't think he would let himself go like his father. On the other side, Guys and Kainu are also communicating. Is his combat power only 5,000? Yes, Captain Kainu, his combat power is only 5,000, but his strength is very strong, don't you think it's strange? Humph. You idiot, you just care too much about the numbers on the detector to suffer. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the type who can improve his combat power in an instant. It seems that today can have a good time. It's useless, Vegeta. Don't think about resisting anymore, honestly follow me, and see what Dad is going to do with you. Looking at Vegeta, who seemed to want to continue struggling, Son Gohan kicked him impatiently, grabbed him by the hair and said. Listening to Son Gohan's words, Vegeta, who was completely lost his combat effectiveness after being kicked by Son Gohan just now, could only weakly let Son Gohan dispose of it. With a cold glance at Vegeta, Son Gohan snorted softly and flew towards the location where his father Son Goku was. Oh, it seems that your strength is even higher than I expected. However, if you don't show your strength, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Looking at the Monkey King in front of him, Kainu said with a confident face. Yes. After listening to Kainu's words, Sun Wukong said noncommittally. Dandy. An old voice came from the room. Great Elder, what are your orders? After hearing this voice, a Nemesis child immediately replied. Just a scion landed on this planet, ahem. Ahem, he's with those Earthlings right now, and you go over and help him right away. Whether he can defeat Frieza depends on him. What? Great Elder, can that scion really defeat that demon Frieza? Listening to the Great Elder's words, Dandy asked with a look of surprise. Ahem, although his strength is also very strong, but his current strength is not enough to defeat Frieza, but that scion already has the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. As long as he improves his combat power a little more, then he will not be much weaker than Frieza after transformation. Super Saiyan. Listening to the words of the Great Elder, Dandy and Niru looked surprised. Dandy, you go quickly. Yes, Grand Elder. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 021. Abominable, Vegeta bastard. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed angrily. How? Angry about Vegeta's betrayal? Rest assured, he will be coming to accompany you soon. Looking at the angry Monkey King, Kainu said with a sneer. Whew! It seems that it is necessary to solve the battle as soon as possible, otherwise if Vegeta gets the Dragon Ball, everyone's efforts will be in vain. Looking at Klin, who was pressed and beaten by guys at the moment, Sun Wukong clenched his fists hard and said with a solemn face. Oh, finally coming out with real strength? I know you still have some reserved strength, do you want to keep it to deal with King Frieza? You look down on me too much. Looking at Sun Wukong, who was finally planning to show his full strength, Kainu said with a sneer. It's really stupid, King Frieza's strength is unimaginable to you, and your strength will at most allow me to ignite my fighting spirit. Is it? Then use your machine that can detect the enemy's combat power to see how powerful my strength really is. King of Realm Fist. Sun Wukong listened to Kainu's words and said lightly. Humph. You don't need to look at me to guess that your combat power is close to 80,000 at most. The corners of Kainu's mouth rose and he said confidently. What? The combat power actually exceeded 90,000 in an instant. The confidence on Kainu's face disappeared, and he opened his mouth wide and said with a look of shock. 95,000. 100,000. 15 or 5,000. 106,000. How is that possible? How could a scion have such high combat effectiveness? Guys, who was fighting with Klin, said with a look of disbelief. 109,000. 100,000. It's impossible, it's still rising rapidly. At this moment, Kainu could no longer maintain his composure and shouted in a lost voice. It's unbelievable, Captain Kainu's maximum combat power is only more than 120,000, this scion can actually be so strong. Guys could no longer care about Klin on the side, and his face was shocked. Enlightenment. Gaku, it's actually already so strong. At this moment, Klin was also deeply shocked by the terrifying strength displayed by Sun Wukong, and his face was unbelievable. 120,000. 130,000. 140,000. Ha! With Sun Wukong's light drink, the breath on his body finally stopped rising. 10. 180,000. It's unbelievable, is this your real strength? Qi Nu looked at Sun Wukong with a look of horror and asked. Strength? This is nothing, the combat power that I burst out in an instant is several times higher than this. Sun Wukong looked at Kainu calmly and said. What? What the? Several times higher than that? Listening to Sun Wukong's words, Kainu looked incredulous, and then seemed to think of something terrible, and asked in a trembling voice, difficult. Are you a Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan? I've heard Vegeta say something similar before. Sun Wukong frowned and said. Is it? But it doesn't matter if you're a Super Saiyan or not, you can't even transform King Frieza with this bit of combat power. Kainu, who was still frightened, suddenly calmed down, and looked at Sun Wukong with strange eyes and said. And I still admire your strength, so I gave me your body and saved the waste. What? Listening to Kainu Yuna's inexplicable words, Sun Wukong looked puzzled. You don't have to wonder, you'll understand right away. Looking at the puzzled Monkey King, Kainu's expression became more and more strange. Guys, catch! Kainu removed the detector he was carrying in his face and threw it to Guys. What, is Captain Kainu ready to use that move? Catching the detector that Kainu threw over, Guys seemed to have thought of something. After throwing the probe to Guys, Kainu burst out with all his strength, and with a strange look in Sun Wukong's shocked gaze, he hit his body with a punch, and purple blood flowed out from the wound, covering the combat uniform. Engage! What's going on? Klin on the side saw this strange scene, and a sense of uneasiness suddenly rose in his heart. Gaku, be careful! Looking at the guys staring at him on the side, Klin could only say with secret worry in his heart. Ha ha ha! Good, that's how it looks. Kainu said with a maniacal laugh. What exactly does this guy want to do? Looking at Kainu, who behaved strangely, Sun Wukong looked puzzled, but his heart was already 12 points of vigilance. Humph! Swap! Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 022. With Kinu's shout, a ray of light suddenly appeared from Kinu's body and rushed towards Sun Wukong. Seeing this light that suddenly rushed over, Sun Wukong was shocked and subconsciously wanted to block it. Seeing that the light was about to hit Sun Wukong, a figure suddenly flew from afar and appeared in front of Sun Wukong. At the moment of the attack, the figure blocked the light in place of Sun Wukong, and then continued to fly forward, smashing heavily on the ground, smashing out a huge deep pit. What? This sudden scene surprised everyone present, not knowing what happened. Dad, are you all right? When everyone was stunned, a slightly immature voice suddenly came. Immediately afterwards, a small figure with a tail suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, looking nervously at the somewhat stunned Monkey King. Dad, are you all right? Seeing that Sun Wukong did not answer himself, Sun Wuhan couldn't help but ask again. Enlightenment. Gohan, it's you, it's really you, are you all right? Looking at Sun Wuhan who suddenly appeared in front of him, Sun Wukong couldn't help but say excitedly. After coming to Namek, Sun Goku learned about Sun Gohan's accident from Klin, and he was anxious, but because there was a very powerful enemy who was also watching Dragon Ball, there was no way to find Son Gohan. At this moment, seeing Sun Wukong appear in front of him unharmed, Sun Wukong was overjoyed. "Dad, Uncle Clin, I'm fine." After listening to Sun Wukong's words full of concern, Sun Gohan smiled happily and replied to Sun Wukong and Clin. "But... damn, Kakarot, what the hell is going on here?" A voice full of anger suddenly came out of Kainu's mouth, interrupting Sun Wukong and the others in the reunion. "You... are you Vegeta?" Turning around, looking at Kainu, who was standing not far from him, Sun Wukong asked with some uncertainty. "What? Vegeta? How can it be? He is obviously Kainu." Listening to Sun Wukong's words, Clin said with a look of disbelief. "It can't be wrong, although his appearance has changed, his chi has not changed. But what the hell is going on here?" Looking at Kainu in front of him, Sun Wukong looked puzzled. "Dad, could it be the reason for the last trick that Kainu cast? That trick might allow him to exchange bodies with someone." At this time, Sun Gohan also remembered that Kainu also had a trick that could exchange bodies with people, so he spoke. So he just took off his detector and injured himself. At this time, Clin also understood the reason for Kainu's strange actions just now. "What? What they? Kainu? Swap bodies?" Although he still hasn't figured out what happened, Vegeta has already figured out that his body was actually taken by Kainu. As a Scion Prince, Vegeta has a pride that others cannot understand, and persistence that ordinary people cannot understand. Especially after the destruction of planet Vegeta. However, as a Scion Prince, he was defeated by a subordinate Scion named Kakarot when he went to Earth, and if it weren't for the Scion intercession for him, he would probably have stayed there with his life. Although this made him feel more intensely humiliated, in his heart, he still recognized the strength of the Scion named Kakarot who defeated him, which is why Vegeta on Nameki will show mercy to Klin's subordinates many times. But what Vegeta didn't expect was that after just over a month, when he met again on Namex, the strength of that Scion would actually increase to such a terrifying level. The powerful enemy who could not damage him with all his strength was easily defeated by him. And he was actually saved by him again. As a Scion Prince, he was actually far surpassed by a lower-level Scion warrior. This gave his proud heart a huge blow. What made it even more difficult for him to accept was that even his child, the little devil who had less than 1,000 combat strength at the beginning, surpassed his own strength. His own dignified Scion Prince actually became the weakest of the only remaining Scions. All of this dealt a huge blow to Vegeta's strong self-esteem. What made it even more difficult for him to accept was that the identity of the Scion Prince he was proud of now had actually been taken away. Vegeta, who was close to madness, roared loudly, "Damn, where is that bastard in Kenyu?" Boom! A figure rushed out of the pile of stones and flew into the air. "Damn, which bastard ruined my good deeds?" Vegeta, who breathed weakly, scolded. "Kainu, give me back the body." Looking at the sudden appearance of Vegeta, Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then reacted, shouted angrily, and rushed over. But immediately fly back upside down at a faster speed. "Damn it! Vegeta turned out to be a good thing for you to spoil me." Kicking the badly injured Kainu into the air, Vegeta said in annoyance. Seeing that he couldn't please today, Kainu planned to leave here. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 023. Hey, little ghost, can't let him go. Vegeta, who was held in his hand by Son Gohan, looked at Kainu, who wanted to escape, and immediately anxiously shouted at Son Gohan in a commanding tone. Son Gohan looked sideways and looked at Vegeta with icy eyes. "Are you ordering me? The sound is extremely cold." Vegeta looked at the cold eyes, and his heart clicked, an invisible pressure made him completely lose the consciousness of resistance, and even the anger disappeared. Just a look left him speechless. Vegeta's back was cold, and the person was a little more sober. Please, please help me get my body back. Listening to Vegeta, who had some pleading meaning in his tone, Son Gohan's eyes fluctuated, and he quickly chased after Vegeta. Looking at Son Gohan, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Kainu's face changed, and then a touch of joy appeared. Kainu had already seen that Vegeta was not on the same path as the terrible Scion, but he couldn't guarantee that the Scion wouldn't do anything to him. And this Scion imp in front of him seems to be his son, and more importantly, the combat effectiveness of this Scion imp does not seem to be much worse than Vegeta, at least his speed is far beyond Vegeta in the state of serious injury at the moment. So without thinking, Kainu directly used his own trick. Change. Unfortunately, the panicked Kainu did not find that Son Gohan was still carrying a person in his hand, and it was Vegeta who exchanged his body with him. Seeing that Kainu used the skill of exchanging bodies again, Son Gohan couldn't help but sigh in his heart about the other party's cooperation. Originally, Son Gohan was still thinking about how to make Kainu willingly use the body-swapping skill, but he didn't expect Kainu to cooperate so much. Seeing that the other party was so cooperative, Son Gohan unceremoniously threw Vegeta, who he was holding in his hand, towards Kainu and smashed him to the ground with his surprised expression. Although all this seemed a little long, it actually took only a few seconds, and when Kainu and Vegeta smashed into the ground together, Son Goku also happened to be at Son Gohan's side. Hiss, it hurts. It seems that the body has been changed back. Looking at the ugly face that belonged to Kainu in front of him, Vegeta's whole person relaxed, and then he passed out. But... damn it! Seeing that he had actually returned to his original body, Kainu's face was scowling. Son Gohan's eyes were cold, and the whole person suddenly disappeared in place. Neither Klin nor Kainu can see Son Gohan's trajectory clearly, and only Son Goku can keep up with Son Gohan's movement speed. Bye-bye. A faint voice sounded in the ears of the furious Kainu, and the anger on Kainu's face suddenly disappeared, and a look of fear appeared on his face. Son Gohan's fist smashed heavily on Kainu's sideburns, and suddenly Kainu's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere. Kainu didn't even utter a word, and the headless corpse shook a few times and fell to the ground with a bang. Captain Kainu unexpectedly lost to that Scion imp. This. How is this possible? Cold sweat broke out on Gaiza's forehead, and he looked at Kainu's headless corpse blankly. His eyes widened, and his face was full of horror. He felt like he was dreaming, so powerful Captain Kainu was actually solved by a Scion imp, and there was no corpse. Seeing the tragic death of Kainu, Gaiza's whole body trembled, sweated like rain, suddenly turned around, and flew out. He knows very well that if he does not run away at this time, the end will definitely be the same as Kainu. Son Gohan is not as great as Son Gohan, and all opponents want to let go. And then you have to embarrass yourself every time. He is not the virgin, and his principle is, the grass must be removed. Therefore, from the moment Gaiz appeared with Kainu, his end was already preordained. Looks like you're confident in your speed. An icy voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Gaiz was so shocked that without looking at it, he turned around and flew to the other side. Die. Unfortunately, Gaiza's death throes are of little use. The cold voice sounded again, and Son Gohan appeared strangely in front of Gaiz, grabbed his neck, and twisted it hard. Gaiz was instantly lifeless, and fell from the air with a soft click. Enlightenment. Gohan, that's awesome. Klin looked at Son Gohan, who had solved Kainu and Gaiz in an instant, and exclaimed. Son Gohan's strength at this time can simply be described as terrifying. At this moment, Son Gohan is like a god of war, and the momentum makes people dare not approach. What's going on? How did Kainu's vitality completely disappear? Frieza, who was about to go to the last Nemesis stronghold, suddenly stopped flying, stopped in mid-air, raised his hand and pressed a few times on the detector on his face, and found that the life reaction of the Kainuit team had all disappeared. Frisia found that Team Kinet's life fluctuations were completely undetectable. This means that Team Kainuit is all dead. Chapter 025. However, Vegeta's strength has indeed increased a lot. Goku, Gohan, can you defeat him now by joining forces? Ignoring Gohan's complaints, Klin recalled Vegeta's freshly erupted strength and looked at the scared dandy with a worried look on his face. There is no need to join forces, Vegeta's strength is at most about 500,000, whether it is Dad or me, I can easily defeat him. Son Gohan said calmly. But what I care more about is that Vegeta's strength has increased several times compared to when he fought me before. Son Gohan deliberately pretended to be puzzled and asked. Although he knew the reason, it was difficult to say it, otherwise he could not explain why he knew about it. Oh, Gohan, you don't know yet, I heard Vegeta say that every time you Scions recover from serious injuries, your strength will greatly increase. Klin immediately popularized the science of Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan. That's how it is. No wonder when I was cultivating, my strength suddenly improved several times, and I thought it was the result of my cultivation. After listening to Klin's explanation, Sun Wukong said with a look of realization. However, the strength cannot continue to improve like this, and this improvement should also have a limit. Whether there is a limit or not, at least this is a way we can quickly improve our strength at present, let's try it first. Frisia, today is your time to die, Prince Ben has become the one you fear the most Super Saiyan. Vegeta came to Frisia alone, looked at Frisia, the corners of his mouth raised, and said with great arrogance. What? Startled, Frisia looked away from the nemesis who he had casually defeated, and turned his head to look at Vegeta who appeared in front of him, with a contemptuous smile on his lips. Super Saiyan? Although there have always been Super Saiyan legends in the universe, and I have heard a lot about Super Saiyans from my father King Kurdish, in Frisia's opinion, it is just a legend. Out of confidence in his own strength, although Frisia is afraid of the legendary Super Saiyan, he does not really take the Super Saiyan seriously. Boom, Vegeta, are you saying you've become a Super Saiyan? Are you trying to laugh at me to death? Frisia said with a laugh. After all, Vegeta has been his lackey for so many years, and he knows a few pounds and a few tails. There is also a certain understanding of Vegeta's always inexplicable self-confidence. Frisia simply didn't believe that Vegeta could really break through to become a Super Saiyan in such a short period of time. Super Saiyan, once in a millennium. Even if a Super Saiyan appears, it will never be Vegeta. If he could become a Super Saiyan so easily, he would not have been able to easily destroy planet Vegeta in the first place. Che, just laugh. You won't be able to laugh later. Looking at Frisia who was mocking himself, the corners of Vegeta's mouth rose confidently. Since he was cured by Dandy, the majestic chi in his body made him extremely confident. This is also the reason why Vegeta will think that with his current combat power, he has become a legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta began to explode, and with a low roar, Vegeta's combat power became higher and higher. There was a white breath all around it. Diddy. Frisia's battle detector kept flashing. 200,000. 300,000. 400,000. 450,000. 480,000. In the end, Vegeta's combat power stopped at 4.8 million. Poof! Frisia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just now he thought how powerful Vegeta had become, and actually dared to provoke himself. I didn't expect that it was only 480,000, and I couldn't even compare with my own normality. It turns out that the so-called Super Saiyan is just here to be funny. 5 or 6 minutes later, both Son Gohan and Son Goku used Dandy's power to improve their combat effectiveness by a lot. Okay, Dad, it's enough for me to improve my strength once, and I can't greatly improve my strength with this method, don't waste any more time. After recovering, Son Gohan closed his eyes and felt the incredibly powerful chi in his body. I don't know why I suddenly have a feeling that the improvement of my strength has reached a limit, and I can't greatly improve my strength with this method. I'll go with Uncle Klin to find the Dragon Ball first, let everyone resurrect first, the Great Elder may not be able to hold on. Okay, you go with Klin to find the Dragon Ball first, that should be where Vegeta and Frieza are fighting, I'll go first, I'll block Frieza and Vegeta and prevent them from influencing you. After that, Sun Wukong flew in the direction where he had just felt Vegeta's aura erupt. Okay, then Uncle Klin, let's go too. Chapter 026. After more than half an hour of flight, Son Gohan and the others finally arrived at the location shown by the Dragon Ball radar Frieza's spaceship. This should be Frieza's spaceship. Son Gohan looked at the spaceship that was very similar to the spaceship he was riding on when he came to Namex and said, Frieza really doesn't know if it's confidence or big heart, and he actually handed over the Dragon Ball to such a few people to take care of. Looking at the dozen or so cosmic people in front of him with only 3,000 or 4,000 combat strength, Klin said lightly. You know, after being exploited by the Great Elder, Klin's strength has increased by nearly 10 times, and now he has more than 40,000 combat strength. It may not be enough to see when facing the strong in the universe, but these cosmic people in front of him, he really can't look at them now. Gohan, hurry up and solve it. After Klin said a word, he took the lead in launching an attack on a dozen cosmic people. Son Gohan nodded, did not hesitate, and immediately rushed up with Klin. More than a dozen cosmic people were solved by Son Gohan and Klin in minutes, and successfully found the Dragon Ball. Dandy, it's up to you. Son Gohan placed the Dragon Ball on the ground, and next, all it took was for Dandy to summon the Divine Dragon in the Namek language. At number plus $%. Dandy put his palms forward, and he didn't know what to say. In an instant, the Dragon Ball emitted a dazzling light, and at this moment the heavens and the earth suddenly turned into night. A golden light hovers from the ground, with its own sound effects. Another big guy with his own BGM. In the end, the golden light turned into a huge into a huge green toad with a tail. Is this the Divine Dragon? It is bigger than the Earth's dragon, and the form is different from the Earth's. Son Gohan looked at the fat version of the Divine Dragon Polenga and muttered, but his tone was a little strange. It's long, it's big, it's ugly, but it should be strong. Son Gohan really couldn't understand the taste of the Nemesis people, why the good Shenlong was made so similar to a toad. Moreover, even the color is exactly the same. Even if the head is green, what the hell is the whole body green doing? What? Why did it suddenly get dark? Frieza, who was stepping on Vegeta, was surprised. This strange phenomenon that suddenly appeared made him stop moving. What's that? Frieza suddenly saw the green blob in the distance. And that's where your spaceship stays, and it's where the Dragon Ball is. Polenga, that's Polunga. It seems that they have resurrected their companions. Niru, who was lying on the ground dying, gasped and said. And Vegeta, who knew from Klin's mouth what would happen when the dragon appeared, also laughed. Frieza, that's a divine dragon that can fulfill wishes, you are late. Someone summoned a divine dragon, unforgivable. Hearing what Vegeta said, Frieza watched the green and golden toad kick Vegeta and said angrily. This time he was really angry, and he had worked so hard to find the Dragon Balls, and finally got it together, and he actually made a wedding dress for someone else. Frieza turned around and rushed towards the place where the dragon appeared. Absolute. Unforgivable. If I don't chop you into mashed meat one by one, it will be difficult to solve the hatred in my heart. This feeling of a self-cooked duck being eaten by someone else made Frieza furious. Turtle Sect Kigong Wave. A huge wave of energy struck from a distance, blocking Frieza's footsteps. What people? Looking at the Monkey King who suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way, Frisia shouted sharply. Cockroach, you! Are you here too? Unlike Frisia, after seeing the Monkey King come over, a look of joy appeared on Vegeta's face. Cockroach? It's a Scion name, so the group of people who summoned the Divine Dragon are with you, and they are also Scions? Frisia said angrily. You fucking wild monkeys really pissed me off. Next, get ready to bear my wrath. In an instant, Frisia had completed the second stage of transformation. His whole body looked much larger, and the horns on the top of his head had changed. Slender, curved and sharp. Frisia, he is actually so strong. Feeling the terrifying aura emitted by Frisia's transformation, Vegeta's face turned a little green. Unlike Vegeta, Sun Wukong is very calm, and with his current strength, there is no pressure to deal with the second stage of Frisia. Looking at Sun Wukong's face that did not fluctuate at all because he became stronger, Frisia was not much surprised. Through the energy wave that Sun Wukong had just sent, Frisia had already judged that even if he transformed into a second stage self, he could never be his opponent. But don't think that's the end of it. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 027. Yay! Frisia stepped back tens of meters, accompanied by a scream, and the breath on his body continued to soar in Sun Wukong's shocked gaze. It didn't take long for Frisia to complete the third stage of transformation, and the aura on his body was extremely terrifying. Hey! What's wrong, wild monkey, are you shocked to see my strength? Looking at Sun Wukong's solemn face, like a great enemy, Frisia smiled with satisfaction. How can it be? You can actually transform. Vegeta said with a look of disbelief when she saw the transformed Frisia again, her eyes full of despair. How? Despair so soon? I can transform again, that's my strongest state, more than 10 times stronger than now. Feeling the despair in Vegeta's words, Frisia continued to hit him unceremoniously, her face full of evil. What? What the? No way! After listening to Frisia's words, Vegeta was completely desperate, with a look of fear. The gap in strength between the two sides was so large that he completely lost his fighting spirit. Well, it's so strong. It is worthy of being the Emperor of the universe, and his strength is indeed extremely powerful. It's really exciting. Unlike Vegeta, although Sun Wukong's face was also a look of disbelief mixed with some fear, his fighting spirit was even more high, and his body began to tremble a little, but not because of fear, but because of excitement and couldn't help but tremble. O person who has collected the 7 Dragon Balls, say your wishes, I can grant 3 wishes for you, any wish can be granted. The divine dragon Boranga of Namek, although ugly is ugly, but can fulfill 3 wishes, which is much better than the Dragon Balls on Earth. Okay, then Dandy, please name your first wish and bring back to life on a planet called Vic that lives on Earth. Son Gohan promised Mr. Bobo that he would resurrect the gods, and only if the gods were resurrected, the Dragon Balls of the Earth could be resurrected. Yamcha and Tianjin rice dumplings can be resurrected through the Dragon Balls of the Earth. What's more, the previous son Gohan and Vic had a very deep relationship, and this relationship was resurrected after the souls of both sides merged into one, which was also his wish. After listening to Son Gohan's words, Dandy said something to the divine dragon Boranga again. I know, fulfill your first wish right away. I saw that the eyes of the divine dragon Polenga turned red, and then the aperture on the head of Vic who was cultivating on the Northern Realm King's side disappeared. Great, Gohan, they made it. Vic clenched his fists excitedly. At the same time, the gods of the earth also reappeared on the temple at the moment of Vic's resurrection. Okay, your first wish has come true, now say your second wish. Second wish. Son Gohan thought about it, according to the development of the Dragon Ball plot, the second wish should be to let Vic teleport to Namek. But now, there's no need to waste a wish on it. Because he now has the strength to change the situation of Namex at this time, even if he teleports Vic to Namex, it has no effect. Then, the next desire is to prepare for the enemy in the future. Dandy, the second wish is to give me endless energy. Although transforming into a Super Saiyan will be very powerful, the energy consumption is much faster than normal. Just like Sun Wukong, who has become a Super Saiyan. Once he uses the great trick Turtle Sect Qigong Wave, his body will be in a period of weakness. This is also one of the main reasons why Sun Wukong and Shailu chose to throw themselves when they fought later. Although the two are equal in strength, Shailu, as an artificial human, has endless energy, so fighting to the end, it is definitely Sun Wukong who loses. If you can have endless energy like an artificial human, then you can maintain your Super Saiyan form to fight in the future. And there will be no lack of physical strength. Dandy nodded. He thought that Son Gohan wanted to get endless energy to deal with Frieza, so he agreed without hesitation. At number plus $%. Divine Dragon Polenga was silent for a moment before he spoke. I'm sorry, I can't fulfill your wish, it's beyond my ability. Hey! After listening to the words of the Divine Dragon Polenga, Son Gohan, Klin, and Dandy were all stunned, obviously not expecting that this wish would not be fulfilled. Gohan, what should I do? Without endless energy, how can we defeat Frieza? Dandy asked with an anxious look. Don't worry, Dandy, Frieza, I can deal with it, and getting endless energy is just to increase some odds. After all, we don't know anything about Frieza's strength. Looking at Dandy with an anxious face, Son Gohan was also embarrassed to tell the real reason, so he quickly comforted. Dandy, then you can try to see if you can let the Shenlong give me the ability to teleport. Dandy and the dragon muttered again, and finally the dragon Polenga nodded, indicating that he could grant this wish. However, Son Gohan feels quite normal. After all, his father Sun Wukong can have the ability to teleport by learning. Then, it will not be too difficult to obtain this ability with the help of the power of the Divine Dragon. Chapter 030. Unlike Vegeta, although Sun Wukong also learned about the legend of Super Saiyan from Vegeta, it is not very clear what Super Saiyan represents. So Sun Wukong is simply surprised that his son Son Gohan has become a rare Super Saiyan, and of course he is also proud. However, the meaning of Son Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan is very different for Vegeta. In Vegeta's opinion, he and Kakarot, two pure-blood Saiyans, are the most likely to become Super Saiyan. And now, this little ghost in front of him who could once be killed by himself at will. This is absolutely impossible. Is this what Vegeta called a Super Saiyan? It's really powerful. As a father, Sun Wukong saw that his son had become so powerful, even surpassing himself. Although he was a little unwilling in his heart, he still felt a burst of joy. It's not difficult to become this Super Saiyan. I believe that with my father's current strength, it only takes a little time to become a Super Saiyan. For this point, Son Gohan said extremely affirmatively. If nothing else, just in the late stage of Dragon Ball, as long as it is a Saiyan, he will transform. So in Gohan's opinion, as long as you know the method, transformation is a very simple thing. Is it? That's great, I must transform into a Super Saiyan as soon as possible. After listening to Sun Wuhan's words, Sun Wukong said happily. However, these words were very harsh to Vegeta's ears. When did this Super Saiyan become so cheap that you can change it if you want? Frieza, next, I'll show you how big the gap in strength between the two of us is. Son Gohan's voice was very flat, surrounded by a golden aura, and walked towards Frieza step by step. Humph, poser imp. Although he was surprised that Son Gohan could transform into a Super Saiyan, Frieza was even more confident in his strength in the final stage, and he did not think that he would be weaker than any Super Saiyan at all. Abominable wild monkey, give me death! Frieza screamed sinisterly, and the energy balls at his fingertips hit Son Gohan one after another. Son Gohan, on the other hand, has always been in place and has not dodged. 1, 2, 3. The ground under the feet, centered on Son Gohan, could not withstand this strong attack and was blasted into a huge deep pit. After a long time, Frieza finally stopped attacking, the corners of his mouth raised, and stared at the place where the smoke was filled. Waiting for the smoke to fade, he could see that the wild monkey had been blasted to pieces by himself, Frieza thought proudly. Frieza was extremely confident in his attack, and he believed that under this continuous high-intensity attack, even if the so-called Super Saiyan was strong, it would not be unharmed. Gohan. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong couldn't help but exclaim anxiously, after all, Frieza's attack was too terrifying. This is the attack of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza? Is that all? The smoke gradually faded, a faint voice full of mockery sounded, and Son Gohan's figure still stood in place, a powerful chi wrapped around him. All of Frieza's energy attacks had no effect on Son Gohan. What? How can it be? Looking at the intact Son Gohan, Frieza said in disbelief. Humph! Now it's my turn, give me death, Frieza! Before Frieza could react at all, Son Gohan had already come to him and punched him hard in the chest. Lisa's chest suddenly collapsed, and a clear fist mark appeared. Gag! A mouthful of purple blood spewed out from his mouth, and Frieza exploded directly. Son Gohan will not give him any chance, and the body will follow. Hey 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 hey! With a roar, waves of energy flew out from Son Gohan's hands, and with his roar, they slammed into the location where Frieza was blasted away. That continuous attack fully demonstrates the characteristics of the Dragon Ball world output, all relying on roar. After a long time, Son Gohan stopped his attack and gasped slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Frieza walked out of the pile of rocks. His eyes were extremely gloomy, there was purple blood left at the corner of his mouth, and his body was full of small wounds. It seems that Son Gohan's attack just now has already caused the Universe Emperor Frieza to suffer a lot of injuries. After many years of pampering, no one has hurt him for a long time, but he didn't expect that today he would hurt the hand of a Saiyan imp, and he couldn't help but be angry. Damn wild monkey, you really pissed me off. Next, get ready to bear my wrath. With a violent crackling sound, Frieza's body swelled in a circle, and the momentum became even more terrifying. Son Gohan felt that Frieza's chi at this time was obviously more than twice as strong as before. Give me death! Frieza shouted angrily and slammed a punch into Son Gohan's cheek. This punch seems simple, but it blocks the surrounding space, making Gohan unable to attack from any other direction except for his fist against him. Rumble! The two fists collided, and Gohan felt an incomparably strong force spread through his arms throughout his body suddenly froze, and then his body flew out directly upside down, crashing into the mountain behind him with a bang. Unexpectedly, I still underestimated you, Frieza. Son Gohan looked at Frieza, who also flew out upside down, and said with a solemn face. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 031. Frieza's current form is very similar to the second order of the Super Saiyan, and under this form, Frieza's speed and strength have been greatly improved, and he already has a power that is not weaker than Son Gohan. However, the defects of Frieza's form are estimated to be the same as those of the second order of the Super Saiyan, and the consumption of physical strength will increase dramatically. However, Son Gohan's current Super Saiyan is in full power form and has an absolute advantage in physical strength, so Frieza at this moment is just a bit of trouble for Son Gohan. Most importantly, this transformation, Son Gohan will too. Come on! Frieza! Son Gohan came behind Frieza in a flash, and all his power exploded, attacking Frieza with a punch. In the face of this punch that was no less than his own, Frisia couldn't keep calm, and just about to turn around and fight back, he was already punched heavily in the face, and he was blasted out like Son Gohan just now. However, Frisia is Frisia after all, and he has regained control of his body in mid-air, rushing towards Son Gohan like a cannonball. And Son Gohan also seemed to have anticipated this for a long time, and did not expect how much damage the punch just now would bring to Frisia. When he saw Frisia rushing over, he instantly threw out countless powerful energy bombs that had been prepared long ago. Bang bang! A series of energy projectiles hit Frisia and exploded on Frisia's body, but Frisia rushed straight at the attack of the energy bomb and kicked Son Gohan. In the face of Frisia's kick, Son Gohan was already prepared, and instantly put his hands on his chest to block Frisia's attack, and at the same time kicked Frisia's stomach. Faced with Son Gohan's attack, Frisia quickly blocked it with his other foot. Bang! The two flew out upside down at the same time, but they were evenly divided. After Son Gohan and Frisia stabilized their figures in the air, they disappeared in an instant, appeared in an instant, and collided with each other. After the two fought for more than half an hour, in the end, Frisia was the first to bear it, and was punched hard by Son Gohan, who seized the opportunity. Poof! Hit hard, Frisia couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of purple blood, and his body flew out backwards. The raging anger in Frisia's heart, who got up again, was burning violently, but in the face of Son Gohan's tireless and still powerful attack, there was no way. At this moment, Son Gohan would not give Frisia any chance, quickly caught up, and slammed Frisia into the ground with a punch, and then Son Gohan pressed Frisia punch after punch to continue to attack, and with each punch, the earth sank tens of meters. Boom boom! After more than a dozen punches, Frisia was already lying weakly in an incomparably huge pit. What a joke, what a joke! My Grand Universe Emperor Frisia was beaten by a wild monkey and couldn't fight back. This kind of thing, I absolutely cannot accept. At this moment, Frisia was completely crazy. Originally, I just wanted to come to Namex and use Dragon Ball to make a simple wish. This should have been a very simple and easy thing to do. But unexpectedly, he was repeatedly blocked and wasted so much time and energy. More importantly, so many of his powerful subordinates were killed one by one. I waited until I finally got together the Dragon Ball, but I couldn't make a wish. And what is even more hateful is that his own Grand Universe Emperor Frisia can't beat this Scion Imp in front of him, and he is constantly humiliated by him on the ground. Even his proudest ultimate form was beaten by the Scion Imp in front of him. Abominable! It's really unforgivable! Frisia howled frantically in her heart. In fact, if you think about it carefully, now that the great elder of Namex has died, and the Dragon Ball has been abolished, the purpose of coming to Namex cannot be achieved. Then, the garbage planet that brought shame to itself has no meaning to continue to exist. What a shit Super Saiyan, I don't believe you can survive in the universe. You scumbags, just disappear with this garbage planet. Frisia's eyes showed a kind of hysterical madness, and the energy in his body slowly condensed towards the hand supporting the ground. And because of the reappearance of the divine dragon Boringa on Namek, the attention of Son Gohan and the others was diverted, and they did not notice the madness in Frisia's eyes, and they did not notice Frisia's small movements. Earth, in the temple. Lord Realm! Lord Realm, can you hear me? Hey? Who is it? Lord Realm, I am a celestial god on earth. I have asked Bobo to find the Dragon Ball. Is there anything you need? Oh? Already found the Dragon Balls? That's great, you'll just say what you wish. I can grant any wish, but only one. Please revive the Namex who was killed by Frisia and the others. I can't guarantee that they are all on distant planets, I try to try. Okay, you can only try, then it's all up to you. Okay, those killed by Frisia and the others on the Omega Star have been resurrected, then, goodbye. Chapter 032. On that Nemesis. Seeing the sky that suddenly became dark, Son Gohan, Frieza and the others looked around in surprise. Soon, Son Gohan and the others saw a huge green toad with a tail. After all, the huge size and the green light emanating from its body were too eye-catching. Is that a dragon? Seeing the sudden appearance of the divine dragon Polenga, Son Gohan was stunned at first, and then immediately figured out the cause and effect. Here's your chance. Drink. Seeing that Son Gohan and the others were attracted by the sudden appearance of the divine dragon, Frieza immediately seized this opportunity, instantly jumped up, used the energy of his whole body, condensed a deep purple ball of light, and hit the ground fiercely. Not good, too careless. When Frieza suddenly broke out, Son Gohan immediately found out, and immediately wanted to block Frieza's attack, but unfortunately he was still one step late, and it was too late to stop it. Boom! The deep purple ball of light hit the ground of Namex in an instant, and after exploding, it produced a huge wave of chi. The strength of this wave of chi not only blew Vegeta but also Sun Wukong and Niru away, but even Sun Wuhan involuntarily retreated more than 10 meters. Boom rumble! After the air wave subsided, I saw a huge deep pit appear on the Nemesis. Branch-like lightning bolts kept coming out of it, and an earth-shattering thunder came from time to time, as if it was about to shatter the entire planet. Lightning bolt after lightning, like red snakes covered in fire, flew through the sky. Among them, there was a huge energy fluctuation that was unstable, as if it was about to burst out at any time. The sky suddenly became cloudy, the wind was fierce, the fierce wind made people unable to stand firm, the bright lightning bolt one after another, like a sharp sword constantly chopping down, thunder rumbling non-stop. Frieza, you fucking bastard! Looking at the doomsday scene that appeared on Namek, Son Gohan was not only annoyed by Frieza's cruelty, but also at his own carelessness. Dad, this planet is dying, you go to Uncle Klin immediately, my spaceship is over there, you guys leave quickly. What? What about you? After listening to Son Gohan's words, Sun Wukong looked at Son Gohan with a worried look and asked. I'm going to get rid of this bastard first, you guys leave quickly, there is no time. Okay, Gohan, you must come back alive, we are waiting for you on Earth. Looking at the resolute Son Gohan, Sun Wukong was silent for a while, said softly, and then flew towards where Klin was. Okay, Frieza, let's get done with it. This time I won't show mercy to my subordinates. After Son Goku left with Vegeta and Niru, Son Gohan looked at Frieza with a scowl and said. Humph! A wild talking imp. Frieza looked at Son Gohan with disdain and said. Ah! With a scream full of anger, the chi on Son Gohan's body suddenly soared, and the muscles of his body also swelled, and his body looked very similar to Frieza at this moment. What? Frieza looked at Son Gohan's changes at the moment with a look of horror, and his face was terrified. Frieza quickly retreated tens of meters, and a purple ball of energy condensed with both hands and smashed into Son Gohan's body. I saw that the purple energy ball had directly turned into nothingness after touching the layer of golden chi that had just emerged from Sun Wuhan's body at this time. Abominable! Give me death! Seeing that his attack had no effect at all, Frieza became even more angry. One by one, the energy balls kept condensing out of their hands and smashing towards Son Gohan. Now that you are no longer qualified to be my opponent, let you have a good look at the huge gap in strength between us. With a wave of Gohan's hand, all the energy balls rumbled and all were detonated, and none of them could approach his body. Then, before Frieza could react at all, Gohan had ghostly come to him and grabbed one of his hands at once. After being grabbed by Son Gohan's hand, a sharp pain instantly came from the hand, and Frieza endured the severe pain and looked at Son Gohan with a look of fear. Wow! A fierce punch hit Frieza's abdomen, and in an instant, Frieza's bitter water vomited, covering his abdomen with both hands, and the pain was unbearable. Seeing Frieza's miserable appearance, Son Gohan did not have the slightest mercy, and directly took Frisia's hand and threw it into the air. Nope. No. Spare me. I know it's wrong. After being mentioned by Son Gohan, Frisia seemed to have some bad premonition, and quickly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. If Sun Wukong is fighting against him at this moment, he may be soft-hearted. Unfortunately, Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong are different, and they are not moved by Frisia's words at all. Eliminate evil, this is what Sun Gohan has always believed. The turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. Wave. The turtle sect Qigong wave emitted by Sun Gohan, condensing the power of his whole body, directly hit Frisia in midair. After being hit by Sun Gohan's turtle Qigong wave, Frisia directly turned into cosmic dust without any resistance and completely disappeared on this planet. It's finally solved, now you have to leave this planet quickly. After solving Frisia, Sun Gohan looked around, only to find that the huge body of the divine dragon Polenga had disappeared. I don't know what the last wish made, Sun Gohan thought with some curiosity. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 033. Although Frisia has been solved, the sky on Namex is still dark, and the doomsday-like scene is becoming more and more terrifying. The freezing cold wind mixed with the rain and snow whistling in the sky. The cold froze the earth and froze everywhere. The volcano kept erupting, and the loud noise caused the mountains to crumble and the earth trembled. Thick smoke filled the heavens and the earth, and the red lotus-like flames rose up into the sky, penetrating the heavens and the earth, causing the sky to emit a dark red light, dyeing the heavens and the earth red. Stars turn into meteorites and keep falling, causing the sea to rise up into the sky, and huge waves like mountains can be seen everywhere. Almost the entire planet is covered by oceans, and all breath of life has disappeared. Looking around, there is almost no high ground, the whole planet explodes from time to time, and the wind and lightning are constantly raging. The whole world gives people the feeling of time and space being confused. Feeling the violent force displayed by this planet, Sun Gohan's face changed. When he fought with Frisia before, he was too focused and didn't feel anything, but now that he felt it carefully, Sun Gohan realized how dangerous his situation was at the moment. In Sun Gohan's perception, the energy on Namex has completely lost control, and it may be detonated at any time and blow Nami to smithereens. This energy is so huge that even if he can't blow himself up with his own strength, he is enough to seriously injure himself. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Sun Gohan let out a long breath, barely recognized the lower position, and left in an instant. I don't know how long it took, Sun Gohan felt that he had almost circled the entire planet, but although the energy on the Nemesis was still violent, it was never detonated. In Sun Gohan's perception, the energy on this planet is always in a state where it will almost explode, but it has never been able to erupt. It seems that something has been absorbing the energy of this planet. However, despite this, the energy on this planet is still becoming more and more violent, but the magnitude of the fury becomes extremely slow, and it is almost impossible to feel it. Sun Gohan didn't understand why he had this strange feeling, and he even felt that the entire time and space on Namex were completely confused at the moment. After a long time, Sun Gohan found a spaceship on the surface of the sea that followed the current, and this spaceship was the spaceship he took when he came to Namek. Sun Gohan had to sigh that fortunately, the spaceship still seemed to be very intact. When Sun Gohan found it, although its surface was covered with scars, there were no traces of damage, and the damage inside the spacecraft was almost none. Okay, let's leave. After roughly checking the spacecraft and finding that it was not damaged and could fly normally, Sun Gohan quickly drove the spacecraft away from the planet. Boom! As soon as Sun Gohan left the surface of Namex on the spaceship, the energy on Namex instantly exploded. The entire planet was blown to smithereens, and the huge energy shock caught up with Sun Gohan's spaceship in an instant. It's over. Seeing this scene, Son Gohan's face turned white. But at this moment, something strange happened, and I saw that everything around Son Gohan suddenly came to a standstill, not moving. The huge energy impact caused by the destruction of Namex also suddenly came to a standstill. What happened? I don't know why. At this moment, Son Gohan suddenly had a strange feeling, and the time of the entire universe seemed to stop. Son Gohan looked at the strange change in front of him in surprise, and then seemed to think of something, and quickly ran to the outside of the spaceship. I don't know what happened or why it suddenly changed, but it was a rare opportunity for me. Although it is not clear when this strange change in front of him will return to normal, Son Gohan has a feeling that this change will not last long. Although Son Gohan has been able to survive in the universe, he does not dare to say that he can escape the huge shock wave generated by the destruction of Namex. Once hit by this huge shock wave, even if he is lucky not to die, he may not have the possibility of surviving in the face of the terrifying natural disaster in the universe. Although he can use Dragon Ball to resurrect, Son Gohan doesn't want to die for no reason. So Son Gohan instantly became the third tier of Super Saiyan, raising his strength to the limit. In the face of such a terrifying shock wave, it is useless at a fast speed, it is better to sacrifice speed to obtain more powerful power practical. Sun Wuhan used the chi of his whole body to condense the turtle sect Qigong wave, wanting to block the shock wave in front of him a little and gain a little life for himself. At this moment, Sun Gohan could no longer care how great the physical energy consumption of the third order of Super Saiyans was. But what Sun Wuhan didn't expect was that he had just begun to condense the turtle sect Qigong, and he felt that something had changed around him. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 034. In the void, a boy with a tail stood there quietly. Here. What is the place? Looking at the very familiar, but somewhat unfamiliar environment around him, Sun Gohan said suspiciously. Sun Gohan thought for a long time and couldn't understand why he suddenly appeared in this place inexplicably, when he was obviously preparing to use the turtle Qigong wave to resist the shock wave generated by the explosion of Namex. Seeing that he really couldn't figure it out, Sun Gohan no longer paid attention to this, and after a little identification of the direction, Sun Gohan chose a random direction and flew away. However, what Sun Gohan did not notice was that when he transformed into a Super Saiyan, before emitting golden chi again, there was a purple gold chi flame. However, that purple gold aura only existed for a short moment, and then quickly turned golden again, so fast that Sun Wuhan did not notice it at all. 3 months later. Earth, Temple. A golden aura suddenly fell from the air and landed right above the temple. Finally back. Sun Gohan looked at the familiar environment on the temple and sighed. 3 months ago, not long after Sun Gohan flew in a random direction, he discovered a planet with a relatively high civilization. Later, Sun Gohan discovered that the planet was actually the remnants of the dead Frisia's men. After Frisia's death, they were rounded up by multiple civilizations in the universe, and finally had to find a planet to hide. However, it is also for this reason that their technology has been extremely backwards. Today, their spaceship is not even as fast as Sun Gohan in the universe after he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Sun Gohan finally got the approximate range of the Earth's location from them, and as a reward, Sun Gohan did not embarrass them too much. However, although the approximate extent of the Earth was determined, it still took Sun Gohan a long time to find the Earth. What kind of person are you? Why did you suddenly appear in the temple? A voice full of doubts came, interrupting Sun Gohan, who was sighing. Sun Gohan was stunned when he heard the somewhat familiar voice just now, and quickly turned around. I saw a familiar-looking nemesis standing quietly behind him, and next to him stood a swarthy man. It was Mr. Bobo. Gohan. You are Gohan. After seeing Sun Wuhan, the nemesis immediately exclaimed in surprise. You. Are you Dandy? Sun Gohan looked surprised. Because the dandy standing in front of him at this moment is more than 10 years older than the dandy in his memory, and there is an invisible majesty on his body. If it weren't for feeling the familiar aura on dandy's body, Son Gohan really didn't recognize it. What's going on? Why did dandy suddenly become so big? Could it be that I have spent more than 10 years in the universe before? Gohan, it's really you, how did you become a child? After listening to Son Gohan's words, dandy finally confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed Son Gohan, and he was still a child. Son Gohan. What becomes a child? I was still a kid. Son Gohan looked at dandy with a puzzled expression. Immediately, his face changed, as if he had thought of something. Previously, when Namex exploded, he had felt that the time of the entire universe stood still. Could it be that at that time, it was not the time of the entire universe that stood still, but its own time stood still? And that period of static time has actually passed more than 10 years for the outside world? While Son Gohan was thinking uneasily, the entire temple suddenly vibrated violently, and many buildings on the temple turned into ruins in an instant. What happened? Son Gohan looked at the sudden huge changes in the temple in shock, and asked in amazement. It's okay, it'll be over soon. However, unlike the surprised Son Gohan, dandy and Mr. Bobo seemed to have long been accustomed to this kind of thing, and said calmly. Immediately afterwards, under Son Gohan's doubtful gaze, two figures rose up from the ruins, and a violent collision occurred in the sky. Dad! Father! Feeling the two terrifying breaths in the sky, Sun Wuhan couldn't help but be surprised, and then found that one of the two breaths was his father Sun Wukong, while the other breath was very strange, but the breath of the two was up and down. What's going on? How did Dad's strength become so strong, and who is the person who is at war with Dad? Since Dandy has become the god of the earth, and there is a battle in the temple, in association with Dandy just said that he has become smaller, which means that the person who fought his father is likely to be Bu. Then now it is also the plot of Bu's chapter or the plot after that. It's a pity that when I saw the end of the Shalo chapter, I didn't watch it again after hearing that I might change to Son Gohan as the protagonist. The plot after that is completely a little understood through other channels on the internet, and the specific situation is not understood at all. Except for knowing that the enemies after that are Majin Bu and Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3, the others do not know much. Therefore, Son Gohan can't judge what period of Dragon Ball it is now, and can only be sure that it has been a long time since he defeated Frieza. Chapter 035. And if I'm not mistaken, Majin Bu seems to be a big fat pink man, even the later evil Bu is white. This is completely different from the black-skinned boy who is fighting with his father Sun Wukong in the air. But no matter who that black-skinned boy is, in Son Gohan's opinion, it can't be a friend. Although the strength of that black-skinned boy seemed to be comparable to his father Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan did not worry about his father. Because at this moment, his father Sun Wukong is still in a normal state and has not transformed into a Super Saiyan. Although Son Gohan does not understand why his father Son Goku does not change his body, but now that his father has the upper hand, Son Gohan is too lazy to pay attention to so much. At this time, the battle between the two in the air has also reached a white-hot stage, and the aura of the two has begun to become a little weak, and they may have to divide the victory and defeat at any time. In the end, both in the air chose to use energy waves to decide the victory. What Sun Wuhan didn't expect was that the two used Turtle Sect Qigong waves. Moreover, the power of the Turtle Sect Qigong waves emitted by the two is even more comparable. Son Gohan was not surprised that his father used the Turtle Pi Qigong wave, but the other black-skinned boy actually used the Turtle Pi Qigong wave as his masterstroke, which surprised Son Gohan. As far as Sun Wuhan knows, although the Turtle School Qigong wave is not a difficult move to learn, the villains who use the Turtle School Qigong wave as a trick in the Dragon Ball world are almost all very related to Sun Wukong and his gang. Son Gohan couldn't help but think that this black-skinned boy in front of him also had anything to do with his own family. The power of the Turtle Sect Qigong waves sent by the two is comparable, but it can still be seen that Sun Wukong has the slight upper hand. However, despite this, the advantage of Sun Wukong is not very obvious, and the two have been fighting against each other until they are exhausted and fall from the air without being able to distinguish the winner or loser. Seeing his father fall from the air, Sun Gohan rushed up to catch his father without thinking, and then looked at the mysterious black-skinned enemy with a bad face. Although Sun Gohan did not find any hostility between the two during the battle, Sun Gohan still maintained a high enough vigilance for someone he did not know. "Hey? Gohan, what are you doing staring at Obu like this?" Sun Wukong, who was caught by Sun Gohan, saw that Sun Wuhan seemed to have some hostility towards Obu, and couldn't help but ask. "Obi?" After listening to Sun Wukong's words, Sun Wuhan couldn't help but be stunned. "Isn't it Bu? What the hell is this Obi?" Also, listening to his father's tone, he seems to know this Obu, but why don't he have any impression? "Mr. Gohan? Is he Mr. Gohan? Why is it getting smaller?" Obu did not care about Sun Gohan's hostility towards him for no reason, but instead looked at Sun Gohan with a curious look and asked. "Yes, Gohan, how did you change back to the way you were when you were a child, and still wearing Saiyan combat uniforms?" After listening to Obu's question, the nervous Sun Wukong reacted that his son Sun Gohan actually became what he was when he was a child. What? Could it be that there is still a Sun Gohan here? After listening to Sun Wukong and Obu's words, Sun Wuhan couldn't help but be surprised. "Dad, do you remember when you became a Super Saiyan?" At this moment, Sun Gohan suddenly had a guess. In order to confirm his guess, Sun Wuhan quickly asked. "Of course I remember. I turned into a Super Saiyan in the battle with Frieza, and it's been so long all of a sudden, it's really nostalgic," Sun Wukong said with a smile. "What?" Listening to Sun Wukong's words, Sun Wuhan suddenly confirmed something that surprised him very much, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Sun Gohan found that he seemed to have crossed again, and it was very likely that he had traveled to the future time and space, or another parallel space. "What's wrong with you, Gohan? You still haven't told me how you became a child." At this moment, the nervous Monkey King had not yet figured out the situation, and asked with a curious face, but Dandy on the side changed his face for a moment, as if he had thought of something. "Dad, I was still a child, I didn't become a child." Sun Wuhan looked at Sun Wukong helplessly and said. "What? Are you a child?" Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan with a shocked expression, and his expression was full of disbelief. "Goku, this is not impossible. This Sun Gohan is probably not the Sun Gohan in our time and space, but the Sun Gohan who crossed over from a parallel universe." Seeing that Sun Wukong didn't seem to understand yet, Dandy, who was the god of the earth, opened his mouth to explain. "Parallel universes?" Sun Wukong muttered puzzled. "That's right, just like the future tenets of the Shiru period, it was travelled from other times, and from Gohan's knowledge of me, it must have been after the end of your battle with Frieza. Right, Gohan?" Seeing that Sun Wukong still couldn't seem to understand, Dandy directly used the example of tenets to illustrate. After explaining, he also confirmed it to Sun Gohan. Fortunately, there is an example of future tenets, and as soon as Dandy explains, Sun Wukong understands. Almost. And Sun Gohan also recognized Dandy's speculation. Chapter 036. Then, after about half an hour, Sun Gohan explained to everyone roughly the reason why he would cross over. "Then Gohan, you crossed because of the huge energy shock generated by the explosion of Namekex." Listening to Sun Gohan's explanation, Dandy said with a guilty face. "I'm really sorry, Gohan, you obviously helped us defeat Frieza, but it turned out to be such a change for you." "Well, it's not that serious, after all, this is also the explosion of the nemesis that I was too careless, and it should be me who should say sorry." Seeing Dandy's look of guilt, Sun Gohan said a little embarrassed. Just like Son Gohan himself said, he could easily solve Frieza at the beginning. But it was because of his arrogance that Frieza was no longer a threat and let his guard down, that Frieza had the opportunity to destroy Namex. Thinking of this, Son Gohan didn't know how to face Dandy, although this Dandy was not the Dandy in his universe. In any case, Gohan, you helped us defeat Frieza, and also saved our nemesis companions. Although it is in a different universe, I still thank you very much, and you can rest assured that I will definitely find a way to return you to the original world. Perhaps because the nemesis are naturally kinder, after knowing the situation of Son Gohan, Dandy immediately said with a serious face. Okay, don't say that. I'll just go back and ask the King God of the realm, he must have a way to help Gohan go back. Sun Wukong interrupted a guilty Dandy and said. Realm King God. Son Gohan frowned suspiciously, but seeing Dandy's sudden realization, Son Gohan guessed in his heart, this Realm King God should be a very great god. Because after the Shalo chapter, Son Gohan has not watched the plot after that, so he is completely half aware of the existence of the Realm King God. Son Gohan only knew that the Realm King God was a very lecherous old man like the Turtle Immortal, but he seemed to have very magical abilities. According to Son Gohan's understanding, the original Son Gohan was developed by the Realm King God to develop the potential in his body, so he once surpassed Son Goku and Vegeta to become the strongest single warrior in Dragon Ball. Gohan, the God of Realm, is the God of creation who rules the entire universe, and is the highest God in the entire universe. Seeing that Son Gohan was a little puzzled, Dandy opened his mouth and introduced, if it is Lord Realm King God who makes a move, then it will definitely help you. Listening to Dandy's words, Son Gohan couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. In that short period of time, Son Gohan has developed a not weak relationship with his original partner in that universe. Originally, Son Gohan was worried that he might not be able to go back after discovering that he had crossed again, so his mood had been a little irritable, but now that he knew that there was a solution, his heart suddenly relaxed. Because his mood relaxed, Son Gohan's face was no longer sad, and he smiled again. Gohan, if you can defeat Frieza, your strength will not be weak, let me see what level your current strength is. Seeing Son Gohan's smile that reappeared because he already had a solution to the problem, Sun Wukong spoke again, his eyes were fiery. Master Goku, let me fight Mr. Gohan first this time, I would love to fight the other scions. After Sun Wukong invited Sun Wuhan to fight, Obu also suddenly spoke. Since worshipping Sun Wukong as a teacher, Obu has basically been fighting Sun Wukong. At this moment, there is a chance that Obu really wants to fight with others, especially this time the opponent is still a scion like his master. Although his strength may be much weaker than his own, Obu does not care about this. The gap in strength is enough to suppress his own combat effectiveness, and now Obu just wants to fight well. Okay then. Sun Wukong hesitated slightly and agreed to Obu's request. After all, Son Gohan may not be able to leave this world in a short time, and he still has many opportunities to fight with him again. Obu, on the other hand, was already planning to go back at the moment, and if he missed this time, he probably wouldn't have the chance to fight Gohan again. Moreover, this is the first time that this disciple of himself has asked for himself, and Sun Wukong is not good to refuse directly. And for Son Gohan, whether it is fighting with Son Goku or fighting with Obu, it is not very different. After all, the strength of both is far beyond their own, no matter who they fight, it is very beneficial to themselves. So Sun Wukong took 2 fairy beans from Mr. Bobo to restore Son Gohan and Obu to restore their strength. Neither has rejected this. Obu is because he has almost exhausted his physical strength in the previous battle with Sun Wukong. Although Son Gohan has the ability to survive in the universe, because of the long-term flight in the universe, the physical consumption is also very serious. This is not important in general, but the consumption of physical strength during the battle will definitely put you at a disadvantage, especially if the opponent is still a powerful existence far beyond themselves. Chapter 037. Gohan's strength is really good. Much stronger than I was in that period. When Sun Wukong saw Son Gohan, who had turned into the full power form of a Super Saiyan, he couldn't help but sigh softly. You know, after becoming a Super Saiyan, he went through nearly 5 years of hard practice, and then he practiced hard for another year through the Spirit Time House to master the full power form of Super Saiyan. Unexpectedly, Son Gohan had actually mastered the Super Saiyan full power form when he was fighting Frieza. Although Son Gohan's strength at the moment is still far weaker than Abu, Sun Wukong has a feeling that Son Gohan's strength may soon catch up with Abu. And he will soon have a very good opponent again. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong's eyes can't help but show a trace of fighting intent. His eyes are fiery, looking at Son Gohan, who is fiercely fighting with Abu in the air, as if he has seen Son Gohan, who grew up soon after. In mid-air, Son Gohan and Abu fought fiercely. Because at this moment, Abu just wanted to test Son Gohan's strength, so he just suppressed his combat power to the point where it was comparable to Son Gohan. However, Abu's strength is really very strong, even if the combat power shown by the two sides at this moment is almost the same. Everyone present can see that Son Gohan has been suppressed by Abu. Soon, Abu had completely figured out what level of strength Son Gohan was at the moment, so he slightly improved his combat effectiveness, oppressing Son Gohan little by little, forcing him to stimulate more potential. Just like when his teacher Sun Wukong taught himself, only this time the object of teaching became his son, a son in another parallel universe. Thinking of this, Abu suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. At this moment, Sun Wukong just happened to find the 3 Pirafs who had just sneaked up to the temple. So Sun Wukong, who knew the result, flew towards the 3 of Piraf, wanting what the 3 of them wanted to do. Hey! Under the suppression of Abu, Son Gohan soon reached his limit. He knew that with his current situation, it would be difficult to hold out under Abu for long. So Son Gohan gave up hand-to-hand combat and used energy waves instead to end the battle. Faced with Son Gohan's choice, Ou Buletin naturally had no opinion. So both of them simultaneously released the Turtle Sect Qigong waves. Boom! The Turtle Qigong waves emitted by the two met in mid-air, then collided with each other, followed by a violent explosion. This explosion erupted very violently, and the 2 people below Dandy and Bobo were directly blown out of the temple, and the entire temple shook violently. And the palace above the temple, which was already crumbling because of the previous battle between Sun Wukong and Abu, was completely reduced to ruins. Ah! What happened? At this moment, the 3 Pirafs who arrived under the temple hugged each other and shivered, their faces panicked. And Sun Wukong, who came down with them, did not react much to the movement caused by Son Gohan and Abu. After all, the movement he caused when he fought with Abu was much greater than that. At this moment, Sun Wukong's attention was completely attracted by the divine dragon summoned by the 3 Palavs through the black-hearted dragon balls created by the previous generation of heavenly gods. Hey, you guys! After confronting each other for a while, Son Gohan couldn't support it, so he opened his mouth to admit defeat and ended the fight. At the same time, a child wearing a blue robe also walked out of the temple. On the temple, at this moment, Abu looked at Sun Wukong, who was leisurely adapting to his body not far away, and felt that his brain was a little inadequate, and he felt like he was dreaming today. First, a juvenile version of Son Gohan appeared, and said that he had traveled from a parallel universe. Immediately afterwards, a juvenile version of the Monkey King appeared, and Abu thought that this was also a master who traveled through time and space, which made Abu have to sigh that today was really lucky. But he learned that his master Sun Wukong had really become a child. Abu was really surprised that what had happened, his teacher had actually become what he was when he was a child in just a few minutes. Immediately, Sun Wukong explained to everyone the reason why he changed back to the way he was when he was a child, and told them that the king of the Northern Realm had just told him the way to change back to his original form to retrieve the 7 black star dragon balls flying into the universe, and the old king god wanted to see Sun Wuhan. After listening to Sun Wukong's words, Dandy's face changed, and he solemnly told Sun Wukong that if he did not retrieve the Black Heart Dragon Ball within a year, the earth would explode. Don't be too nervous, Dandy, we just need to retrieve the Dragon Ball in a year. And I haven't gone back for a long time, now go home and see. After speaking, Sun Gohan ignored everyone, grabbed Sun Gohan, who was surprised to hear that the Realm King God wanted to see him, and directly used teleportation to reach the Realm King God realm. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 038. After arriving at the Realm King God realm, Sun Gohan saw two people, one old and one young, sitting on the side, looking at the crystal ball between them with a serious face. However, I don't know why, Sun Gohan always feels that they are a little unreliable. Goku, you guys are here, wait first, the ancestor is busy. Seeing that Sun Wukong suddenly appeared in the Realm King God realm with Sun Wuhan, the young man immediately came to Sun Wukong and said, while also looking at Sun Wuhan with a curious face. Well, how long will it take? Sun Wukong looked at the old Realm King God who had been staring at the crystal ball and complained, and Sun Wuhan was also a little anxious. Well, the ancestor is trying to find a way to solve Sun Gohan's matter, and he already has a clue, and it will be fine soon. Looking at Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan, who were a little anxious, Jebet, the Realm King God who knew about Sun Wukong, comforted. Listening to the words of God Jebet, Sun Gohan was slightly relieved, but his heart was still very anxious. After all, his friends and relatives are not in this universe, and he has been missing for so long, and Sun Gohan is completely okay. Imagine how anxious they will be, and maybe even think they're dead. What makes Sun Gohan care more is that I don't know if the time flow rate of the two universes is the same. In case the time flow speed difference is too big, something bad will happen. Purr, purr. Just then, a sound of snoring came. Sun Wuhan and the three looked at the discovery of the sound, and saw that the old Realm King God was still sitting there straight and staring at the crystal ball. A small bubble appeared on his nose, and the snoring sound came from his body. Ancestor, don't sleep anymore, wake up quickly. Seeing this scene, Jebet's face immediately turned red, and he hurriedly ran to the side of the old World King God, grabbed the shoulders of the old World King God with both hands and shook it vigorously and shouted in embarrassment. You bastard, hurry up and let go, what are you doing? Seeing the junior who appeared in front of him and disturbed his dreams, the old Realm King shouted angrily. Old ancestor, Goku has already brought that Sun Gohan, don't you have something to explain to him? Jebet God said helplessly. Oh, is that Sun Gohan who traveled through time already here? The old Realm King God rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked lazily. Hello, Lord Kaiwang God. Hearing the old World King God mention his own affairs, Sun Wuhan quickly stepped forward to greet him respectfully. I'm not a Realm King God, this kid next to me is, I've already retired. The old Realm King God grabbed one of Sun Gohan's hands and closed his eyes to feel it carefully, while pointing to the Jebet God on the side and said. After about 10 minutes, the old Realm King God let go of Sun Wuhan's hand. Well, it is indeed the breath of the spirit tree seed, it seems that my guess is correct. After letting go of Sun Gohan's hand, the old Realm King God immediately said with a calm face. Spirit tree seed, what is that? After listening to the words of the old World King God, Sun Wuhan's eyebrows were raised, but before he could speak, the Jebet God on the side asked with a curious face, and even Sun Wukong was curious. Hey? They don't know, forget it, you, as the King God of the realm, actually don't know what the spirit tree seed is. After listening to the words of God Jebet, the god of the old world king smacked God Jebet's head fiercely, and directly cursed in anger. The fruit produced by the seeds of the spirit tree, like fairy beans, is food that belongs to the gods to eat. However, unlike the fairy beans, which are mainly restorative, the main function of the fruit produced by the spirit tree is to improve one's strength and replenish the consumed vitality. Moreover, the higher the vitality, the better the effect of the spirit tree fruit produced by the planet. After scolding the Jebit god, the old realm king god introduced the matter of the spirit tree seed to everyone. However, if you want to make the seeds of the spirit tree planted bear the fruit of the spirit tree, you need to consume a lot of vitality. Therefore, in addition to the god domain, once the spiritual tree seed is planted on a certain planet, then the planet can be said to be destroyed. Speaking of this, the face of the old realm king god became very solemn. Then what does this spirit tree seed have to do with me crossing into this universe? There is something about the fruit of the spirit tree, and Son Gohan himself also has a certain understanding. However, what Son Gohan didn't understand was what his crossing had to do with the spirit tree seed that he accidentally ate. Don't worry, I'll say it right away. The old world king god didn't know where to take out a teapot, brewed a pot of tea under the gaze of Sun Wuhan and Sun Wukong's black lines, and drank it slowly before speaking again. Speaking of spirit tree seeds, I have to mention the dragon god Salama. The universe we are in now belongs to a large dimension, and there are many dimensions like this that combine multiple universes. According to ancient tradition, Dragon Ball was originally created by the dragon god Salama. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 039. And the dragon god Salama later left this universe and went to a higher dimension. Subsequently, the method of making Dragon Balls was mastered by the Nemesis without knowing how. Saying this, the old realm king god paused and took another sip of tea before continuing. However, before the dragon god Salama left this universe, he created a race that would govern this universe for him, and this race is our realm king family. After speaking, the old world king god poured a cup of tea again and drank it slowly, and after everyone had digested this information, he continued to speak. However, the dragon god Salama is also worried that our realm king clan will use the power he has given to create too many planets, which will disrupt the order and balance that this universe should have. Therefore, he later created several seeds that were completely opposite to our realm king and could restrain us, and these seeds could easily destroy the planet, which is the origin of the spirit tree seed. Saying this, the old world king god couldn't help but glance at Sun Wuhan, and then picked up the teacup and continued to preach. After that, every once in a while, the spirit tree seed will appear, and then turn into countless doppelgangers, destroying some superfluous planets that are not very important. However, it is said that the dragon god Salama had an accident when he first created the spirit tree seed, causing that spirit tree seed to fall into other dimensions. When the old realm king god said this, he turned his head to look at Sun Wuhan and said, "If I'm not wrong in my speculation, the original spirit tree seed fell into the universe of the dimension where Sun Wuhan is. And there should be something created by the dragon god Salama in the universe you are in, and you should accidentally let the spirit tree seed absorb the power belonging to the dragon god Salama in that thing before crossing into our dimensional universe." After listening to the words of the old realm king god, Sun Wuhan couldn't help but be stunned, and then thought of the mysterious planet where he got the spirit tree seed. If the Shuo spirit tree seed has any special power to absorb, it is estimated that it can only be on that planet. After all, after that, the spirit tree seed was mistakenly swallowed by the giant ape he transformed, and there was no chance to contact other energy. And in this way, the origin of the mysterious aura he felt on that planet at the beginning will also be explained. That should be the breath that belongs to the dragon god Salama. But now that none of this mattered, Son Gohan let out a long breath to calm down his somewhat excited mood because of the huge amount of information. So, what can I do to return to my own original universe? Want to go back? That is very simple, just use the Dragon Ball with the power of the Dragon God Salama, and now the Black Star Dragon Ball that flies into the depths of the universe can do it. Really? That's great! Dad, let's hurry up and find Dragon Ball. Listening to the words of the old realm king god, Sun Wuhan looked joyful, and quickly urged Sun Wukong. But don't be too anxious, the power contained in the Black Star Dragon Ball created by the previous generation of heavenly gods is very powerful, and now that someone has used it to make a wish, you'd better wait for it to stay on Earth for a year before making a wish. Otherwise the Earth will be threatened with destruction. Seeing Son Gohan's anxious look, the old realm king said slowly. A year? Okay, no problem, then I'll practice here. Son Gohan agreed to the proposal of the old realm king god without hesitation. After all, after solving Frisia, it would take at least 5 years to open the Shalo chapter. It's the same everywhere during this time, except to worry your parents for a while. Okay, then you go with Sun Wukong to find the Dragon Ball, but before that, I'll help you develop all the potential in your body and improve your combat effectiveness. The old realm king god rubbed his waist and said with a look of wanting to do a big job again. Then I'll go take a nap first, and I'll come back later. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan, who was surprised by the words of the old world king god, and said with a bad smile. Then, Sun Wukong looked at his own monkey rice with a puzzled expression, and found a place to lie down and sleep. Okay, leave the guy who doesn't have any manners at all, don't waste time and stand up quickly. The old realm king god said with some impatience. Ah! Yes. An hour later, Son Gohan stood there with a broken look on his face and looked at the old world king god who was dancing a strange dance around him. Just now, Sun Wuhan learned from the old realm king god that this awakening ceremony would take a total of 25 hours. This seemingly useless ritual alone takes a full 5 hours, and the remaining 20 hours are used to improve one's strength. And now, less than an hour has passed. Sun Wuhan now somewhat understood what was going on with Sun Wukong's weird smile before. Chapter 040. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours passed. At this moment, Sun Wuhan was sitting opposite the old realm king god, allowing the old realm king god to develop the potential in his body for himself. Although it was boring to sit like this, for Sun Gohan, it was much better than the previous 5 hours of terrible encounter. Moreover, in order to transform into a Super Saiyan before, there had been a similar experience in the Spirit Time House in the temple, and it was longer than this. Therefore, Sun Gohan is still very satisfied with the fact that as long as he sits for about 20 hours in such a boring way, he can develop the hidden potential in his body and obtain huge combat power. Looking at the old realm king god with his eyes closed on the other side, Sun Gohan also slowly closed his eyes, calming down to carefully feel the changes in his body. It took more than 3 hours for Sun Gohan to feel some changes in his body. It was a very peculiar aura, and although it was not powerful, Sun Gohan could feel a wordless pressure from that breath. Although he had never been exposed to the memory of this power before, Sun Gohan always felt as if he had been in close contact with a similar aura. That breath kept moving and growing in his body. As it grew, Sun Gohan only felt that the familiar feeling became more and more obvious. What Sun Wuhan didn't know was that the spirit tree seed in his body was slowly becoming active when this breath appeared. And as that breath continues to grow, it becomes more and more active, as if it has been stimulated by something, and slowly wakes up. Little by little, green points of light were slowly released from it, merging with Sun Gohan's soul. After those green points of light fused with Sun Gohan's soul, Sun Gohan felt a very powerful force being sealed in his body. At this moment, a key is opening that lock for himself, unleashing the hidden potential in his body. And that key is the breath of God. Sun Gohan also didn't understand why he suddenly knew that the peculiar breath was the breath of God. He only felt that the breath was very good for him, and he seemed to be able to absorb that breath. Without hesitation, Sun Gohan immediately began to absorb that breath. After absorbing that breath, Sun Gohan immediately felt that his strength was increasing at an incredible speed, but he could feel that he had not changed in any way. This wonderful feeling made Sun Gohan couldn't help but be in a trance. The fastest and slowest in the world, the longest and shortest, and the most easily overlooked thing is time. Time always inadvertently disappears from our fingers. Son Gohan only felt that after his strength increased rapidly for a few seconds, the strange feeling disappeared. Then a feeling of emptiness suddenly came to mind, but immediately disappeared. Hey, Gohan, wake up! Wake up quickly, the old realm king god has already stimulated the potential in your body for you. After hearing the voice, Sun Wuhan slowly opened his eyes, and saw his father Sun Wukong sitting in front of him. Gohan, hurry up and try your current strength. After listening to Sun Wukong's words, Sun Wuhan stood up and tried to burst his qi. Boom! A huge wave of qi instantly erupted from Sun Wuhan's body, blowing away both the Realm King God and the old Realm King God on the side. What a powerful force! This force is indeed much stronger than when Gohan started. Feeling the breath that Sun Wuhan burst out, Sun Wukong's eyes looked at him with fiery eyes. If it weren't for the wrong time now, Sun Wukong couldn't wait to fight him immediately. Feeling the powerful power in his body at this moment, Sun Gohan felt that his current self probably already had a lot of chances of winning even against Obya, who was going all out. Ha! With a burst of drink, Sun Gohan instantly changed into the form of a Super Saiyan, but his appearance after transformation was different from before. The hair and eyebrows turned sky blue, the pupils turned fluorescent blue, and the starry sky particles surrounded by blue aura. Water droplets flow from time to time in the blue flames around the body, and the speed of the flames is very slow, and there are very slight electric sparks. What? What is this transformation? After seeing Sun Wuhan's transformation, the three monkey kings present were all surprised. How is this possible? How could the breath of God suddenly appear on Sun Gohan's body? God Jebet looked at Sun Gohan at this moment. His face was unbelievable, and he was very puzzled by the godly aura that would suddenly appear on Sun Gohan. What's so strange? Sun Gohan should have felt the unique aura of God in me when I had just stimulated his potential. Then he absorbed that breath and combined that breath with the Super Saiyan form to have this new form. Looking at the fussing Jebet God, the old world king God taught himself an unsuccessful junior with a look of disgust. However, the old world king God was also very shocked when he looked at Sun Wuhan's eyes, and he was very surprised that Sun Wuhan could do this. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 041. A Super Saiyan with the breath of God? It seems to be very strong. Let me give it a try. Looking at Sun Gohan, who showed a new form at this moment, Sun Wukong could no longer resist his desire to fight, and directly turned into a Super Saiyan form to challenge Sun Gohan. In the face of Sun Wukong's challenge, Sun Wuhan naturally will not refuse, and he also wants to know what level of his current combat power is. Hey! Wait! Looking at the two who were directly fighting together without saying a word at this moment, the old realm king god hurriedly shouted loudly. It is a pity that the two who are fighting together now did not notice the shouts of the old realm king god. A minute later, Sun Gohan was panting and lying on the ground, while Sun Goku was standing aside in Super Saiyan form. It's such a powerful transformation, I didn't expect that transforming into a Super Saiyan couldn't completely defeat you, but it's a pity that the transformation time is too short. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan with a look of hesitation and said regretfully. What's short? Sun Gohan has just learned this transformation, and he can't fully control his strength and wasted a lot of physical strength. Moreover, the crooked way of the Super Saiyan is too much load on the body to have this result. Listening to Sun Wukong's regretful sigh, the grey-faced old realm king god on the side said with disdain. If Sun Gohan can perfectly grasp the breath of God and combine it with his own strength, then his strength will definitely surpass yours. Well, stop talking nonsense, get ready to go find Dragon Ball. Saying that, the old world king god began to drive Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan to leave. Hey! The good realm King God realm has been destroyed like this again, and it must be repaired quickly. After driving Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan out of the realm King God realm, the old realm King God looked at the realm King God realm, who had been greatly damaged because of the battle between the two, and said helplessly. However, at the end, the old realm King God turned his head to look at the Jebit God beside him. What? Old ancestor, let me repair the realm King God realm alone. Seeing the gaze of the old realm King God, Jebit God suddenly became agitated and shouted loudly. Nonsense, didn't you come to repair it? Do you still want me to come with this old bone? You know, it's your job. The old world king said reasonably, and then left regardless of the Jebit God, leaving the Jebit God with a bitter face. In the morning, the spring sun shines on the city that is waking up. On a very prosperous road, people poured into the street like a tide, coming and going, flowing endlessly, and it was very lively. Two figures suddenly appeared in the crowd, but because there were too many people here, coupled with the height problem, it did not cause much disturbance except for the people who happened to look at their location. It's true, the old realm King God is too stingy, and let us go without inviting us to lunch. Sun Wukong rubbed his hungry stomach and complained. Well, Dad, don't complain, after all, our previous battle destroyed the realm King God realm too badly, and it's good that they just drove us away without blaming us. Son Gohan withdrew his gaze that had been on the roadside food shop and whispered on the side. Are we going to Ant Boomer now to help us build the spaceship? That's not in a hurry, let's find a place to fill your stomach first, and then take you to get to know everyone. You should be hungry too, right? I'm starving to death. Saying that, Sun Wukong pulled Sun Wuhan and ran to the restaurant opened on the side of the road. Since swallowing the spirit tree seed, Sun Gohan found that he could not only survive in the universe, but also maintain his consumption by absorbing the energy in the universe, so it didn't matter to him whether he ate or not. However, with delicious things, Sun Wuhan naturally will not deliberately suppress his appetite. Since entering the spirit time house to cultivate, although Sun Wuhan can fill his stomach every time, the delicious food has not been tasted for a long time. So after returning to the earth, smelling the tempting aroma emitted by those delicacies on the earth, Sun Wuhan couldn't help but take a few more looks. Sun Gohan didn't expect that he was only a few glances and was actually discovered by Sun Wukong, and he also brought himself to the restaurant that he had been staring at before. Looking at Sun Wukong, who took out a golden card out of nowhere and handed it to the waiter in the restaurant, Sun Wuhan couldn't help but feel a unique feeling for his father in this world. More than an hour later, in a restaurant that looks very good, 7 or 8 people keep putting food on a table, and they are busy. At this table, there are only 2 children. But these 2 children are so good at eating, and the speed of eating is too fast, and the continuous delivery of food by 7 or 8 people can only barely keep up with the speed of their eating. This made the owner of this restaurant happy and sad. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 042. The golden card that the hedgehog-headed boy took out just now was a VIP card that belonged to the internal use of Universal Capsule Company. The people who can own such cards are all VIPs of the Universal Capsule Company. The people who can own this kind of card are all VIPs in the Universal Capsule Company, and have a certain influence in the Universal Capsule Company. Therefore, if you can take care of the 2 of them, it will bring great benefits to your own restaurant. After all, with the status of a Universal Capsule Company, it will definitely not rely on its own little money, and even give more. The sad thing is that the person who can take out that kind of card is definitely an extremely important person in the Universal Capsule Company. Now that the food in the restaurant is about to be eaten, it is troublesome to fail to serve the 2 children well, in case they go to their elders to complain. Universal Capsule Company is also the top existence on the earth, and its influence is very large. As long as Universal Capsule Company reveals a little dissatisfaction with its own restaurant, then its own small restaurant will not want to continue to open. Boss, some more plates of barbecue. In the complicated mood of the restaurant owner, Sun Wukong stuffed the last piece of barbecue on the dinner table into his mouth, and then said to the boss. "Two guests, I'm really sorry, we don't have any food to eat in our restaurant." After saying these words in horror, the restaurant owner only felt that he was about to face the final judgment, and his heart was nervous. After hearing the restaurant owner's words, Sun Wukong reached out and wiped his mouth without care, and turned his head to look at Sun Wuhan, who had not finished eating the food on his plate. "Well, is there nothing to eat? Are you still hungry for Gohan?" "Dad, I'm full." "Okay, I'm almost done eating too, then let's go." After that, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan did not care about the people who were stunned by the conversation between them, and walked out of the restaurant directly. "Ah! Gohan, I can't imagine that your amount of rice is so good, it's not worse than when I was younger." "It's okay, we Scions already have a lot of food, but my rice is still not as good as my father's." After speaking, Sun Wuhan looked at Sun Wukong with a look of amazement. Because his body has been changed back to when he was a child, in addition to the greatly weakened combat effectiveness, Sun Wukong's current state is almost exactly the same as when he was a child. Of course, this also includes the amount of food. However, Sun Wukong ate more than a dozen plates of roasted meat than himself, and looking at his unfinished look, it seemed that he had not eaten enough. If it weren't for the fact that the restaurant was no longer out of food just now, Sun Wuhan would even feel that Sun Wukong was eating a dozen plates of barbecued meat. Snap! Tap-da-da! Suddenly, a burst of gunfire came from a distance, interrupting the conversation between Sun Goku and Sun Gohan. "Hey? What happened?" "I don't know, let's go take a look." After that, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan ran quickly in the direction where the gunshots came. Soon, the two of them arrived at a high-looking building. I saw a large group of people gathered there, most of them were police officers in police uniforms, and surrounded by three robbers with pistols in their hands. The rest should be watching the liveliness. For the group of people who stood there watching the excitement, Sun Gohan really admired their lack of fear of death. Wouldn't they be worried that the three robbers suddenly went crazy and then accidentally injured themselves? This is also Sun Gohan does not know the law here. If it is just robbery, the group of police will not kill them. But if that group of robbers dares to shoot indiscriminately at ordinary innocent people, then the police will definitely unceremoniously find snipers and send them directly on the road. "You policemen, don't hurry up and drive the car for me, or I will kill this woman immediately." After that, the robber who took the lead aimed his gun at the woman who was kidnapped by himself. "Hurry up and put the car away for me, my patience is very limited." "Well. Okay, we'll get ready right away, don't be impulsive." Looking at the policeman with some compromising tendencies, the corners of the three robbers' mouths couldn't help but show a smug smile. Seeing this scene, both Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan couldn't help frowning. The police seemed to have no way to take these robbers because of the hostages. However, just as Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan were about to strike, a figure took a step ahead of them. "You scoundrels, let me teach you a good lesson." As a crisp voice fell, a girl on the side of the road suddenly rushed over. I saw that the woman very dexterously dodged the bullets fired by the three robbers with their submachine guns, quickly approached the three robbers, and sent them all away before they had time to react. Seeing that girl, Sun Gohan's pupils couldn't help shrinking. After the old realm king god developed the potential of his body, Sun Gohan found that he had some special abilities. Although none of these special abilities have been used, Sun Gohan is very handy in the application of his special abilities. Just after the girl rushed out, Sun Gohan easily saw through her combat power. Chapter 043. What surprised Sun Gohan was that the hidden strength in that girl's body was very strong, and even compared to the normal combat power when she first arrived at Namesing, it was not much different. This also means that the girl's combat power has exceeded 1 million. This made Son Gohan can't help but sigh at the number of strong people in this world. But at the moment, the girl was very sad, growing so big, it was hard to have a boy who wanted to date him, but he didn't expect to be frightened by his performance when he subdued the robbers, and actually proposed to break up directly. Thinking of this, the girl couldn't help but cry with a headache. Hey! Why are you crying so sadly? Isn't it a good thing to solve the kidnappers? Seeing that the girl was crying very sadly after subduing the robbers, Sun Wukong took Sun Wuhan forward and asked. Nonsense, of course I'm sad, but I was just dumped by my boyfriend who I finally found. How can a little fart like you understand these things? The angry Monkey King yelled a few words, and the girl continued to hold her head and cry again. Gohan, am I a child my age? Listening to what the girl said, Sun Wukong couldn't help but look at Sun Wuhan with a curious face. Dad, although you are no longer a child, your appearance is now a complete child. Sun Gohan hesitated, but still spoke. Is it? Then I'm really a kid. The girl, who was attracted by Sun Wukong's Gohan, listened to the obvious nonsense words of the two children before meeting them, and directly looked at them with an idiot-looking gaze. Goku, is that you? While Sun Wukong was talking with Sun Wuhan, a somewhat old and lewd voice suddenly came, and then a bald old man ran directly from not far away. Goku, it's really you. I saw you from afar, but how did you all become when you were children? My grandfather is actually younger than me. My grandfather is actually younger than me. After the turtle immortal came over, Sun Wukong and the girl named Xiao Fang quickly figured out their relationship. Then Xiao Fang's whole person was a little stunned, and kept repeating this sentence, without hearing Sun Wukong's introduction to Sun Wuhan. It wasn't until she returned to Bun Mountain that Xiao Fang came back from her trance. And Sun Gohan is similar, after all, no matter who knows that he suddenly and inexplicably has an extra daughter, it is in a similar state. There are not many people like Sun Wukong who can directly accept it with a lot of nerves. Gohan? What happened? How did my Gohan become what he was when he was a child, my poor child? After hearing her granddaughter's voice again, Kiki quickly ran out of the room. However, after seeing the three, Kiki was immediately attracted by Sun Gohan, and then screamed, quickly held Sun Gohan in her arms, and said loudly with tears in the corners of her eyes. What? Is he a dad? After hearing her grandmother's words, Xiao Fang felt that her worldview had been greatly impacted again, and her whole person was sluggish. Looking at the two children in front of her, Xiao Fang's mind kept repeating, one child is grandfather, one child is father. Half an hour later, Sun Gohan explained his origin to his mother and daughter. Well, my poor Gohan. It's because your father is useless that you have suffered so much. And Kiki, after listening to what happened to Sun Gohan. Although he already knew that this Sun Gohan was not his son, but after looking at his face that was exactly the same as his son when he was a child, he couldn't help but treat him as his own son, holding him and crying sadly, and Sun Wukong on the side was very speechless. Before dawn the next day, Kiki quickly got up and made a large table of delicious food. Perhaps because there are several scions with big appetites in her own family, Kiki's cooking speed has been fully exercised, and the food she makes alone is actually fast enough to catch up with the eating speed of Sun Gohan and the three. What Sun Gohan didn't expect was that his daughter, who looked quite beautiful, was actually a big stomach king and ate more than himself. After eating, Kiki was anxious to take Sun Wuhan and the three to the Universal Capsule Company of the Boomer family. Because Kiki had already called Boomer the night before, when Sun Gohan and the three arrived at the Universal Capsule Company, Boomer was already rushing to build the spaceship. Are you the Sun Gohan in another world? While the three of them were waiting there, a voice that made Sun Gohan feel particularly familiar came from his back. As soon as Sun Gohan turned his head, he saw Vegeta in this world. I heard that in your world, you were the first to transform into a Super Saiyan and defeat Frieza. Then your strength is also quite good, let's fight. Vegeta's eyes showed a fiery fighting intent, and his eyes burned towards Son Gohan. However, I guess you who have Saiyan bloodline will not be afraid of challenges. Uncle Vegeta, you have already said that, can I still refuse? In the face of Vegeta's challenge, Son Gohan naturally responded. After all, Son Gohan, who knew the character of Saiyans very well before coming, was ready to be challenged, so Son Gohan was not much surprised by Vegeta's challenge. Chapter 044. Soon, Vegeta took Son Gohan to a very empty field in the backyard, and both sides flew thousands of meters in the air. In this world, whether it is Monkey King or Vegeta, even if they are only in a normal state, their strength is outrageously strong. If it weren't for the potential exploited by the old Realm King God, Son Gohan even felt that even if he became a Super Saiyan, he would not be able to compete with them. Then, Uncle Vegeta, you're welcome. After speaking, Son Gohan released his strongest power without hesitation, and at the same time turned into a Super Saiyan full power form. After seeing that Son Gohan had actually mastered the full power form of the Super Saiyan, Vegeta was shocked in his heart, and the fiery fighting intent in his eyes was even stronger. With a low roar, Vegeta also turned into a Super Saiyan full power form and rushed towards Son Gohan. Seeing Vegeta rushing towards him, Son Gohan naturally rushed over without showing weakness. Boom! Rumble! Boom! In just a few breaths, the two completed more than 10 collisions, and the violent impact radiated around. This sudden impact was naturally detected by Sun Wukong and others. Sun Wukong, they naturally came to the place where Son Gohan and Vegeta fought without hesitation. Is this the power of Super Saiyan? It's really powerful. Looking at Son Gohan and Vegeta who were fighting fiercely in the air, Xiao Fang said with a very strong envy in her tone. That's awesome. I didn't expect that in addition to Kakarot, there were Saiyans with such a strong strength. Also Kakarot's son, you are much more powerful than Son Gohan in our world. Vegeta flicked his somewhat numb arm and looked at Son Gohan with a smile, and continued, that kid actually wants to be a scholar, he wasted his talent, his current strength has dropped very much. Although your strength is much stronger than me and Kakarot at the same time, that's all. Now, I'll show you the power of Super Saiyans beyond the Super Saiyan. After speaking, Vegeta's eyes became sharper, his hair stood up, and the breath on his body instantly tripled, and an air mass that expanded sharply due to the instant increase in strength appeared around his body, and when he emitted energy, there was lightning around his body, and from time to time there would be a flash of radial electric sparks. After the transformation, Vegeta looked at Son Gohan with a confident expression. Although he has been living on Earth for several years, he has slowly adapted to life on this planet. But Vegeta never forgot his identity and pride as a Saiyan prince. The pride of being a Saiyan prince made him reluctant to convince Soft, but Vegeta's heart had already recognized the strength of the Monkey King. Therefore, although he has been talking about surpassing Kakarot, he also knows how big the gap between himself and Sun Wukong is, and he also knows that he may not be able to surpass Sun Wukong in his life. But even so, Vegeta has never given up cultivation. In his heart, it is enough to have a Kakarot surpass himself, and he doesn't want anyone else to surpass him. Therefore, when he knew that the Son Gohan in front of him was actually from other universes and was even more powerful than the Son Gohan at that point in time, Vegeta couldn't sit still. As the Prince of the Saiyan, he must prove that the Saiyans in this universe are the strongest. And he must not lose face in front of the Saiyans of other universes. However, what Vegeta didn't expect was that this Son Gohan would be so strong after being exploited by the old Realm King God, not much weaker than his own normal. Compared to Son Gohan in his own universe when he fought Majin Buu, he was much stronger. Of course, what Vegeta didn't know was that Son Gohan had greatly improved his strength because of eating the spirit tree seeds. However, because the strength of Son Gohan at that time was too weak, after the spirit tree seed was eaten by Sun Wuhan, the energy it absorbed on that mysterious planet was used to enhance Son Gohan's strength, and the remaining energy was all used to enhance Son Gohan's potential. Therefore, after the Old Realm King God fully developed the potential in Sun Wuhan's body, his strength immediately reached a level similar to or even stronger than Vegeta's normal strength. Although Vegeta has never given up his cultivation intensity is far from comparable to Sun Wukong. This also makes Sun Wukong's strength under normal conditions far exceed Vegeta. So much so that Vegeta in the Super One form could not easily defeat Son Gohan, who also belonged to the Super One form, and was even faintly suppressed by Sun Wuhan. So when he knew that Son Gohan would not be able to transform beyond Psi 2, Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief and regained his confidence at the same time. However, as everyone who has watched Dragon Ball knows, Vegeta is typical handsome for only 3 seconds, and every time he starts to get proud, then almost every time he gets punched in the face. So this time is naturally no exception. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 045. Oh, Vegeta seems to be more handsome after transforming. Boomer looked at Vegeta after the transformation and said. Listening to Boomer's words, the idiot looked embarrassed to see Tenunks, who had come with her to watch her father's battle. Uncle Vegeta, I suggest you'd better shave your beard. It's so ugly. Vegeta, who turned into Super Saiyan 2, is indeed quite handsome, but Vegeta in this world not only cuts her hair, but also grows a beard. Looking at the golden beard on Vegeta's face that had turned into a Super Saiyan, Son Gohan endured it for a long time, and finally couldn't help but speak. I think you're much more handsome after you shaved your beard than you are now. The kind Son Gohan finally comforted Vegeta. Listening to Son Gohan's words, Vegeta's face full of confidence because he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and gained great strength couldn't help but stiffen for a moment. Recalling the scene this morning when he was also disgusted by his daughter Bra because of this beard problem, Vegeta couldn't help but reach out and touch his beard, feeling that maybe he really should have shaved it. But this is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing now is the battle in front of you. After smiling bitterly, Vegeta turned her gaze back to Son Gohan not far away. The question of whether to shave or not is better off after the battle. Uncle Vegeta, it's true that I don't know how to transform Super Saiyan 2 yet, but that doesn't mean that my strength is just that. Looking at Vegeta, who resurfaced with a fighting intent, Son Gohan looked at Vegeta with a smile on his lips and said. Ha! Hearing what Son Gohan said, Vegeta couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but before he could say anything, Vegeta was surprised to see that with a burst of drink, Son Gohan actually turned into a new form that he had never seen before. At this moment, Son Gohan's aura turned from golden to sky blue, and even his eyebrows and hair that turned golden because he transformed into a Super Saiyan turned sky blue. Although Son Gohan's momentum did not increase much at the moment, Vegeta could feel a huge pressure from him, as if facing Son Goku, who had once become Super Saiyan 3. However, looking at the unusually slow flow of aura beside Son Gohan at the moment, and the electric sparks that only appear once in a while, Vegeta feels that Son Gohan's transformation is different from Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 who doubles his huge physical strength to improve his combat effectiveness, and it may last for a long time. Thinking of this, Vegeta's face became a little gloomy. This? What kind of transformation is this? Is this also a Super Saiyan? Seeing Son Gohan's appearance after transformation, Xiao Fang couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Unlike his father and uncle Sun Wushan, Xiao Fang's personality is more similar to Sun Wukong, and she is very persistent about strength. Although she can't transform into a Super Saiyan, Xiao Fang still knows more about the form of a Super Saiyan. Therefore, he would be surprised to see Son Gohan's appearance at this moment. According to the Old Realm King God, it is the form produced by fusing the breath of the god with the power of the Super Saiyan. Although the strength does not seem to be much different from the average Super Saiyan except for the color. The combat power that can burst out in this form is stronger than that of my Super Saiyan 3. After listening to his granddaughter Xiao Fang's question, Sun Wukong quickly said what he knew. This form can already be called the Super Saiyan God according to the Old World King God, but the strength of this form is very difficult to improve, but the consumption of physical strength is similar to my Super Saiyan 3, but Gohan has not fully mastered this form so it can only last for a minute. Super Saiyan God. Listening to Sun Wukong's introduction, Xiao Fang couldn't help repeating the sentence dumbly, and the eyes that looked at Sun Wuhan showed a faint admiration. On the side, Tenenx and Boomer's faces were not very good looking. After all, they don't want their father or husband to be defeated. Although this pattern can only last for a minute, they can't guarantee that Vegeta will survive a minute. After all, according to Sun Wukong, it was a transformation that was more powerful than his Super Saiyan 3, and the strength gap between Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 and Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 was. However, they only noticed the strength gap between Sun Gohan's transformation and Super Saiyan 2, but forgot the strength gap between Sun Gohan and Sun Gohan. Although Sun Gohan's current normal strength seems to be stronger than Vegeta, this gap is not particularly large. If he really fights to the end, Sun Gohan really can't defeat Vegeta in 3 minutes. At that time, when the transformation time has passed, it will naturally be Sun Gohan who will lose. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 046. Super Saiyan God? This is really a very good transformation. What Sun Wukong said, Vegeta naturally heard it. Vegeta is well aware of how big the gap is between his current self and the Monkey King. According to normal circumstances, it is impossible for him to surpass Sun Wukong anymore, but if he can master this new transformation form, then everything is possible. More importantly, the Super Saiyan God, this transformation can be successfully transformed by other Saiyans, so how can he, the Saiyan Prince, not transform like this? Okay, then let me have a good look at how strong the Super Saiyan God really is. After speaking, Vegeta burst out with all his strength and rushed towards Sun Gohan. Although the strength gap between Boomer and Tenenx has been forgotten, Vegeta has not. The Super Saiyan God's improvement in strength is not much different from that of ordinary Super Saiyan, but the combat power is more powerful. Therefore, Vegeta felt that he still had the power to fight. Of course, the result is the same as he thought, although the current Vegeta is not as strong as Sun Gohan, but Sun Gohan cannot easily defeat Vegeta. However, what Vegeta didn't know was that Sun Gohan had only just mastered the form of this Super Saiyan God for a long time. Therefore, although at the beginning, Sun Gohan really had no way to take Vegeta, but with the battle, Sun Gohan gradually controlled the power he can now have. And because he had fought with his father Sun Wukong in the Realm King God realm before, Sun Wuhan's control over this form was also stronger, and the time to transform also increased. Therefore, except for the first minute, in the subsequent battle, Sun Gohan has been suppressing his combat power in order to become more familiar with this power. Okay, Uncle Vegeta, my transformation time is almost over, and I'm going to give my all. Feeling that his physical strength was about to be unable to support the transformation, Sun Gohan said to Vegeta. What? Listening to Sun Gohan's words, Vegeta's face changed and exclaimed in disbelief. But before Vegeta could react, he saw that Sun Gohan had actually appeared in front of him. Reluctantly blocking Sun Gohan's punch with both hands, Vegeta found that both hands were unconscious, and his whole body was directly knocked away. How can it be? He was actually killed by a punch, and the first thought in Vegeta's head, who was knocked out, was this unacceptable result. Looking at Sun Gohan, who suddenly broke out and defeated Vegeta in one move, Tenenx and Boomer were shocked. They naturally heard what Sun Gohan said to Vegeta before, and the terrifying strength of the transformation of the Super Saiyan God was also deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone present as Vegeta was killed by one blow. At this moment, Boomer and Tenunks felt that Son Goku's idea of exaggerating the combat power of the Super Saiyan God had completely disappeared because of the incomprehensible fight between Vegeta and Son Gohan before. They really can't forget the scene where Vegeta was just killed by Son Gohan, who had used his strength. It is clear that now they have all misunderstood. Now they all feel that Vegeta was able to fight with Son Gohan for so long before, completely because of Son Gohan's mercy. After all, the Saiyan fighting habits they still know very well. Because they all have Saiyan blood flowing in their bodies. Even Boomer has seen or heard many times about the special habits of these Saiyans in battle. For the Saiyan fighting habit of enjoying the fun of fighting without using his strength at the beginning, Boomer really didn't know whether to say it was good or bad. Soon, Vegeta, who was shot away by Son Gohan, returned. After all, it was just a simple discussion before, so although Son Gohan used his strength, he did not make a heavy hand. The Super Saiyan God is indeed a very powerful transformation, but I suggest that you better learn the transformation of Super Saiyan 2 from Kakarot. Although Super Saiyan 2's improvement in strength is not up to the level of your Super Saiyan God, the improvement in strength is much stronger than that of ordinary Super Saiyan. And to say that the time to continue fighting, until you fully master that power, is much stronger than the Super Saiyan God. Vegeta has been on Earth for a long time, and during this time, although he still maintains the pride of a Saiyan prince, it is not as strong as it was a few years ago. Therefore, although Vegeta obviously saw that Son Gohan's subordinates showed mercy, Vegeta did not get too angry because of this, but began to talk about Son Gohan's shortcomings. Xiao Fang, do you want to become a Super Saiyan? After listening to Vegeta's words, Son Gohan sincerely thanked Vegeta, and agreed with Son Goku to pick a time to teach himself after the transformation of Super Saiyan 2. Son Gohan came to Xiao Fang and asked. Chapter 047. Become a Super Saiyan? Dad, can you help me become a Super Saiyan? After listening to Son Gohan's words, Xiao Fang couldn't help but be stunned, and then looked at Son Gohan with some uncertainty and said suspiciously. To be honest, if she could, of course Xiao Fang wanted to become a Super Saiyan. Unlike her father and uncle, she wants to cultivate more, which is similar to her grandfather Sun Wukong, who is a martial artist. But I don't know what the reason is, I have never been able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Watching his normal strength slowly surpass Tenunks, but he has never been able to transform into a Super Saiyan, which makes Xiao Fang a little desperate. After all, his strength has far surpassed Tenunks, but he still can't transform into a Super Saiyan. Later, Xiao Fang went to find Vegeta, who knew the Saiyans best, and Vegeta even judged that he might not be able to transform into a Super Saiyan because of his impure Saiyan blood. After listening to Vegeta's judgment, Xiao Fang no longer had hope that she could transform into a Super Saiyan. But now, Xiao Fang actually heard someone ask if she wanted to transform into a Super Saiyan, which rekindled the heat in her heart. If it is an ordinary person, even for the grandfather who he has always admired, Xiao Fang will not have too much expectations. But now asking himself is a person who has a stronger transformation than his grandfather, and more importantly, this person is still a Saiyan from other universes, which makes Xiao Fang can't help but look forward to it. Perhaps other universes have a way to transform themselves into Super Saiyans. Dad, do you have a way for me to transform into a Super Saiyan? Xiao Fang asked with an excited face. Because she was too excited, her voice couldn't help but be louder, and even Sun Wukong and the others on the side were shocked. Of course, theoretically, as long as you have the bloodline of a Saiyan, then it is possible to transform into a Super Saiyan. Faced with Xiao Fang's question, Sun Wuhan said without hesitation. What? Xiao Fang's Saiyan bloodline has been separated by 2 generations of Earthlings, it is too thin, how can it be possible to transform into a Super Saiyan? After seeing Son Gohan nodding to Xiao Fang and answering, Vegeta immediately couldn't sit still, and quickly ran over to fight. In the current Vegeta's mind, since the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza, the pure-blood scions who survived are now only himself and Kakarot. In addition to the two of them, only Son Gohan, Son Wushan, and Tenunks can be called scions. After all, a scion who has no hope of transforming into a super scion can no longer be called a scion in Vegeta's heart. That's why after listening to Son Gohan's words, Vegeta was so excited. Because once they have the means to make their descendants also transform into super scions, they can be called scions, and the scion race can be said to be not extinct. In any case, as a scion prince, he must know this method. Vegeta said silently in his heart. Of course it's possible, the condition for becoming a super scion is that you have to have S cells in your body. When this S cell accumulates to a certain number, it can use anger as an opportunity to make the S cells explode, and the body changes and becomes a super scion. Son Gohan glanced at Vegeta, who was also excited, and said. And as a descendant of super scion, there will be a certain number of S cells in the body. What's more, both Dad and Son Gohan of this world can become super scion, so the S cells in Xiao Fang's body must be enough, and all she lacks is enough anger. Son Gohan paused and continued, of course, it is only when your own strength is not enough that you need extreme anger, and there is an easier way for someone like Xiao Fang who is strong enough to transform into a super scion. Dad, what is the method? After listening to Son Gohan's words, Xiao Fang quickly grabbed Son Gohan's hand with an excited look and asked anxiously. Sun Wuhan also did not sell Guanzi, and directly told Xiao Fang the method of condensing energy behind it. After that, Son Gohan couldn't do anything, and everything depended on Xiao Fang himself. Although Son Gohan failed when he used this method to transform into a super scion, Son Gohan once felt that this method was not suitable for people in his own universe. But then Gohan also thought carefully when he was trying to transform into a super scion. Although because I haven't seen the plot after Dragon Ball, I don't know to what extent the scion transformed into this method is strengthened. But that was when the plot was relatively far behind, so Son Gohan deduced that using this transformation method must have certain requirements for his own strength. Chapter 048. After all, if you appear at that time, and still appear as an opponent, your own strength will definitely not be too bad, and in any case, you will be much stronger than you were at that time. Therefore, Son Gohan did not completely disbelieve that they could use the transformation method of condensing their own chi on their backs. Xiao Fang was also very hard, and after knowing the method of transforming into a super scion, she directly began to try hard to condense the energy behind her back, and tried to find a way to stimulate her scion S cells. HAAA. With a loud explosion, a fine layer of sweat beads slipped on Xiao Fang's face, but she did not give up and kept trying. After a long time, under the expectant gaze of Sun Wuhan and others, Xiao Fang's hair was finally slowly changing towards gold, and her pupils were constantly changing, beginning to appear pale green. Very well, Xiao Fang, keep up this feeling of excitement. Seeing the changes in Xiao Fang, Sun Wukong quickly opened his mouth and passed on his experience. Unfortunately, perhaps because of trying for too long, Xiao Fang finally failed to transform into a super scion, but the whole person collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, but her face was full of excitement. Xiao Fang has never felt the realm of super scions so clearly as now, and she even has a feeling that if her physical strength is at its peak, she can completely transform into a super scion just now. Ha! 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 Grandpa, give me a fairy bean. After taking a few breaths, Xiao Fang, who was excited, quickly said to Sun Wukong. Hey! Fairy beans! But I have run out of fairy beans. Sun Wukong touched his head and said with an embarrassed face. What? After listening to Sun Wukong's words, Xiao Fang's eyes widened directly, and her big round eyes looked at her grandfather Sun Wukong with disbelief. Xiao Fang heard from the Karin immortals that every time he planted immortal beans, more than half would be taken away by his grandfather. That, I don't know what's going on, so many fairy beans actually ran out unknowingly. There are still too few fairy beans, and they are completely insufficient. Listening to Sun Wukong's sigh, everyone looked at him speechlessly. Cut. I still have a few fairy beans here, so let's use them for you. Vegeta took 3 fairy beans from her pocket and handed them to Xiao Fang. After taking a fairy bean, Xiao Fang's aura instantly recovered, and she began to try to transform into a Super Saiyan again. Very good. Keep it like this, don't let your chi loosen, and then slowly suppress the energy. When Xiao Fang transformed again, Sun Wukong continued to guide Xiao Fang. The Kung Fu paid off, and Xiao Fang finally completely transformed into a Super Saiyan before all 3 of Vegeta's fairy beans were used, and although the transformation took more than a minute, it was still successful. The strong aura emanating from Xiao Fang's body after the transformation surprised Son Gohan, because that strong aura was almost no weaker than the Super Saiyan who transformed when he fought Frieza. Son Gohan wondered suspiciously, could this transformation method be stronger for the improvement of strength than the normal transformation? Or is Xiao Fang's strength stronger than she expected? Great! I did it! I finally made it! Xiao Fang, who successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, was jumping alive in place excitedly. Dad! Thank you! Although Xiao Fang acted very naughty, she also knew how to thank the people who helped her, and happily thanked Son Gohan. Okay, Xiao Fang, now try to see if you can become a Super Saiyan after changing back to normal. Xiao Fang nodded slightly after listening to Sun Wuhan's words, gradually suppressing the energy condensed behind it. Her hair and pupils began to slowly return to normal, and the energy gradually declined. After more than 10 seconds, Xiao Fang returned to normal and tried to transform into a Super Saiyan again. HAAA. More than 30 seconds later, Xiao Fang transformed into a Super Saiyan again, although the transformation time was still long, but it was much shorter than the time it took to transform for the first time. Okay, Xiao Fang, it seems that you have fully mastered the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan, but the speed of your transformation is too slow, and you have to try a few more times to strive to transform into a Super Saiyan in an instant. Okay, Dad. Xiao Fang agreed with a serious face. 10 days later, above the temple, a huge void suddenly appeared out of thin air, and 2 figures flew out from inside one after the other. At this moment, Sun Wuhan's combat effectiveness has increased a lot compared to more than 10 days ago, but the aura on his body has become weaker, and it is completely impossible to feel how strong the terrifying power contained in his body is. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 049. After teaching Xiao Fang to transform into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wuhan followed Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang back to Bunzishan to live for another 7 or 8 days. Although Sun Gohan is not Kiki's child in this world, in the past few days, Kiki still completely treats Sun Gohan as her own biological child, and takes care of him very well. And Sun Gohan naturally met the group of friends who knew and did not know in this world. After that, Sun Gohan was taken to the temple by Sun Goku amid Kiki's complaints and entered the Spirit Time House to cultivate. Originally, Sun Gohan was not prepared to enter the Spirit Time House. After all, as far as Sun Wuhan knew, a person could only enter the Spirit Time House twice in his life. If you enter more than twice, you will be trapped inside forever and will not be able to get out. Therefore, Sun Gohan hopes to use it as a hidden hole card that can come in handy at critical times in the future. However, after Sun Wuhan heard that Sun Wukong had a way to leave the Spirit Time House freely, he followed Sun Wukong into the Spirit Time House without hesitation. At this point, Sun Gohan believes that his father will not deceive him. In the year in the Spirit Time House, Sun Wuhan not only further improved his strength, but also successfully learned several of Sun Wukong's unique moves in this world, including Dragon Fist, Tenfold Turtle Sect Qigong Wave and Realm King Fist. Among these tricks, the one that Sun Wuhan values the most is the Realm King Fist, and Son Gohan has a premonition when learning the Realm King Fist, which will definitely be an important hole card for himself. I really didn't expect that with our current strength, we can already forcibly break through the space in the Spirit Time House. Looking at the slowly healing space behind him, Son Gohan said with a surprised look. That's of course, in fact, as long as the conditions for transforming into Super Saiyan 3 are met, then after transformation, you can directly break through the space in the Spirit Time House with powerful chi. Looking at Sun Wuhan, who looked surprised, Sun Wukong said casually. Of course, Sun Wukong did not tell Sun Gohan this point from Majin Buu. After learning this method, Sun Wukong did not rely on this method to enter the spiritual time house to cultivate. And this is one of the reasons why the gap between his strength and Vegeta will become larger and larger. Although Vegeta's cultivation is no longer as hard as Sun Wukong's, Vegeta's cultivation environment is much stronger than Sun Wukong. If it weren't for the Spirit Time House giving Sun Wukong a lot of time to cultivate, the gap between Sun Wukong and Vegeta's strength would not be so big. Okay, don't talk about this, let's go quickly, Kiki, they should all be in a hurry. After that, Sun Wukong took the lead and flew towards Boomer's Universal Capsule Company. Ah! Coming, they are already coming. Xiao Feng, who had been constantly looking around above the Universal Capsule Company, soon saw Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan flying from the direction where the temple was located. After seeing the two, Xiao Feng shouted loudly and flew back to the ground from the air, and the loud sound was heard by the people waiting below before she fell. Everyone has arrived so early. Seeing the group of people waiting for the arrival of the two of them, Sun Wukong reached out and touched the back of his head and said with a smile. Sooner or early, obviously you're late. Looking at Sun Wukong's smiling face, Vegeta, who was Sun Wukong's old opponent, couldn't help but open her mouth and fight with him. Although according to time, Sun Wukong, who even has a granddaughter, is definitely not young, Vegeta should be similar. But Sun Gohan still couldn't understand the way the two of them got along. The two of them are obviously so old, why do they still have such a big anger? Is this the so-called old child? Well, has the spaceship already been built? Aunt Boomer. In the past few days, Sun Gohan, who has been accustomed to the fact that Sun Wukong and Vegeta can fight with a few words, sighed helplessly, turned his head to look at Boomer, who was also a little helpless, and asked. Well, the spacecraft has been made in time, because with those spaceships as the basis in the past, the spacecraft I have made can now be said to be the top in the universe in all aspects. After listening to Sun Gohan's words, Boomer looked at Sun Gohan with pride and said. But it's a pity that the time is too short, and the spacecraft I built can only carry 3 people. Boomer said with a regretful look. What? Only 3 people can ride, how is that enough? Why not make it a little better? Hearing Boomer's words, Sun Wukong, who was fighting with Vegeta, quickly asked. In Sun Wukong's view, the universe is so big, since he is going to find Dragon Ball, naturally the more people, the better. Hearing that Sun Wukong seemed to want to blame Boomer, Vegeta immediately couldn't sit still, and roared loudly at Sun Wukong's ear. Humph! It's enough to sit 3 people, but it's just to find Dragon Ball, and with your strength, it is difficult to meet any strong enemies. Listening to Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong was also stunned, and immediately reacted. Yes, 2. Let's discuss who will start this time. Sun Wukong said with a serious face. Chapter 050. After everyone had arrived, they began to choose the candidates who set out to find Dragon Ball. Among the people who set out to find Dragon Ball this time, Son Goku and Vegeta are definitely going. And Son Gohan also wanted to go with him on the grounds that he and Sun Wukong were relatively small and could share a position. Everyone thought about it and did not object. After all, what Son Gohan said was also very reasonable. He and Sun Wukong are now completely children, and if you squeeze it, you can indeed sit in a position. This time, everyone will also go to find Dragon Ball together for Son Gohan, and everyone can understand that Son Gohan wants to go. And Son Gohan's combat power is also very strong, although it cannot carry out a protracted battle after the complete outbreak, but the combat effectiveness is far more than Vegeta, and if you go together, it can be regarded as adding a high-end combat power. As for the last remaining position, Xiao Fang really wanted to go, but was rejected by Vegeta on the grounds that they still needed someone to pilot the spaceship. Coupled with Xiao Fang's parents, Son Gohan and Bidalai in this world, also did not agree with Xiao Fang to take risks, so Xiao Fang had to stay. For this reason, Xiao Fang, who was unhappy in her heart, kicked a spaceship to vent her dissatisfaction. However, although Xiao Fang was very unhappy in her heart, she was also very measured, otherwise this spaceship would be scrapped if she was kicked by Xiao Fang. In the end, Vegeta recommended Trunks as the last choice. Because Trunks can fly spaceships, and his own strength is quite good. More importantly, in Vegeta's opinion, Trunks is his son, and if he goes, then both sides are father and son, and he will not lose to Kakarot at this point. Although Vegeta recommended Trunks, Trunks did not really want to leave Earth to adventure, so Trunks directly refused. Seeing that Trunks ruthlessly rejected his proposal in public, Vegeta, who felt that he had lost face, got down directly from the spaceship and grabbed Trunks, who wanted to escape. Trunks, who was caught by Vegeta, naturally began to struggle, although because of the huge gap in strength between the two sides, Trunks could not really break free of Vegeta, but it was also a little wasted time. And Xiao Fang saw that everyone's attention was attracted by Trunks and Vegeta, so she took the opportunity to sneak onto the spaceship. And when Xiao Fang just slipped on the spaceship, the battle between Vegeta and Trunks had already had results in the end. Trunks was severely repaired by Vegeta, and finally flew into the spaceship obediently under Vegeta's vicious gaze. Cut. Seeing Trunks obediently get on the spaceship, Vegeta snorted coldly unpleasantly, and then flew slowly towards the spaceship. Boom! While everyone was still waiting for Vegeta to enter the spaceship, the spacecraft suddenly started without knowing why. After starting, the spacecraft soared directly into the sky, and finally rushed directly out of the Earth's atmosphere, leaving a dull-looking Vegeta. Vegeta, who had just flown to the entrance of the spacecraft, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the spaceship suddenly rising into the sky. Damn it! Trunks, this bastard, I definitely can't spare him when I come back. Looking at Trunks, who left him and left directly on the spaceship, Vegeta felt anger in his heart. Feeling a fire burning in his heart. Of the people on the spaceship, only Trunks will pilot the spaceship, which is why Vegeta previously proposed to let Trunks go with him. And now the spaceship that suddenly flew away is naturally the reason why Trunks, a bastard, is deliberately taking revenge on himself in Vegeta's eyes. The sudden start of the spacecraft was also completely unexpected by Son Gohan and the three. The three of Son Gohan, who were completely unprepared, were turned upside down by the suddenly activated spacecraft. Trunks, what's going on? Why did the spacecraft suddenly start? Sun Wukong, who had finally stabilized his body, rubbed his head that had just collided with Trunks and asked suspiciously. I didn't know it was like that. Trunks rubbed his head, also with a puzzled look on his face. Dad, I know what's going on. Son Gohan looked at the position of the cockpit with his eyes and said a little helplessly, aren't you ready to come out yet? Xiao Fang. What? After hearing Son Gohan's words, Son Goku and Trunks both looked at the cockpit with a surprised look. Under the surprised gazes of the three, the cockpit door slowly opened, and Xiao Fang walked out from inside. After seeing Xiao Fang coming out of the cockpit, Sun Wukong and Trunks also understood the reason why the spacecraft started. Chapter 051. Xiao Fang, how did you come up? Seeing his granddaughter coming out of the cockpit, Sun Wukong asked with a curious look. Fortunately, in Sun Wukong's opinion, as long as there is one person who can drive a spaceship in this selection, it doesn't matter who the remaining one is. In terms of combat effectiveness, having himself and Sun Gohan is enough to solve all the problems. So after Xiao Fang held Sun Wukong's hand and began to coquette, Sun Wukong agreed not to return to Earth without thinking, and let Xiao Fang follow herself and others to find Dragon Ball. Looking at Sun Wukong, who was doting on him with an unprincipled look when facing his granddaughter Xiao Fang, Sun Gohan and Trunks looked at each other with a helpless face, but they did not object. In Sun Wuhan's opinion, with their combat strength, they can be completely fearless of any danger, and it doesn't matter if they let Xiao Fang go together. In this regard, Sun Gohan's thoughts are the same as Sun Gohan's. As for Trunks, as long as it wasn't Vegeta who went with him, he didn't care who the last candidate was. Dad, since you want Xiao Fang to go with us to find the Dragon Ball, it's best to contact the people on Earth first. After all, after discovering Xiao Fang's sudden disappearance, Sun Gohan and Bai Diary must be very worried. Saying that, Sun Gohan took a contact device and handed it to Sun Wukong, but when it came to Sun Gohan on Earth, Sun Gohan's voice was a little unnatural. Although he has adapted to this world, every time he mentions Xiao Fang's father, the Sun Gohan in this world, Sun Gohan still feels awkward for a while, so he unconsciously speaks a little unnaturally. Fortunately, everyone is basically used to this, so there is nothing strange about Sun Gohan's tone. Oh, yes. I'll talk to Kiki and Gohan now. Sun Wukong quickly took the contact device handed over by Sun Wuhan and began to contact the Earth. One more point, Dad, I saw that Xiao Fang was starting the spaceship just when Uncle Vegeta was about to come in. Uncle Vegeta will probably think that Trunks is deliberately retaliating against him. After all, we only have Trunks here who can fly a spaceship, and Trunks was beaten by Uncle Vegeta before, so... The following words Sun Gohan did not continue, because when Sun Gohan said this, Trunks had already reacted, and his face changed greatly and quickly rushed to Sun Wukong. That's right, Uncle Goku, you must explain this matter clearly to my father, otherwise my father will definitely beat me to death when I return to Earth. After hearing Sun Gohan's words, Trunks, who reacted, looked at Sun Wukong in front of him sweating and said, Trunks, you don't have to worry, Vegeta is not that stingy, you can rest assured. After listening to Trunks' words, Sun Wukong did not seem to realize how dangerous this matter would be to Trunks, waved his hand and said with a look of indifference, and at the same time connected the contact device in his hand. Trunks, you bastard, aren't you so bold that you dare to leave me and run away, and when you come back, you don't see me. After Sun Wukong established contact with Boomer on Earth, Vegeta's angry roar immediately came, and the huge voice startled the four of Sun Gohan. And what Vegeta said made Trunks pale with fright. Quickly snatched the contact device in Sun Wukong's hand, Trunks quickly began to explain in a panic. But in the end found that the contact device was actually frightened by Vegeta's roar. So Trunks, who had made contact with Earth again, was greeted with an even more violent and terrifying roar from Vegeta. In the end, Sun Gohan couldn't stand it, snatched the communicator in the hands of Trunks, who had been unable to explain to his father Vegeta, and ended the farce with Trunks' grateful eyes. Then Trunks flew out of the solar system in a spacecraft. A day later, inside the cockpit of the spacecraft. Trunks, how's it going? Have you found a suitable planet to land? Sun Gohan looked at Trunks, who was nervously controlling the spaceship, and asked anxiously. No, there are no high-tech planets in the vicinity at all, not even many planets with life. Trunks said with some despair. Just now, Trunks, who has been in charge of piloting the spacecraft, suddenly told everyone that the energy in the spacecraft was about to run out. After hearing Trunks' words, everyone was taken aback, because at this time, everyone had just left the Earth not long ago, and they had not even left the galaxy. Woohoo! How so? People haven't had a good relationship yet. Is this going to die? I don't want. Xiao Fang, who knew this situation, was so scared that he cried directly, while Sun Wukong kept comforting Xiao Fang on the side, because he couldn't do other things now. And Sun Gohan is also frowning at the moment. Although he has the ability to survive in space, he can only ensure that he survives in space, and he has no time to care about others. Chapter 052. If Sun Gohan is alone now, it would be better. After all, he has the ability to survive in the universe. Whether there is a spacecraft or not has a great impact on himself. It does not matter whether it is or not. But at this moment, in addition to himself, there are 3 people who are also staying on this spaceship, and none of them have the ability to survive in the universe. Sun Gohan can't watch everyone die in front of him, so this spaceship must not give up. So Sun Gohan is also anxious. Ah! Great, there is a planet with very vigorous vitality not far ahead, let's land on that planet first. At this time, Trunks suddenly said with a look of excitement. After listening to Trunks' words, everyone was overjoyed in their hearts and quickly ran to the window. Following the direction Trunks said, everyone really felt a lot of breath of life. At this moment, Sun Wukong couldn't care about comforting Xiao Fang, and quickly said out loud, "Trunks, hurry up and get there." "No, Grandpa, it's too far away, with the existing energy and flight speed of our spacecraft, I'm afraid we won't be able to get there." After carefully feeling the location of the breath, Xiao Fang, who was still very happy because of hope, said with a desperate face. "It's okay, just know the direction, it's going to be slower, but we can get there." Seeing that Sun Wukong and Trunks fell into silence after listening to Xiao Fang's words, Sun Gohan stood up and walked towards the entrance of the spaceship and said, "Leave the rest to me." Sun Gohan is not worried about whether he can reach that planet at all, as long as he can discern the direction. Sun Gohan said that the rest is not a problem at all. What are you going to do, Gohan?" Looking at Sun Wuhan who walked outside the spaceship, Sun Wukong asked with a curious look. "Dad, have you forgotten that the king god of the realm once told you how I arrived on Earth?" After Sun Gohan explained casually, he continued to walk towards the outside of the spaceship, without meaning to stop at all. "Grandpa, what did Dad mean by that sentence he just said?" Xiao Fang asked Sun Wukong with a curious look. I've heard the king god mention before that Gohan was near the former Nami nemesis when he first crossed into our universe. Later, Gohan traveled a long time in the universe before reaching Earth. Sun Wukong introduces Xiao Fang and Trunks to what he knows from the realm king god. What? Dad was actually able to survive in the universe. After listening to Sun Wukong's explanation, Xiao Fang asked in disbelief. Trunks on the side also had a look of shock on his face. "Dad, the scions in the universe he lives in are so powerful." After the shock, Xiao Fang looked at Sun Gohan, who was quietly flying next to the spacecraft at this moment, and sighed from the bottom of her heart. For Xiao Fang's exclamation, Sun Wukong and Trunks couldn't help nodding in agreement. Because even the strongest Monkey King at this moment cannot survive in the universe for a long time, once he runs out of chi and does not reach the right planet, then he is really certain to die. In this universe, the only one who can be confirmed to be able to survive in the universe is Frieza. At this moment, Sun Gohan carefully looked at the overall shape of the spacecraft outside the spacecraft, and finally found a position that did not affect his field of vision, and at the same time could facilitate his movement and dodge with the spacecraft. "You guys hurry up and find a place to do it, it's about to land." Looking at the huge planet not far away, Sun Gohan shouted loudly to the 3 of the spaceship's Monkey King. After hearing Sun Gohan's words, the 3 people in the spaceship sat in the driver's seat very obediently and fastened their seat belts. Boom! As Sun Gohan flew into the planet, the spacecraft pulled by him rubbed violently with the atmosphere inside the planet. Boom! With a violent explosion, Sun Gohan landed smoothly with the spacecraft, and the huge force directly cracked the ground. Looking at the place where he landed, Sun Gohan found that he was actually in a desert again. Son Gohan's expression suddenly became a little unnatural. It seemed that the place where he went to the place where he landed when Namex was attacked before was also in a desert. This is the third time I really have a relationship with the desert. The same spacecraft had a problem, the same forced landing, and also landed in the desert. Son Gohan couldn't help but sigh out loud his fate with the desert. Have we landed? After feeling calm, Xiao Fang asked Trunks curiously. Well, yes, we've landed smoothly. And I have just tested, the air quality on this planet is still very good, very suitable for us to survive. With his eyes fixed on the computer screen in front of him, Trunks said while looking at the analysis report on the computer screen. Chapter 053. Okay, in that case, let's go down first. Saying that, Sun Wukong couldn't wait to open the door of the spaceship and ran out. Dad, I have already felt it just now, there are no strong people this week, so let's act separately according to the agreement we discussed before. Looking at the Monkey King who ran out of the spaceship, Monkey Rice spoke. Okay, Gohan, be careful. Sun Wukong nodded and said. After saying hello to the three of Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan flew away from the planet and flew back towards the Earth. Previously, the four of Sun Gohan had already discussed, and after the spacecraft found a suitable planet to land, the three of Sun Wukong were responsible for finding materials that could replenish the energy of the spacecraft on the landing planet. And Sun Gohan, who can survive in the universe, returns to Earth to find Boomer for help. The son of Boomer, Earth's most talented scientist, Trunks said that if he could find enough resources, he could make energy suitable for spacecraft. However, Xiao Fang did not believe what Trunks said. Not to mention that Trunks had never seen anything made before, and until now Trunks had not figured out why the spacecraft's energy was suddenly insufficient, which made Xiao Fang unable to fully believe Trunks' abilities. It is also for this reason that Xiao Fang asked Sun Gohan to go back to Earth to consult Boomer after the spacecraft landed, and bring some spacecraft energy by the way. Perhaps because he really failed to check what was wrong with the spacecraft, Trunks is indeed a little unconfident in his abilities now. So for Xiao Fang's request, although Trunks didn't seem very happy, he also agreed in his heart. Therefore, after Sun Gohan discovers that the planet is safe enough, he prepares to return to Earth. Of course, unlike Xiao Fang, in Sun Gohan's opinion, as the son of the genius scientist Boomer, Trunks' ability will definitely not be weak, otherwise Vegeta would not recommend Trunks to be the last person on the spaceship. After all, according to the original configuration, it is enough to set out to find the combat power of the Dragon Ball this time, and what is needed is more an excellent pilot who can control the spaceship. Therefore, since Vegeta will recommend Trunks, it proves that Trunks' ability has been recognized by Vegeta. With Vegeta's personality, he would not release water because Trunks was his son, so he had to be harsher with him. So since there is no problem with Trunks' technology, the biggest possibility is that the energy in this spacecraft is not enough in the first place, but no one noticed this before. I remember watching Dragon Ball before. It seemed that Boomer did forget to refuel his car once, and this time it should be about the same. However, Sun Gohan did not tell anyone about this. After all, this is just his own speculation, or it may be that something really went wrong with the spacecraft. In order to be able to return to Earth as soon as possible, and to be more familiar with the power of Super Saiyan 2, Sun Gohan has been maintaining the form of Super Saiyan 2 flying in space. Soon, Sun Gohan returned to Earth, and after becoming normal, Sun Gohan came to Universal Capsule Company again. As soon as he arrived at the Universal Capsule Company, Sun Gohan found that Vegeta was already waiting for him, although his face was calm, but there was still a trace of anxiety in his eyes. However, after hearing Sun Gohan's intentions, Vegeta secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then scolded the fool and then took Sun Gohan to find Boomer, and I don't know if the bastard just now was scolding Trunks or Boomer. After finding Boomer to explain the situation, Boomer went to check it, and then found that he had installed the used energy on the spacecraft. After understanding the truth of the matter, son Gohan, who knew that it was not a problem with the spacecraft, also breathed a sigh of relief, and then after a beautiful meal at Boomer's house, he returned to find the three of Sun Wukong with the capsule given by Boomer. This time, because he was not in a hurry, Son Gohan just maintained his normal flight in the universe, so he did not fly very fast. However, he did not notice that when he was flying in the universe normally, some tiny purple particles invisible to the naked eye burrowed into his body from time to time. When he was about to reach the planet where the spacecraft landed, Son Gohan was keenly aware that the aura on this planet was much less. His face changed, and Son Gohan quickly transformed into a Super Saiyan and flew quickly. "Dad, what's going on?" Son Gohan looked at the group of people who surrounded the three of Sun Wukong with a curious face, because Sun Wuhan did not feel any hostility on them, so he didn't understand why they surrounded the three of Sun Wukong. Chapter 054. Ah, Gohan, you're back. They are all civilians on this planet to thank us. Sun Wukong quickly blocked in front of the crowd who was trembling with fright by the breath on Sun Wuhan's body, and opened his mouth to explain. Immediately, Sun Wukong said what happened after Sun Wuhan left. At that time, not long after Sun Gohan left, the three of Sun Wukong found a city on this planet and learned that the planet was called Imga. However, they did not know that it was still a very dictatorial country, and that King Donghia was a very greedy man. It was precisely because they didn't know this that Sun Wukong and the three of them lost a lot of face, and as for the loss of face, because Xiao Fang had been staring at the side, Sun Wukong did not say it. Later, after learning what the king of the planet, Donghia, did, the angry three directly entered the palace, disintegrating Dongghia's forces. At the same time, in this process, Sun Wukong successfully found an opponent who was stronger than his normal strength, and had a good time. Subsequently, the three Monkey Kings who successfully rescued the planet were very warmly received by the people on the planet until the arrival of Monkey Rice. After saying goodbye to the enthusiastic crowd, the four of Sun Gohan and Garud, a robotic pet that had just been adopted by Xiao Fang, left the planet Omega on a spaceship. Speaking of which, this robot called Garud is also quite unlucky. It was because he secretly ate the Dragon Ball radar that Xiao Fang took for safekeeping, and it was discovered by Xiao Fang, who had just lost his face once. As a result, Garud, who was discovered, was chased by the angry Xiao Fang and cornered, and finally in order to avoid the fate of being ruined by the angry Xiao Fang, Garud had to show the ability he obtained after stealing the Dragon Ball radar. After showing his ability to explore Dragon Ball, Garud acts as Xiao Fang's pet and accompanies Monkey King and they on a journey to find Dragon Ball. However, when the four of Sun Gohan left happily, they did not find themselves watching by a pair of gloomy eyes at the moment. "Babe, do you see that? Those are the foods that are about to provide you with energy. Moreover, I will never allow any Saiyan to live in this world." A voice full of killing intent and hatred looked viciously at the departing Sun Gohan 4 across a screen and said, "This planet is the location shown on the Dragon Ball radar." Garud said in a calm tone, pointing to a planet not far ahead. Is it finally coming? Is this where the first Dragon Ball is located?" Trunks stretched and said happily while manipulating the spacecraft to land slowly. "That's great, let's go down and take a look." Xiao Fang, who had been in the spaceship for a long time, was the first to be unable to bear it, and quickly urged. The mass and performance of the spacecraft built by Boomer really have nothing to say. However, because it was rushed out, the space inside this spaceship is a little too small, and it is not even as big as the original Celestial God spaceship. Coupled with the fact that Xiao Fang was originally a child who liked to be lively, it was no wonder that Xiao Fang was so urgent. Xiao Fang, who had been in the spaceship for a long time, couldn't wait to run outside the spacecraft immediately to feel the fresh air outside. However, the luck of Sun Wukong and others seems to be quite good. Soon, Trunks made a detailed examination of the environment on the planet. It turned out that the air quality on this planet is very good, even much better than the air quality on Earth. So the four of Son Gohan hurriedly came out of the spaceship and found that the spacecraft was parked on a beautiful island at this moment. The four of them were carefully admiring the surrounding scenery. At this moment, the Earth suddenly vibrated violently, as if a huge earthquake had occurred. Under this huge vibration, the Earth was directly divided and scattered in all directions. Seeing that something was not quite right, Trunks quickly ran to the spaceship and drove the spacecraft into the air quickly. Is this still a turtle? Son Gohan, Sun Wukong, and Xiao Fang stood in mid-air, and Trunks, who was driving the spaceship, watched in amazement as the island he landed not long ago slowly stretched out his limbs and head and a tail that could only see shadows in the water, turning into a huge turtle. Roar! The huge island that had returned to its turtle form was filled with a huge sense of oppression, and a huge roar was emitted from one mouth. Then his casual gaze glanced at Son Gohan nonchalantly, and finally when his gaze swept over Sun Wuhan, the giant tortoise's gaze couldn't help but pause, and then his gaze stayed on Son Gohan's body. Chapter 055. After noticing that the attention of the giant tortoise in front of him was on his body, Son Gohan's sweaty hair stood up, and he quickly put on a posture, fully guarded. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang on the side also involuntarily followed Sun Wuhan to be on guard. The faces of the three involuntarily flowed a fine layer of cold sweat. However, to everyone's surprise, the huge turtle just stared at Sun Wuhan for a while, and then let out a huge roar again in the terrified eyes of Sun Wuhan and others, and then slowly sank to the bottom and disappeared. After seeing the huge turtle sink under the water and disappear, the four of Son Gohan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the body of that big turtle did not exude any powerful aura, it gave Son Gohan and the others an unimaginably huge pressure. After the giant tortoise disappeared, Son Gohan and the others didn't say much, and after making quick eye contact with each other, they quickly left the place. Along the way, the four of Son Gohan can be said to have seen all kinds of huge creatures of huge size. Among them are ants the size of an adult's fist, giant praying mantis that is not much different from an adult, and whales that are as large as a huge land. However, along the way, although Son Gohan and the others saw a variety of giant creatures, many of them were far larger than the existence of the big turtle. But the four of them had never seen a creature comparable to the giant tortoise in terms of momentum. After finding a safer place for the spacecraft to land, Son Gohan and the others had the effort to take a good look at the strange environment on the planet. I saw that the surrounding plants were big and scary, and a small grass was at least 10 meters away, and various huge creatures lived in it. It's a gigantic world. Dad, the animals and plants here are too big. Even if we have the Dragon Ball radar, it is not easy to find a Dragon Ball here smoothly. Let's go separately. Looking at the huge vegetation around him, Son Gohan frowned and suggested. Okay, Gohan has a point, then I'll find a direction with Gohan alone, and Trunks, Xiao Fang, and Garud will find a direction. Sun Wukong frowned and thought for a moment, and then opened his mouth to assign candidates. Because there is only one Dragon Ball Thunder left, plus Son Gohan also has some things of his own at the moment, there is no time to find Dragon Ball for the time being. Therefore, the last Dragon Ball radar was thrown to Son Goku by Son Gohan. Following the vague feeling that loomed in his heart, Son Gohan rushed in one direction. Soon Son Gohan left the place where the three of Son Goku were. After that, Son Gohan unexpectedly came to a lake. After coming to this place, Son Gohan felt that the inexplicable feeling that had been in his heart before suddenly disappeared. Son Gohan carefully looked at the surrounding environment, but found nothing abnormal. Seeing this, Son Gohan couldn't help frowning and set his gaze on the lake in front of him. Just as Son Gohan hesitated to enter the lake to check, a huge shadow slowly appeared in the middle of the lake. Immediately afterwards, a huge head with red eyes quickly drilled out of the lake and quickly drilled back, without causing any movement. The surroundings were quiet, and nothing changed, as if the scene just now was just an illusion, but Son Gohan, who was originally standing on the edge of the lake, had disappeared. At the same time, the entire universe seemed to be under magic, and everything stopped. Son Gohan held his head and groaned, and slowly opened his eyes. Are you better? A loud and thick voice suddenly came from the front. After hearing that thick voice, Son Gohan's body couldn't help but be stunned, and then as if he had thought of something, his muscles tightened, and he quickly retreated, with a look of guard. Son Gohan looked up and saw a large turtle that was not much different from himself appeared in front of him. Seeing that it was not as bad as he thought in his heart, Son Gohan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked at the big turtle with an inquiring gaze, and kept guessing its origin in his heart. You don't have to guess anymore, that monster just now is me, and the person who brought you to this universe is also me. Just as Son Gohan was about to say something, the big turtle in front of him suddenly spoke. What? Son Gohan looked up at the big turtle with a surprised expression. That's right, I do know a little mind reading and can know some of your thoughts. But don't be nervous, I didn't bring you here with any malice, I just wanted to talk to you. Also, it's not my reason that you first crossed into that universe. Sensing Son Gohan's thoughts, the huge turtle said with a smile on his face. So, are you looking for me for something? Chapter 056, 1. God has infinite possibilities. Maybe at the beginning this transformation will be weaker, not as good as your kind of transformation that combines the power of Super Saiyan. But as long as you continue to cultivate this form seriously, then your strength will become stronger and stronger, and this is the right path. Listening to the words of the big turtle Dick, Son Gohan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, but he didn't care too much about this. Because Son Gohan simply had no way to use the power of God to directly transform. So, how should the Saiyan giant ape form improve its strength? After a long time, seeing that Dick had the meaning of repeating what he had just said for the 5th time, Son Gohan quickly interrupted. Although Son Wuhan didn't know whether the things Dick said were true or false, these things were indeed very helpful for his future cultivation direction. Therefore, Son Gohan's attitude also changed from perfunctory at the beginning to listening very carefully. But later he found out that Dick was talking back and forth about these points, and Son Gohan didn't want to listen to them, he wanted to know more about some things. Listening to Son Gohan's words, the big turtle Dick couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Oh, do you mean the great ape-like Saiyan? That's a bit of a hassle. If the Saiyans after the transformation of the giant apes want to transform, they first need to fully develop the physical potential in human form and transform into a golden giant ape similar to the Super Saiyan. However, unlike the Super Saiyan's fixed improvement of their normal strength, the golden giant ape form is a transformation that can completely unseal the terrifying potential of one's body and break the limits of the body. After that, as long as you can consciously control the huge force in your body, you can complete the transformation. The big turtle Dick, who was interrupted by Son Gohan's question, did not have any dissatisfaction, but became more excited because someone interacted with him, and Tao Tao did not feel that he was talking. However, if you want to continue to improve your strength after that, you need to let the flesh that broke through the limits of your body after the transformation of the giant ape continue to break through your limits and continue to become stronger. Only in this way can you continue to improve your strength. Unlike your Super Saiyan God, a God realm transformation, this is a simple route to pursue the limits of the physical body and obtain more powerful powers. Subsequently, Son Gohan did not know what he had listened to Dick and how long he had listened to it. However, after Son Gohan deeply remembered everything that Dick the Great Tortoise said about the transformation of the Saiyan, Dick continued to repeat, but it was also an indisputable fact. I don't know how long it took. After the big turtle Dick finally stopped talking, Son Gohan, who was a little collapsed and couldn't stand it, looked at it blankly, and his eyes were full of resentment. Although I don't know how long has passed, Son Gohan can be sure that he has been here for a long time. I don't know what will happen to Dad when they find out they are missing. Well, I'm sorry, son Gohan. I haven't chatted with anyone for a long time, I didn't expect to talk for so long, ha ha ha. Embarrassed smiled for a while. Seeing that son Gohan was still looking at himself with a resentful face, and found that his words did not have any effect, the big turtle Dick slowly stopped smiling and became a little embarrassed. That, you don't have to worry, I have stopped the time in this universe when I brought you over, so you will still stay in the original time after you go back, don't worry. After checking son Gohan's heart with mind reading, and knowing son Gohan's worries, the big turtle Dick explained with some embarrassment. Seeing that son Gohan was still silent, the big turtle Dick couldn't help sighing. Hey! The things I talked about earlier are already very valuable lessons for you. Forget it, after all, can someone have the patience to listen to my nagging for so long, and if you are in a good mood today, I will give you some more benefits. Saying that, the big turtle Dick waved his turtle claws in son Gohan's surprised gaze. Suddenly, son Gohan felt his body fly uncontrollably towards the big turtle Dick. Seeing this, son Gohan, who knew that he could not resist, gave up resistance and let the big turtle Dick do it. Seeing son Gohan's very cooperative behavior, the big turtle Dick couldn't help nodding, appearing very satisfied with son Gohan's attitude. Although Lord Salama, the dragon god, created your scion race with two different types of soul nature and body, you scions can only use the power of one of them according to your own choice. Although my strength is far inferior to Lord Salama, the dragon god, Lord Salama, once gave me a unique ability, that is, fusion. Chapter 057. After using this ability, I can completely fuse two different souls into one, so that they have two different soul properties at the same time. Big Tortoise Dick said with a proud look. I'll let you remerge with the soul of son Gohan of your world now. After that, you will be able to use the power in two different forms at the same time. After speaking, the big turtle Dick did not wait for son Gohan to say anything, so he directly pressed his turtle claws on son Wuhan's head, and his eyes turned red as blood. Ugh! As Dick pressed his tortoise claws against his head, son Gohan only felt as if a hand was constantly tugging at his soul. It didn't take long for son Gohan to endure the severe pain from the deepest part of his soul, shouted that his eyes were dark, and passed out. However, before passing out of the coma, son Gohan faintly seemed to see a thin but very conspicuous purple aura emerging from his body. This is destruction energy, or such pure destruction energy, this little guy's luck is really good. Seeing the purple aura coming out of son Wuhan's body, the big turtle Dick sighed softly with some surprise. However, this destructive energy is too pure, it can completely form the destructive force, but with his strength, it is uncontrollable, so let me help you again. Saying that, the big turtle Dick's body also appeared a substantial purple aura. Drink! The big turtle Dick stretched out another turtle claw and pressed it on son Gohan's chest, bursting into a loud gulp. The next moment, son Gohan's hair completely turned purple, and then a very huge and terrifying purple flame appeared on his body. Then, the terrifying destructive energy on son Gohan's body slowly surged all towards his tail. Son Gohan's hair slowly returned to normal, and the destructive energy on his body was completely sealed into his tail. After a long time, son Gohan slowly woke up, holding his head with a sleepy look and slowly standing up. Looks like you've woken up. The voice of the big turtle Dick came. Well. After hearing this voice, son Gohan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and it took a while to remember what happened before he fell into a coma. It's none of my business, although there will be some pain in fusing the soul, but there are no sequelae in your head. The reason why you are unconscious is entirely because you accidentally used destructive energy yourself. After using mind reading to detect son Gohan's thoughts, the big turtle Dick explained with a funny face. Destruction energy. Son Gohan looked puzzled, very puzzled by this sudden destructive energy. That's right, the destructive energy is one of the most terrifying force energies in this world, and that is the power that belongs to God. So although your strength can be considered good, it is only at the level of mortals. Your body is still far from being able to withstand the erosion of destructive energy, so you will pass out after you inadvertently use this power. And the destructive energy in your body is still very pure. Big Turtle Dick smiled and told Son Gohan the reason why he was in a coma. Is it? So how long did I sleep? How do I feel that my body is soft and there is no strength at all? Son Gohan stretched and asked a little sleepily. Oh, it's normal for you to feel weak physically, after all, you've been in a coma for more than 30 million years. What? More than 30 million years? What about Dragon Ball and Daddy? After listening to the words of the Big Turtle Dick, Son Gohan froze and immediately asked anxiously. Don't worry, have you forgotten that I told you something that I had stopped time? So no matter how long your time passes, it will not have an impact on the world. Also, the destructive energy in your body has been sealed by me, unless your strength reaches the requirements one day, you will no longer be able to use that power in the future. Of course, although the destructive power has been sealed by me, it can still strengthen your body continuously. Yes. Hearing Dick's explanation, Son Gohan breathed a long sigh of relief and let go of the worries in his heart. After knowing the sequelae of using destructive energy, Son Gohan was really worried about when he would unintentionally use this power again, and then pass out. At that time, it will not be as lucky as this time. There is a strong person who has stopped time and waited for him to wake up. At the same time, Son Gohan has a better understanding of Dick's terrifying strength. If only temporarily stopping time, the Kinect team also has this ability. But directly stopping the time of the entire universe at one time, and it is still more than 30 million years, which is really not what Son Gohan can imagine. Okay, aren't you going to find Dragon Ball? Enough chatting has been made, I'll send you back next. After saying that, the Big Turtle Dick yawned, and then waved his turtle claws casually, and then Son Gohan, who had not reacted, disappeared directly. At the same time, the time that had stopped throughout the universe began to flow again. Chapter 058. The large forest under the sun is like a beautiful picture painted by the painter. The river flows quietly and crystal clear. As far as the eye can see, there is a green forest sea everywhere, and the undulations of the mountains are the waves of the forest sea. And in the big forest is a huge treasure. Hundreds of apple trees dressed in pink brocade woven of petals like a festival stand in a neat row, a gentle breeze blows, and the fragrance is refreshing. A huge apple tree lowered, and a small figure suddenly appeared, very strange. But his appearance seemed so natural, as if he should have been there. Son Gohan, who had just come to his senses, immediately found that he had been sent out by the giant turtle named Dick. However, Son Gohan did not have much disappointment in this, but was a little lucky. Although the big turtle Dick did not show any malice towards himself, being alone with such a terrifying existence was still a little weak in Son Gohan's heart. Gollum! A sound of thunder suddenly came, and Son Gohan couldn't help but touch his stomach and looked around. Because of the unintentional use of destructive energy relationships, although the ability to absorb cosmic energy replenishes the lack of energy in the body. But those energies can only make Son Gohan wake up, and it can't satisfy Son Gohan's body's thirst for energy in food. Soon, Son Gohan quickly ran alone to a place full of huge red apples. The amount of apples on this planet is really abundant. Any apple will be at least 3,4 meters tall. Red apples hang high on the branches, which is very tempting. Looking at the huge apples, Son Gohan's stomach involuntarily cried again. Touching his stomach and seeing that there was no one around, Son Gohan rolled his eyes, and then jumped high and plucked a big red apple from the branch. After glancing at the big apple in front of him and finding nothing wrong, the hungry Son Gohan took a bite. This huge apple not only looks attractive, but also has plenty of moisture inside. After Son Gohan took a bite, a large amount of apple juice continued to flow like spilled water, wetting Son Gohan's clothes. However, although the volume of these large apples is very large, and the moisture inside is also very sufficient, its taste is not much different from that of apples on earth. It's just that it is several times stronger in volume and moisture. However, for Sun Wuhan, who is hungry at the moment, this is already a rare delicacy. It was only a dozen seconds before and after, and Sun Wuhan had already eaten a huge big apple. Immediately after quickly eating dozens of apples, Sun Wuhan felt that his stomach was no longer so hungry. After filling his stomach, Sun Gohan randomly found a place to lie down, while seriously thinking about his previous experience, while holding the apple in his hand that had not yet eaten the remaining half and slowly eating. When Ji Zhong finished eating the big apple in his hand, Sun Gohan's movements froze and he looked ahead with a surprised face. Not far from Sun Gohan there is a huge apple tree, and under that apple tree there are several large red apples that have fallen. Of course, what surprised Sun Gohan was not the huge apple tree or the big red apple that fell to the ground. To Sun Gohan's surprise, there seemed to be a round ball next to the apples. This ball made Sun Gohan feel very familiar, and it seemed to be a dragon ball. Quickly ran under the tree, and saw a dragon ball staying there. Take a closer look, it is actually the 4 planets that I have always worn on my hat when I was a child. Sun Gohan really didn't expect that the first dragon ball he and the others found was actually the 4 planets that had special meaning for him. Just as Sun Gohan was about to pick it up, a loud sound of breaking the air came. Without having time to think, Sun Gohan directly grabbed the dragon ball, a donkey rolled around, and dodged the sneak attack behind him. When I looked up, I saw a crow the size of a large dinosaur on earth staying in the air. When Sun Gohan looked at it, the huge crow also looked at Sun Gohan with the same viciousness, as if Sun Gohan had snatched it of something. Then the huge crow let out a very ugly cry and once again pounced from the air. Looking at the crow who didn't know if he was dead or alive, Sun Wuhan's eyes couldn't help but have a touch of coldness. Although Sun Gohan knows that crows have a habit of collecting glowing things, the gigantic big crow just now should have only happened to see the light emitted by the dragon ball in the air, so it would have shot out instinctively. However, seeing that it actually dared to grab his head, Sun Gohan couldn't help but feel angry in his heart. Chapter 059. Although the speed and strength of that crow have been greatly improved because of its huge size, even the ability to resist attacks seems to have increased a lot. However, in the end, it is just an ordinary small animal, and it is still too weak compared to Sun Gohan. Seeing the huge crow flying down towards him, Sun Gohan had no intention of dodging. Joke, if you just need to dodge in the face of such an opponent, it would be too shameful. So Sun Wuhan directly rose from the spot, grabbed the claws of the giant crow, and smashed his body towards the ground. After throwing the giant crow, Sun Gohan's figure quickly came to its back and stepped on it. Although Sun Gohan did not mean to hit hard, but at this moment, Sun Gohan's strong strength, this set of attacks, still made the huge crow directly lose consciousness, and passed out in mid-air. Dad, what happened? Not long after Sun Gohan had just finished solving the huge crow, before Xiao Feng Gran arrived, the voice was already coming from a distance. Soon Xiao Feng came to Sun Gohan's side with Trunks. Oh, it's okay. I just found a dragon ball and solved a troublesome bird by the way. Sun Gohan stretched out his finger and pointed to the huge crow that had been knocked unconscious by himself, and said to Xiao Feng with a calm face. It was not at all surprising that Xiao Feng and Trunks would rush over, after all, the size of the huge crow was there. Although he did not release any breath at that time. But when it was knocked down from the air, the movement caused when it smashed on the ground was not small. Hearing such a big movement, Sun Wukong, Xiao Feng, and Trunks would come over, which was completely expected by Sun Wuhan. However, what surprised Sun Wuhan a little was that the first person to rush over was not his strongest father, Sun Wukong, but Xiao Feng and Trunks. Little bird! Looking at the huge crow not far from Son Gohan's feet, which was dozens of times larger than himself, the corners of Xiao Fang and Trunks' mouths twitched uncontrollably, and then the two of them reacted immediately. "Dad, Uncle Gohan, have you found the Dragon Ball?" Xiao Fang and Trunks asked with a look of surprise. At the same time, Sun Wukong, who was a little further away from him, also rushed over at this moment. Although Sun Wukong, like Xiao Fang, rushed over as soon as he noticed the movement of Sun Wuhan. However, because Sun Wukong ran a little farther and a little farther away from Sun Wuhan, Sun Wukong still came a little slower than Xiao Fang. "Gohan, have you found the Dragon Ball?" As soon as Sun Wukong came over, he heard what Xiao Fang and Trunks said, and immediately asked with a happy face. "Yes, Dad, I've found a Dragon Ball." Sun Gohan did not hesitate, and directly handed over the 4 planets he found to Sun Wukong. For Sun Gohan, after just getting these 4 planets, after absorbing the special energy contained in them, the biggest use of these 4 planets is to summon the Divine Dragon. It doesn't matter who is in it. The only thing that surprised Sun Gohan a little was that this Dragon Ball seemed to contain a special energy on it. However, because he couldn't absorb it, Sun Gohan didn't care too much about it. It's just that the Dragon Balls in this universe are a little special. I didn't expect that the first Dragon Ball we found was actually the 4 planets. After Sun Wukong took the Dragon Ball handed to him by Sun Wuhan, he couldn't help but sigh when he saw that the first Dragon Ball that he and others found was actually the 4 planets that were also very meaningful to him. "Okay, now that we've found the first Dragon Ball, let's hurry up and find the next one." However, it is a pity that the 4 planets only seem to have special meaning for Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan. For Trunks, who doesn't really want to come out to find the Dragon Balls, the most important thing is to collect all the Dragon Balls and return to Earth. Let's get going. Hurry up and gather the Dragon Balls." Xiao Fang echoed. Although Xiao Fang was very looking forward to space travel at the beginning, after the initial excitement period, Xiao Fang couldn't bear the loneliness along the way. Now Xiao Fang, like Trunks, just wants to quickly gather the Dragon Balls and return to Earth and return to her warm home. Seeing this, Sun Wukong, who was also a little anxious, quickly took the lead and prepared to set off to find the next Dragon Ball. Just when the 4 of Sun Gohan used the dance technique to fly in midair and were about to return to the spaceship, the huge crow that was stunned by Sun Gohan's foot suddenly woke up. In the shocked gazes of the 4 people, the huge crow fled quickly in the direction away from the 4 of Sun Gohan without raising its head. Along the way, it broke a lot of trees and stones, as if some terrifying monster was chasing it behind. Although this is indeed the case, for it, there is no difference between Sun Gohan, who has just easily defeated it, and the monster. Coupled with the fact that now that monster has 3 more helpers, if you don't run away quickly, it is estimated that you will die. But for this, in the eyes of Sun Gohan and the 4, they did not feel a trace of consciousness. What's wrong with this crow? Looking at this big crow that fled from the desert, Sun Gohan and the 4 of them all looked strange. After all, this is the first time they have seen a crow running with its paws. However, none of the 4 of them had the time to pay attention to the big maverick crow. After being stunned for a while, he quickly returned to the spaceship and left the planet with gigantic life. After all, that big crow was just a big little animal for the 4 of Gohan. Chapter 060. According to the interstellar map, the location of the second Dragon Ball should be within the range of the Doug Galaxy at coordinates 10,200. Trunks looked at the interstellar map on the computer screen and said with his back to the 3 of Sun Gohan. Although Mom has created a Dragon Ball radar that can be used in space, the universe is too big, and there are all kinds of strange energy existences in it. So even if my mother made the Super Dragon Ball radar, it was not a little interfered within the universe, and it could only be accurate to a planet in the galaxy where the Dragon Ball was located. As for the specific location, it is impossible to determine it, or we need to find it ourselves. Don't worry, as long as you can know which planet the Dragon Ball is on, I'll leave the rest to my Garud. As long as he can reach the vicinity of that galaxy, Garud can find the Dragon Ball. Xiao Fang interrupted Trunks' serious speech with a grin and said with a smug look. Garud can find the Dragon Ball. After listening to Xiao Fang's words, Trunks, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wuhan all looked at Garud with a surprised face. Yes, after swallowing your Dragon Ball radar, I have the ability to detect the approximate location of the Dragon Ball. However, it turned out that this ability could not pinpoint the exact location of the Dragon Ball, so I spent some time refining my program, which I didn't complete until a short time ago. Now as long as it is in a galaxy, no matter which planet the Dragon Ball is on, I can accurately find the location of the Dragon Ball. Garud spoke proudly about his abilities. Is it? That's great, and with Garud's help, it would be much easier for us to find the Dragon Balls. Garud, you are amazing. Trunks said happily after listening to Garud's words. Of course, you don't want to see whose pet it is. Xiao Fang also looked proud, as if all this was her own merit, and said proudly. This is Garud's own ability, and it seems to have nothing to do with whose pet it is. Sun Wukong said to Xiao Fang with a puzzled look. Listening to Sun Wukong's words, except for Xiao Fang's face stiffening and not looking good, Sun Gohan and Trunks laughed loudly. Even the red dots of light on Garud's head kept flashing, looking extremely happy. In the end, both Sun Wukong and Garud were severely lectured by Xiao Fang with an angry face, and only ended the farce with their admonition. As for Trunks, because he was driving a spaceship, Xiao Fang simply taught him a lesson, and he was much luckier than Sun Wukong and Garud. Soon, the four of Sun Gohan took a spaceship under the guidance of Garud to a planet that looked very similar to Earth. According to Garud's detection, the second Dragon Ball is somewhere on the planet. Trunks piloted the spacecraft to a place where there was not much human activity and slowly landed. After professional testing by Trunks, the air quality on this planet is very good. Although it is not as good as the previous planet with gigantic creatures, it is still much better than the air quality on Earth. Although it is possible to create air suitable for breathing in spacecraft, the air quality is definitely not very good. Therefore, except for Sun Gohan and the robot Garud, who can survive in the universe, the three of Sun Wukong will definitely not like to stay in the spaceship. After the spacecraft landed, Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang, who had long been holding back in the spacecraft, ran out one by one after Trunks confirmed that the planet was suitable for their survival, and breathed the fresh air on the planet. Even Sun Gohan is no exception, although the spaceship he was riding on in the past may not be as good as the spaceship that Trunks is driving at the moment. But that spaceship had a special cultivation room. This cultivation room is where Sun Gohan used to pass his time. However, now the spaceship that Boomer rushed out is too small, and obviously there is no cultivation room. Although Sun Gohan didn't care too much about the environment inside the spaceship, it was also very boring to stay in that small place for a long time. In particular, Sun Gohan shares a position with Son Goku. Although sharing a position with their size is no problem at all, it also makes their already not very large position even smaller. Okay, Garud, can you find where the Dragon Ball is now? After enjoying the fresh air for a long time, Trunks was the first to come to his senses and looked at Garud and asked. After listening to Trunks' question, Sun Gohan, Sun Wukong, and Xiao Fang all turned their eyes to the robot Garud. No problem at all, everyone, come with me. Garud, who was the focus of everyone's attention, did not say much nonsense, and after answering Trunks' question, he directly turned into a sphere and flew in one direction. Great! Hearing that Garud could really find the specific location of the Dragon Ball through the radar in his body, Sun Gohan and the others were pleasantly surprised, and then quickly followed Garud in flight. Chapter 061. After a while. It's here, the Dragon Ball is in that small village in front. Garud reverted to the form of a robot, stood on a small hill, pointed to the somewhat dilapidated village not far ahead, and said to the four son Gohan who came with him. After determining the location of the Dragon Ball, the four of son Gohan quickly walked into this small village. After entering the village, the four of them followed Giroud to the outside of a room that looked quite large. At this moment, the outside of this room is surrounded by villagers. Dragon Ball is in this room, Giroud said, pointing to a water-draining house surrounded by villagers. After listening to Giroud's words, Xiao Fang, Sun Wukong, and Trunks quickly squeezed into the crowd in front. And Son Gohan looked at the group of people in front of him, but he didn't have the idea of squeezing with it. When Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang took advantage of their height and quickly squeezed in, Sun Wuhan directly used the dance technique to fly over the heads of the group of people in front and entered the house. Sun Wuhan entered the house almost at the same time as Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang. As soon as they entered the house, Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang's eyes were immediately attracted by a girl in the room. It's not because of how beautiful this girl is, to be precise, Son Gohan and the others are attracted by the necklace around her neck. Because the Dragon Balls that he and others wanted to find were set on that necklace. After seeing the Dragon Ball inlaid on the necklace, Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang quickly rushed towards the girl and quickly ran to her to look at her necklace. You? Who are you? How come I have never seen you? A somewhat older man next to the girl looked at the three of Son Gohan who ran in front of him, quickly blocked in front of the girl, and asked with a guarded face. Hello, we are not without malice, we are people from other planets who came to this planet from far away in search of Dragon Balls. At this time, Trunks also squeezed in from outside, and after hearing the man's question, he quickly ran over, pointed to the girl's necklace and said, "This Dragon Ball is very important to us. In exchange, if you have any conditions you can put forward, we can discuss it." Trunks was ready to negotiate with the people of the village. "Is it? That's wonderful, I just saw one of your companions flying in directly from outside, presumably your strength must be very strong. As long as you can help us solve our current problems, you can help us defeat Zinema. Then I don't care who you are or what purpose you have, this necklace of Renu can be given to you." After listening to Trunks' words, another young man in the room who had been hugging the girl quickly spoke. At the same time, his eyes also showed hope. "Okay, then it's settled, what kind of trouble you have can tell." After listening to the man's words, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened his mouth to accept without thinking. "Zinema, it should be very strong." Sun Wukong thought silently in his heart, and his eyes showed a trace of fiery fighting intent. In the room, the old village chief introduced the current situation in the village to Sun Wuhan and the four people. "Our village was originally a very wealthy village. Before the arrival of Zinema, everyone lived a very happy and peaceful life. However, all this changed completely after the arrival of Natsunama. Zinema is very terrifying, he is not only very powerful. What's more frightening is that it can use its beard to cause earthquakes and even make volcanoes erupt." The old village chief said with a look of fear. "When Zinema first appeared, he was just asking us for some belongings. Although we are unwilling to lose a lot of money, we are not a people who are good at fighting. Therefore, for Zinema's request, we can only bite the bullet and agree. But what I didn't expect was, although we have been backing down, that Zinema is getting more and more excessive. Now he has made a request that we simply cannot accept. He actually wants us to find him a bride every once in a while." The old village chief opened his eyes wide and said with anger on his face. "What?" Listening to the words of Renu's father, the old village chief, the four of Sun Wuhan, who were sitting on the side and listening, were all surprised. They really couldn't understand the idea of that Zinema. According to the old village chief's description, Zinema's strength would actually control the villagers in a village just by asking for a bride. Even more unfortunate that the first bride that Zinema asked for was Reno, from our family. The old village chief closed his eyes and said with a painful expression. It seems that he blames himself bitterly because he is a father but cannot protect his daughter. Seeing his father reproaching himself so much, Renu quickly hugged him and wanted to give him some comfort. Chapter 062. It's abominable. Don't worry, village chief, this matter will be left to us, and we will definitely help you solve that hateful bastard of Zinema. After listening to the old village chief's words, Xiao Fang said loudly and excitedly, with a look of anger. But what are we going to do with that Zinema? He sounds pretty good. Unlike Xiao Fang, who looked excited, Trunks asked calmly. Yes. It is not difficult to defeat that Zinema, and with our strength there should be no problem at all. But even if we can defeat that Zinema, if he directly causes an earthquake, I am afraid that this village will not be saved. After all, we don't have the means to stop an earthquake. Sun Gohan grabbed Xiao Fang, who didn't know why he suddenly became very angry, and voiced the worries in his heart. After listening to Sun Gohan's words, the faces of everyone in the room also changed, and the atmosphere was very heavy. It doesn't matter if the village is destroyed, as long as the people are still there, we can rebuild the village. But if the Zinema matter is not resolved, we may never have peace. After a long silence, Renu's father, the old village chief, gritted his teeth, and although he was very reluctant, he still closed his eyes and said with a resolute face. Listening to the old village chief's words, there was a noise in the crowd outside, but in the end, no one came out to say more, and they all seemed to approve of the old village chief's decision. Well, then. I have a way to try it, maybe it will make it impossible for Zinema to cause another earthquake. Sun Wukong said with a serious face. Ah! Grandpa, you have a way, what a way? Listening to Sun Wukong's words, Xiao Fang asked with a surprised look. Sun Gohan and Trunks, as well as the villagers present, also looked at Sun Wukong's small figure with a surprised face. Yes. It's simple. Didn't the old village chief say just now, that Zinema would shake violently when he used his beard to cause an earthquake? So as long as we cut off his beard, maybe he can't cause another earthquake. Sun Wukong held his head with his hands behind his head, leaned back in his chair and said with a disapproving face. After listening to Sun Wukong's words, everyone present couldn't help but sweat a drop of cold sweat on their heads. Grandpa, how do you know that after cutting off your beard, that Zinema will not be able to cause an earthquake again? And if he really relied on his beard to cause an earthquake, then he would have protected his beard. How could we cut off his beard so easily? Xiao Fang shouted at Sun Wukong with a helpless look. That's why I said I can give it a try, even if it's useless, it doesn't matter anything else. As for how to cut off that Zinema beard, I already have a way. Speaking of this, Sun Wukong looked at Trunks next to him with a strange look. When Sun Wukong cast his gaze on himself, Trunks couldn't help but shiver, and a very bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Hey, just trying to get close to that Zinema, why did you dress me up like this? Dressed in a bridal outfit and holding a bouquet of flowers in his wig, Trunks was taken out of a room in the house by two girls and said loudly with an angry face. Poof, ha ha ha. Seeing Trunks wearing a women's outfit at the moment with an angry look, Sun Wuhan, Sun Wukong, and Xiao Fang couldn't help but laugh directly. The originally somewhat dull atmosphere in the room was also swept away. The harsh and unusually loud laughter of the three of them caused black lines to appear on Trunks' face, and a huge black fire shadow seemed to appear on his body. The other villagers present also tried to hold back their smiles. Now is not the time to laugh. After all, the person in front of him is a hero who dresses up as a woman in order to help his village not be damaged by the earthquake caused by Zinema. Moreover, defeating Zinema in a while also requires the help of the four people in front of him. It doesn't matter much if they laugh with each other, but if they laugh along with it, they can't say it. Because of the forced smile, the expressions on the faces of the villagers were all strange to the extreme. But what no one noticed was that after Trunks appeared, a red light kept flashing on Garud's head on the side. However, because this red light was extremely subtle, no one noticed it. Trunks don't care so much about these little things. We all did this so that we could avoid the fate of this small village being destroyed after a short battle. Besides, Trunks, you really look good in this women's outfit." In the end, Sun Wukong couldn't help but laugh again. "Humph. In that case, why don't you pretend to be a bride?" Seeing that Sun Wukong actually laughed again, Trunks said with a black face. "There's no way. We're not tall enough. Only you can pretend to be Reno." After all, Sun Wukong still couldn't stop the smile at the corner of his mouth, holding back a smile, and looked at Trunks with a distorted face and said, "Cut." Listening to Sun Wukong's words, Trunks couldn't help but snort coldly again. But he didn't say anything more. After all, what Sun Wukong said was the truth, and he had no way to refute it. For the first time, Trunks was a little dissatisfied with his height. Chapter 063. At this moment, a panicked figure ran over from a distance, and at the same time shouted in panic, "It's not good, Zinema has already come." Seeing this, Trunks did not care to continue to express his dissatisfaction, and quickly let Reinu and the villagers hide, and he quickly grabbed the flowers that he had randomly discarded aside and ran out, ready to attract the attention of Zinema. Soon, Zinema arrived at the door of the room. "Mars! Great, I'm finally going to have my own bride." After Zinema came over, as soon as she saw the figure standing at the door of the room waiting for her, she immediately jumped up happily, looking at Trunks' pretend bride with a happy face, with a lewd light in her eyes. The three of Son Gohan, who were secretly looking at the situation outside in the room, saw Zinema's lewd appearance and involuntarily snorted, and couldn't help but look at Trunks with some gloating. "Dad, why do I think this Zinema is a little silly?" Seeing Zinema dancing like a child in a strange dance to express his inner joy, Son Gohan couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. After listening to Sun Wuhan's words, Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang were also a little stunned, not knowing how to answer Sun Wuhan's question. Originally, they didn't feel anything, but after listening to Sun Gohan's words, they also felt that Zinema at this moment seemed to be indeed a little stupid. However, Sun Gohan just asked casually, and did not expect Sun Wukong to answer his own questions. Bouncing and venting his inner joy for a while, Zinema was quiet. But then his hand eagerly reached out to Trunks' little hand. Sensing that Zinema's hand was coming towards him, Trunks was so frightened that his face turned white, and he didn't care that he would be exposed, so he quickly avoided Zinema's outstretched hand. Seeing Trunks' action, Zinema couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then seemed to react, and quickly said, "That, don't be angry, I have prepared the dowry, I will take it immediately." Zinema looked at Trunks apologetically and said, a suspicious blush appeared on her face. At the moment, Zinema, who was a little embarrassed that she forgot to bring the dowry, did not notice that something was wrong with Trunks, but thought that she was angry with herself because she saw that she did not bring the dowry. Make no mistake. Why is it completely different from this arrangement? Seeing the pure love appearance that Zinema showed 3 and 5 times, Trunks kept complaining in his heart. At the same time, Trunks' opinion of Zinema has also changed a little, feeling that he is not like the evil man who has done a lot of evil, as the old village chief said. That. Just as Trunks was about to say something, a gust of wind suddenly blew and directly blew away the hat on Trunks' head, who had relaxed his guard a little because he did not notice Zinema's malice. Looking at this sudden wind, Son Gohan's brows frowned slightly. Because when this strong wind blew, Son Gohan felt an extremely weak breath. Although this breath is very weak, Sun Wuhan can still feel the existence of this breath at this moment. This is someone deliberately making trouble. After discovering this, Sun Gohan's attention couldn't help but pay a little more attention to the direction where the breath came from before. At the same time, he also paid a little attention to the surrounding villagers. Worried that the mysterious figure who did not know whether it was friend or foe would suddenly attack these innocent village names. It's so cute. Seeing Trunks, who looked like short hair, Zinema quickly let out a sigh. The look in Trunks' eyes couldn't help but become even more fiery. "Hey, big fat man, forget about the ugliness, don't move your hands and feet here." Seeing that Zinema actually had plans to continue chasing, Trunks could no longer hold back the nausea in his heart, and he couldn't care about anything else, and quickly spoke. Hearing Trunks' voice, Zinema couldn't help but froze for a moment. "What? My bride actually became a man? Damn it, you dare to deceive me!" Only after Trunks spoke did he realize that he had been deceived. Zinema shouted angrily. "What's the matter? This guy Trunks isn't it just being hugged, what is such a big reaction for?" Seeing that Trunks was actually directly exposed, Xiao Fang immediately said dissatisfied. Then Xiao Fang saw Sun Wukong fly out, and seeing this, Xiao Fang also hurried to follow. However, Xiao Fang's mouth still kept complaining, "It's true, how can they all be like this? Since you have to work head-on, what plans do you have?" Looking at this scene, Sun Gohan also shook his head helplessly, glanced at a place casually, and then followed out. "What kind of people are you who dare to tease me? Don't you know that today is my wedding day?" Zinema looked at Sun Wukong, who suddenly ran out, and Sun Wuhan and Xiao Fang said in a bad tone. "Do you know what happens if you anger me? I will destroy your villages," Zinema said with anger in her heart. However, when he saw the unmoved and calm expressions of the four of Sun Wuhan, Zinema suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. "Humph! What kind of bride, you dead catfish actually dare to rob the bride, I must teach you a good lesson today." Xiao Fang glared at Zinema with an angry look and said. Seeing Xiao Fang's fierce expression, Zinema, who was already a little timid, couldn't help but be terrified in her heart, and the burning anger in her heart was extinguished in an instant. At this moment, Zinema suddenly had the urge to escape. Chapter 064. However, when Zinema thought that 3 of the 4 of Sun Gohan were just children, Zinema's heart regained confidence. "What does it matter to you that I marry a bride? Give me less nosy, and if you don't leave, I'll give you a taste of the horror of the earthquake." Saying that, Zinema's heart courage doubled, and he roared at Xiao Fang, and his voice became louder and louder. Zinema shouted to hide his deep fear, and his 2 beards began to shake violently. Boom! Rumble! Boom! Not long after, the earth suddenly vibrate, although it was not very violent, but it was enough to shake the house. With the vibration of the house, the tables, chairs, teacups, and various furniture in the room were all thrown to the ground by vibration. Seeing that Zinema actually caused an earthquake and destroyed the room, Sun Gohan and the 4 were shocked, and at the same time a wave of anger rose in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, Sun Gohan reacted immediately, condensed 2 air blades, and quickly shot towards Zinema, who was looking proud at the moment. It seems that he didn't expect that someone would dare to fight back after seeing that he caused an earthquake, and Zinema did not react to Sun Gohan's attack at all. It wasn't until a sharp pain came that Zinema reacted. Looking down, his 2 beards were actually cut off by Kijin, and Zinema couldn't help but lose his mind when he saw this scene. And Sun Gohan and the others seemed to understand something when they saw that after Zinema's beard was cut off, the earthquake actually continued for a while before stopping. On the side, Zinema found that after his trick was exposed, he couldn't care about the pain, and immediately wanted to escape. Although Zinema looks very strong and his body's defenses are very strong, he is timid by nature. After discovering that Sun Gohan and the others were difficult to deal with, Zinema immediately lost the courage to fight. Seeing that Zinema actually wanted to escape, Sun Gohan immediately chased after him, kicked him in the back, and directly kicked him out. After being kicked by Sun Gohan, Zinema's body twitched twice on the ground, and immediately lay on the ground and pretended to die, enduring the sharp pain in his back, and did not dare to move. You know, Sun Wuhan and the 4 of them all have the ability to perceive qi, and naturally they can detect that although Zinema kicked Sun Wuhan, his breath did not drop at all. Therefore, after seeing Zinema's act of pretending to die, the expressions of the 4 of Sun Gohan became very strange. "You bastard, you actually dare to pretend to die. Seeing Zinema lying on the ground pretending to be dead, Xiao Fang stepped forward angrily and kicked Zinema fiercely. However, the defense power of Zinema's body was indeed not covered, and Xiao Fang's all-out kick did not cause him any damage at all. Think about it, Son Gohan's kick just now did not exert all his strength because of the person who was hidden. But that strength is definitely not weak, and it has far exceeded Xiao Fang's strength. But even this was just kicking Zinema into the air, and did not cause much damage to it. Therefore, with Xiao Fang's strength, unless he transforms into a Super Saiyan, he may not be able to cause much damage to Zinema. And Xiao Fang, who found that his attacks were useless, did indeed transform into a Super Saiyan as Son Gohan thought. Although Xiao Fang after the transformation has not yet made a move on Zinema, the terrible appearance of Xiao Fang after transformation also scares Zinema enough. Bang bang bang! After the transformation, Xiao Fang's strength has greatly improved, and although his attack did not cause much damage to Zinema, it also hurt him half to death. Zinema couldn't figure out why this little girl who had just tried her best and couldn't do any harm to herself became so strong after her hair and eyebrows turned into a blonde horror, and now she could hurt herself. Thinking of the scene just now where the child who kicked himself off and let himself die in pain turned into that terrifying appearance and taught himself, Zinema's body unconsciously began to tremble violently, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes, and he stood up directly. Seeing Zinema's eyes, Xiao Fang's face changed, and she quickly retreated. Although he had just fought very cheerfully, Xiao Fang also knew that his attack did not cause much damage to Zinema. This can be seen from the fact that Zinema's breath has not weakened from beginning to end. And Sun Wukong and Trunks also stood up directly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan, and looked at Zinema with a guarded face. For what level of Xiao Fang's strength after the transformation is, Sun Wukong is also very clear. Although the normal self can withstand her attacks unguarded like Zinema, and there will not be much harm. But it will definitely not be completely ineffectual like Zinema, so Sun Wukong directly transforms into the form of a Super Saiyan. After all, now I have to protect the village as much as possible from destruction. Although the villagers said that as long as they can solve Zinema, it doesn't matter if the village is destroyed. But Sun Wukong can't let the village be destroyed because of this. Seeing Sun Wukong and Trunks, who also transformed into a fierce and evil look, the firmness in Zinema's eyes became even heavier. Chapter 065. However, although Zinema's expression was very resolute, his subsequent actions greatly exceeded the expectations of everyone present. Spare your life, my lord. I don't dare any more. Taking advantage of Xiao Fang's retreat to stand with Sun Wukong and the others to stop attacking him, Zinema immediately quickly lay on the ground and begged for mercy. Zinema said in a trembling voice, "My lords, I will never dare to deceive your village again, please spare me." In the end, Zinema actually cried directly. Looking at Zinema who was crying at this moment, like a child who had been bullied by adults, Son Gohan's forehead couldn't help but appear a black line, not knowing what he should say at all. Son Gohan looked at Sun Wukong and the others with an inquiring gaze, and as a result, they were all stunned, and they didn't even react, and they didn't see Son Gohan's inquiring gaze at all. Of course, even if they saw Son Gohan's gaze, they probably didn't know how to deal with it. "Okay, you get up first. As for how to execute, just look at the attitude of the villagers." Sighing helplessly, the four of Son Gohan saw that Zinema's attitude of admitting his mistake was extremely serious, and they couldn't see any false elements at all. Son Gohan could only grab Zinema directly, and return to the village with Sun Wukong and the three, and let the villagers dispose of him. As for whether he had some conspiracy and trickery, the four of Son Gohan were not worried. They are more confident in their own strength. And as things stand now, if Zinema had other plans, it would be easier to get things done. After returning to the village, Son Gohan threw Zinema directly from the air, leaving the villagers to decide whether Zinema lived or died. It was at this time that Zinema learned that Son Gohan and the others were not inhabitants of this planet, and also knew the reason why they came to deal with themselves. Knowing what the villagers thought of herself, Zinema, who felt that she had been wronged, could not kowtow to admit her mistake and immediately explained it to the four of Son Gohan. So you just wanted to find someone in the village to be your wife? Listening to Zinema's explanation, Xiao Fang asked with a look of disbelief. Yes, yes. Then why are you robbing the villagers' belongings? I just want to prepare some bride price. I heard that people have to prepare a bride price when they get married, otherwise they can't get married, so I will grab it. If you don't believe me, you can go back with me and see, I have already wrapped those bride price. After listening to Zinema's explanation, everyone present was speechless for a while when they looked at Zinema, who began to kowtow and admit his mistake constantly, not knowing what to say. Although the villagers were very dissatisfied with Zinema for deceiving himself and taking away a large amount of property, they were peace-loving people after all. In addition, at this moment, they have also recovered all their belongings, and they can also see that Zinema is not bad in nature, just like a simple child, so the villagers decide to forgive Zinema for his mistakes. However, although they have decided to forgive Zinema, it is impossible to have no punishment at all, and there should still be punishment. After all, what Zinema did before was indeed too much. So they decided to let Zinema give full play to their abilities and make them disaster alarms for a period of time to make up for their previous mistakes. After all, Zinema's ability is still very useful. In the end, the villagers promised Zinema that if he behaved well during this time, he would be allowed to live in the village in the future, and that he could marry a bride in a proper way. After hearing that the villagers allowed him to live in the village and marry a bride, Zinema did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed happily, completely ignoring the punishment he had received. Guys, this is what you need. After solving Zinema's problem, Renu immediately removed the necklace he had been carrying and gave it to Sun Wukong. After receiving the necklace handed over by Renu, Sun Wukong immediately removed the dragon ball on it. Take a closer look, this is a 6-planet planet. As for the necklace left after taking the dragon ball, it was taken away by Xiao Fang. Although she is not very old, as a woman, Xiao Fang is already very interested in these things. I don't know why, on the way back to the spaceship, Sun Wukong kept looking at the 6 planets. And Sun Gohan and he are also flying very slowly, seemingly waiting to watch Dragon Ball and see the fascinated Son Goku. Suddenly, 3 figures jumped up from below. Their goal was clear, pointing directly at the Monkey King who was holding the Dragon Ball at the moment. Humph! I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. With an indifferent voice coming, the 3 attackers suddenly had a sense of foreboding in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, the leader of the 3 suddenly seemed to have been violently hit, and the whole person flew back at a faster speed than when he came. What? Seeing Pombala, who was sent flying out, Sunbala and Danbala's eyes froze, and they immediately knew that if they didn't clean up the people in front of them, the 3 of them might not be able to escape. Chapter 066. Seeing that these 3 cosmic people seemed to be ready to continue to resist, Xiao Fang snorted coldly, directly transformed into a Super Saiyan, and immediately bullied forward, and beat up fiercely against one of the cosmic people. And Trunks on the side also followed Xiao Fang closely and found the remaining cosmic person. At this point, the 3 members of the Pombala group were entangled by Sun Wukong, Xiao Fang, and Trunks, while Sun Gohan and the robot Garud pressed on the side to prevent any accidents. The personal strength of this Pombala combination is not much different from Frieza. However, when they encounter Sun Wukong, who can be said to have opened the plug-in, the group can only be regarded as their bad luck. Therefore, they did not last long under the hands of the 3 of Sun Wukong, and they were defeated one by one. All 3 members of the Pombala team were beaten to the ground half dead, completely losing the ability to escape. Okay, tell me about your origins, why are you stalking us and snatching our Dragon Balls? After seeing that the 3 members of the Pombala team were completely defeated in combat, Son Gohan flew over, condensed an energy bomb in his hand, and pointed at the three and asked. Feeling the terrifying energy contained by the energy bomb condensed in Sun Wuhan's hand, the three naturally did not dare to hide anything in order to save their lives. One of the leaders of the three quickly spoke, "We are the Pombala team, I am the Captain Pombala, the two of them are Sun Bala and Dan Bala. We were ordered by Dr. Mew to follow you and wait for the opportunity to take the Dragon Ball." Dr. Meow. Hearing Pombala's words, Sun Gohan couldn't help but be stunned, because he had never heard of this name at all. Immediately, Sun Gohan's gaze looked at Sun Wukong, Xiao Fang, and Trunks who surrounded him. After seeing the look of doubt in Sun Wuhan's eyes, the three of Sun Wukong shook their heads, saying that they had never heard of this name at all. However, Sun Gohan did not find that after hearing Dr. Meow's name, an inexplicable light flashed in Garud's eyes. However, even if they discovered this, Sun Gohan and the others might not be able to find something wrong with Garud. Because the Garud structure as a robot is different from humans, Sun Gohan and others cannot understand Garud's expression at all. And what? After confirming that no one knew this Dr. Meow, Sun Gohan continued to ask, wanting to obtain more information. Under the threat of their lives, the three of them unreservedly told everything they knew and Dr. Meow's plan, so as to pray that Sun Gohan and the others would spare them. According to Dr. Meow's plan, it was originally intended to let the three of Pombala follow Sun Gohan and others all the way to collect their intelligence by the way, and then pass the collected intelligence back. Originally, everything was fine, but later Dr. Meow accidentally discovered that Sun Gohan and the others were collecting Dragon Balls, and accidentally learned about the magical abilities of Dragon Balls. Therefore, after discovering that Sun Wukong's group was about to reach his territory, Dr. Meow immediately changed his plan. So Dr. Mew asked the three of Pombala to wait for the opportunity to capture the Dragon Ball, or find a way to attract Sun Gohan and the others to the territory of the Darutki sect leader, and let the Darutki sect master use the Lutheran robot to solve them. However, what Dr. Meow did not expect was that the strength of Sun Wuhan and the others far exceeded the strength of the three brothers in Pombala. It was because of this mistake that the three members of the Pombala team not only did not grab the Dragon Ball, but now even their own lives are about to be saved. What does that Dr. Mew want to do when he collects Dragon Balls? Could it be that he also had any wishes that needed to be fulfilled with the help of the power of the Divine Dragon? Xiao Fang asked with a puzzled look. Whatever the reason, judging from the description of the three of them in Pombala just now, this Dr. Meow will definitely not be a good person. Of course, the premise of all this is that the three of them in Pombala, if they are not lying. Sun Wukong held his head in his hands and said with a look of indifference. For Sun Wukong, the Lutheran robot used to deal with them is more attractive than Dr. Meow's purpose. After listening to Sun Wukong's words, the three of them quickly assured that what they said was absolutely true. Yes, but let's go to the place where the sect master of Nadarutki is first, they may also have Dragon Balls on their hands. Ignoring the terrified three of Pombala, Sun Gohan made a direct decision. As for the trap set by Dr. Meow, perhaps because of the warlike blood flowing in the scions, or perhaps out of confidence in their own strength, Sun Gohan and the others did not worry too much about the trap laid by the Darutki sect leader, but faintly looked forward to it. As for you, as long as we are sure that all this is indeed instigated by that Dr. Meow, we will naturally not embarrass you, and we will let you leave when the time comes. After listening to Sun Gohan's assurance, although I didn't know whether it was true or false, the three of them still thanked each other. However, there was a trace of coldness in the depths of their eyes, but it was fleeting and no one noticed it. Since you can track us, we must also have a spaceship. Hurry up and show us around. After listening to Pombala's answer, Sun Gohan said with a cold face. Because there was no death hand before, plus the recovery ability of the three of Pombala, it is indeed good. Therefore, during the time that Sun Gohan was questioning, the three of them already had the most basic ability to move. Although I was very uneasy about Son Gohan's attitude towards the three of them, but at the moment, people were swordsmen, I was fish meat, and the three of them who were powerless to resist looked at each other, and finally the three had to obey Son Gohan's orders and take their group to the location where their spaceship was. Chapter 067. Okay, this is it. Pomhala led Son Gohan and his party through a small pit and pointed to a mushroom-like spaceship and said, "Is this your spaceship? It looks pretty good." Inside the spacecraft, Xiao Fang looked around and said to the three of Penpala. For Xiao Fang's praise, the three of Pombala accepted it as a matter of course, and they were still quite proud of their spaceship. "Okay, Trunks, I'll leave it to you, okay?" Son Gohan turned to Trunks, who was constantly testing the performance of the spacecraft, and asked. "Well, there is no problem, the basic operations are similar, I can completely control this spaceship." Trunks looked up and said with a confident look. "Is the planet in front of the Darutki sect master located?" Looking at the planet in front of him, Son Gohan asked Pombala on the side. "Yes, the Darutki sect master and the Lutheran robot are on that planet." Pombala glanced at the planet outside, and a fierceness flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it and replied respectfully. "Okay, Trunks, let's go down." After receiving an affirmative answer from Pombala, Son Gohan said to Trunks, who was piloting the spaceship. Soon, the spacecraft landed on the planet. "Whew! The air here is so oppressive." Stepping out of the spaceship and breathing the breath on the planet, Xiao Fang said dissatisfied, "It's still a good environment on Earth." "Yes. The air quality on this planet is simply terrible." Looking up at the dark clouds and the dark red sky, Son Gohan couldn't help but complain. The original air on this planet is still very clear, but since the arrival of Dr. Miao, the environment on this planet will become worse and worse. Listening to the complaints of Sun Wuhan and Xiao Fang, Pombala sighed, "I'll take you to Dr. Miao now." Soon, Son Gohan followed the three of them to a majestic church. As a result, as soon as Son Gohan and the others arrived at the door of the church, they heard a strange word coming out of the church. Son Gohan and the others looked closer curiously, and found that there was a large group of people praying in the church against a huge bronze statue with wings. As if sensing the curiosity of Son Gohan and the others, Pompala explained, "They are praying according to the instructions of the priest Lord Muchimachi. I heard that praying with this spell provides energy for the Lutheran robot. So there are 24-hour prayers that take turns here." After listening to Pembala's words, Trunks frowned and asked in a low voice, "How can we get in this case?" "This one is very simple, look at me." After hearing Trunks' question, Son Gohan said directly, and at the same time, the whole person flew directly into the church using the air dance. Seeing Son Gohan who suddenly ran in, everyone present said that some people were shocked. But before they could react, Son Gohan burst into a bang, and then a huge chi emerged from his body, blowing all the disciples present away. However, although the chi that Son Gohan burst out of this time was huge, it was very soft. Therefore, the blown believers did not suffer much, but they could not come to the church in a short time. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and the others outside also breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Sun Wuhan would kill those innocent believers. "Done, everyone come in." After sending everyone in the church out, Son Gohan spoke. And at the same time slowly fell from the air, his eyes staring at the only person who remained in the church at the moment, a person who was dressed significantly differently from the others, the priest Muchimachi. "Your Muchimachi." Trunks came in and looked at the only person in the church who was stunned at the moment and asked, but his tone was very affirmative. After hearing Trunks' voice, Muchimachi came back to his senses and looked at the empty church at the moment, not knowing what to say. "I was just working according to the previous process today, but I didn't expect that a blazing star would suddenly come and kill all the believers in the church. At least in Muchimachi's opinion, the believers who flew out were dead. Of course, not only Muchimachi, but also the Darutki sect master who was hiding behind the scenes at the moment was just as depressed. Thinking that so many believers had died, and it would take more time to provide energy to the Luther robot, Muchimachi was furious and yelled at Son Gohan, "You bastard, do you know what you're doing?" Ignoring the furious Muchimachi at the moment, after Son Gohan saw Sun Wukong and the others come in, he exploded the Muchimachi who had been shouting non-stop with an energy bomb, leaving only a whip on the ground. After seeing the whip on the ground, Son Gohan's brows frowned, and in the doubtful gazes of Sun Wukong and others, another energy bomb flew away in an instant. When the energy bomb was about to hit the whip, a light flashed, and then the whip turned into a human form, and instantly dodged to the side, avoiding Son Gohan's energy bomb. At this moment, Son Gohan and the others had time to take a good look at the humanoid creature in front of them with hands like whips. "Damn, how did you see through my disguise?" Muchimachi asked with a look of displeasure. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 068. Idiot, after withstanding my energy bomb attack, your whole person was blown to pieces. Your whip can still be left there intact, and normal people can guess that there may be a problem with that whip, okay? After listening to Muchimachi's question, Son Gohan rolled his eyes and said angrily. At the same time, she looked at him with a look of contempt. Feeling Son Gohan's naked contemptuous gaze, Muchimachi couldn't help but feel a burst of anger again, and his eyes showed fierceness. Boom boom! With a loud noise, the winged bronze statue in the church slowly woke up under the call of Muchimachi. With its awakening, the whole church began to shake violently. "Dad, leave it to me here, go inside and see if there is anything else. When I just entered this planet, I discovered that there was also a very evil aura here. But at first, I thought it was the breath of the Lutheran robot, so I didn't care. But now it seems that there is not just that Luther robot here." Son Gohan looked at the Lutheran robot in front of him who slowly woke up, and said with a solemn face. Sun Wukong, who knew that the matter was serious, did not say much, and took Xiao Fang and Trunks to walk inside. "Haha! They are all gone, now you are alone, you are dead, the Luther robot of destruction is about to wake up." Watching Sun Wukong and the others leave, Muchimachi became arrogant again, and said crookedly to Sun Wuhan. Boom! With a loud noise, a Lutheran robot with a cat face and a very cute look appeared in front of Son Gohan. At the same time, a body also fell from the upper floor. "What? Sect Master Darutki?" Looking at the corpse falling from the air, Muchimachi looked incredulous. Immediately afterwards, he only felt a flash of light, and the whole person completely disappeared from this world. It's different from the Monkey King. For this kind of person who does not have much strength and has no self-awareness at all, Son Gohan is not interested in watching him bouncing around there endlessly, and directly sends him on the road with an energy bomb. After solving Muchimachi, Son Gohan turned his head to look at the Lutheran robot standing in front of him. With the fall of the last bronze fragment of the Luther robot, the church collapsed completely. Perhaps because of the previous order, Luther's robot's head turned slightly, and after finding that there was only Son Gohan at the scene, he directly regarded Son Gohan as his primary target and attacked Son Gohan. Looking at the Luther robot rushing over, Son Gohan snorted coldly and also greeted it. After approaching, both sides punched each other at the same time. Bang! The two fists collided, and Son Gohan was directly knocked out, opening his mouth and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Drink! Son Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, let out a low roar, and burst out with all his strength to attack the oncoming Lutheran robot again. Avoiding the attack of the Luther robot, Son Gohan kicked the head of the Luther robot, directly kicking it 7 or 8 meters away. However, although the effect of this kick looks very scary, it does not seem to cause much damage to the Luther robot. After being kicked by Son Gohan, the Luther robot immediately stood up again and rushed towards Son Gohan as if it was nothing. After these few short encounters, Son Gohan has already figured out the details of this Lutheran robot. The defense of this Lutheran robot is very terrifying, and with Son Gohan's strength, a full blow can only guarantee to knock it away, and there is basically no way to cause him any big damage. But fortunately, the speed of the Lutheran robot is very slow, both the attack speed and the movement speed are very slow. Son Gohan only needs to dodge a little, basically avoiding his attack perfectly. And Son Gohan's attack, the Lutheran robot is almost impossible to dodge. However, the attack of the Luther robot is very powerful, and Son Gohan does not dare to let him attack him too much. So as long as it is not a head-to-head with him, Son Gohan can completely suppress the Luther robot with his own speed. It is also for this reason that Son Gohan has been fighting with the Luther robot. But even so, the situation is still a little bad for Son Gohan. Because as the battle continues, both attacks and dodges will consume a certain amount of physical strength. In the face of the Luther robot with unlimited physical strength, after a long time, Son Gohan's physical strength will definitely be a little unable to keep up. As the battle continues, Son Gohan prepares to transform into a Super Saiyan after discovering that there is no way to do any damage to the Luther robot. However, just as Son Gohan was about to transform into a Super Saiyan, the Luther robot suddenly stopped moving and kept his forward appearance motionless. Seeing the changes in the Luther robot, Sun Wuhan couldn't help but be stunned, and then carefully stepped forward to slowly observe the Luther robot. Is this no energy? After observing for a while, Son Gohan really couldn't find the reason why the Lutheran robot would suddenly stop moving, and could only make a very unreliable guess. Of course, Son Gohan is not very sure about this judgment. After all, in his memory, those artificial humans who appeared in the Shalo chapter on Earth were all energy infinite. Son Gohan couldn't believe that this Lutheran robot, which seemed to be much more advanced than those androids, would stop moving due to lack of energy. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 069. Maybe the strength is too strong, so it consumes more energy. After repeatedly confirming that the Luther robot really had no energy, Son Gohan could only find a reason to explain the situation with a strange face. But no matter what the reason, you must first solve this troublesome guy. Thinking of the terrifying defensive power of the Luther robot, Son Gohan's eyes narrowed, condensed all the strength in his body, and sent out a 10-fold turtle Qigong with great power, striking at the Luther robot. Boom! After Son Gohan's 10-fold turtle Pi Qigong wave collided with the body of the Luther robot, a huge explosion occurred immediately. The terrifying explosion directly wrapped the Lutheran robot in it, and the huge aftermath spread hundreds of meters away. After the air wave generated by the explosion gradually disappeared, Son Gohan was surprised to see that the Luther robot was still standing there. Although his body was potholed, a small part of his body and most of his head had disappeared. But most of his body still stood there intact. What a terrifying defense! Seeing this amazing scene in front of him, although he had already been mentally prepared, Son Gohan couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart about the terrifying defense power of the Luther robot. Since one shot of Turtle Pi Qigong is not good, let's come a few more times. In the world of Dragon Ball, there are few things that the Turtle Sect Qigong wave cannot destroy. With this thought, Son Gohan used 3 more times to completely destroy the Luther robot. After solving the Luther robot, Son Gohan gasped slightly before flying in the direction where Son Goku and them left before. The previous battle also consumed Son Gohan's physical strength a bit greatly. Just as Son Gohan was flying slowly and slowly recovering his strength, Son Gohan suddenly felt a very familiar chi flying towards him not far away. That was Xiao Fang? Sun Wuhan couldn't help but be surprised. Before Xiao Fang obviously went with his father Sun Wukong and Trunks to find that Dr. Miao, how could he suddenly appear here? Moreover, Her breath was still very weak, and she seemed to be injured not lightly. A feeling of uneasiness suddenly appeared in the bottom of Sun Gohan's heart, and a look of anxiety appeared on his face. Sun Wuhan sensed the qi on Xiao Fang's body and flew quickly towards Xiao Fang's location. When Sun Gohan arrived, he found that Xiao Fang was fighting with 3 people, but at this moment, Xiao Fang was completely suppressed and had almost no power to fight back. And the 3 people who fought with Xiao Fang, Sun Wuhan, are also very familiar. It is Pembala, Sun Bala and Dan Bala. Although he doesn't know what happened, Sun Gohan knows that from now on, the 3 of Pampala have become his enemies. Therefore, Sun Gohan rushed directly to Xiao Fang's front, and then mercilessly punched Dan Bala, who was kicking towards Xiao Fang. Sun Gohan's all-out punch not only blocked Dan Bala's attack, but also directly burst Dan Bala. This horrific scene directly stunned Pampala and Sun Bala. "Dad! Dad, finally found you, go quickly. Go help Grandpa." Seeing Sun Gohan who suddenly appeared in front of him, Xiao Fang's eyes lit up and her nerves relaxed, and after speaking intermittently, her eyes closed and fell from the air. "Xiao Fang." Seeing Xiao Fang, who was in a coma, Sun Wuhan quickly flew over and hugged him. And after carefully checking it and finding that Xiao Fang was only a little out of strength, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Pambala and Sun Bala, who were fleeing quickly. At the moment, Sun Gohan, who was worried, was not interested in communicating too much with them, and directly sent 2 energy projectiles towards them. Bang! Bang! With 2 loud bangs, Pamhala and Sun Bala, like Muchimachi, completely disappeared from this world, leaving not even a single fragment. After solving the problem between the 2, Sun Gohan quickly hugged Xiao Fang to find a place to rest. After putting Xiao Fang down, Sun Wuhan's gaze towards Xiao Fang couldn't help but be a little anxious. If it weren't for the fact that after careful examination, Xiao Fang was just unconscious and not life-threatening, Sun Gohan would not have been able to calm down at all. However, for the guy who injured Xiao Fang so badly, Sun Gohan is not prepared to let it go easily, and he is also a little worried about Sun Wukong and Trunks. Sun Gohan knew very well that if the 2 of them were there, he would definitely do his best not to put Xiao Fang in danger. And Xiao Fang is now so embarrassed, his father Sun Wukong and Trunks are likely to have an accident. It didn't take long for Xiao Fang to slowly wake up, and through her intermittent narration of Sun Gohan, she understood what happened to Xiao Fang and them. At that time, Xiao Fang, Sun Wukong, and Trunks entered the depths of the castle all the way and found Dr. Miao. But what they didn't expect was that there was a robot named General Liard next to Dr. Miao. So, Sun Wukong, Trunks and Xiao Fang faced Dr. Miao and General Liard respectively. Although the robot called General Liard was very powerful, it even suppressed Sun Wukong for a while. But after Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, General Kurdish was no match for Sun Wukong at all. And Dr. Miao was also suppressed by Xiao Fang and Trunks. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 070. However, what Sun Wukong did not expect was that the 3 people of Pampala, who were released after arriving on this planet, suddenly appeared. Just when Sun Wukong and others thought they were coming to support themselves and others, they began to dance to the music under the surprised eyes of Sun Wukong and others. To Xiao Fang's surprise, as they danced in Pambala, they and Trunks' bodies danced uncontrollably. And the only Monkey King, who was not greatly affected because he transformed into a Super Saiyan, was also attacked by Garud and was finally seriously injured by General Lielder. At this time, Xiao Fang learned that Garud, who had been with him, turned out to be General Liard's subordinate. Knowing this, Xiao Fang had a strong feeling of betrayal. But no matter how Xiao Fang feels, Sun Wukong and Trunks have been suppressed by Dr. Miao and General Liard. In the end, it was Sun Wukong who forcibly broke out, dragging Dr. Miao and General Liard so that Xiao Fang had a chance to escape. Although Xiao Fang managed to escape, she was also seriously injured, so she was chased and beaten by the three of Pampala. In the end, Xiao Fang's face was unwilling, as if she was dissatisfied because she was chased and killed by three guys who could have been easily defeated. However, Sun Wuhan could still see a deep sadness on Xiao Fang's face. Although Xiao Fang always bullied Garud along the way, saying that it was her pet. But Xiao Fang still has deep feelings for Garud, but now she has been betrayed by her good friend, so she will not feel good. Damn Garud, you'd better not fall into my hands, or I'll have to tear you apart. Sun Gohan looked at the sad Xiao Fang and thought secretly in his heart. Is this the place, Xiao Fang? Sun Gohan and Xiao Fang stood outside a huge room that could be seen at a glance that it had been devastated by the great violence, and they talked to each other with solemn faces. That's right, this is where Grandpa and Trunks were captured by them. Xiao Fang looked at the broken room in front of her with a worried look and said. Okay, Xiao Fang, don't worry, Dad, they will definitely be fine, I will definitely save Dad and them all. Find a place to hide now, I'll be back soon. Looking at Xiao Fang with a worried face, Sun Gohan comforted softly. Well. Although he was still worried about the safety of his grandfather and Trunks, after listening to Sun Gohan's words, Xiao Fang didn't say anything more, and slowly flew backwards. After all, she also knew very well how powerful the enemy she would face next was, and if she insisted on participating with her current strength, it would only become a burden and a delay. Therefore, this battle can only rely on himself, the father from other universes. Sun Gohan was also a little surprised that Xiao Fang would leave so obediently. Because from the understanding of this time, this is really not in line with the character of this daughter. But now is not the time to think about this, Sun Gohan shook his head, only that Xiao Fang suddenly grew up and understood at a critical moment. After Xiao Fang's figure disappeared completely, Sun Gohan sneaked into the room in front of him. However, it turns out that Sun Gohan's judgment of Xiao Fang is not wrong. Not long after Sun Gohan left, Xiao Fang secretly returned to the door of the room again. I am not an opponent of those strong opponents, but against those small soldiers. My strength is enough. Xiao Fang looked at the gate in front of her and thought to herself. On the other side, Sun Gohan also met General Liard. Oh? I didn't expect that there was actually a Scion imp. Looking at Sun Gohan who appeared in front of him, General Liard looked calm. You should be the helper of the female Scion imp who escaped before. Listen to the Monkey King, you seem to be called Monkey Rice, right? General Liard looked at Sun Gohan with a sneer and said. Why don't you hide well and survive for the rest of your life, waiting for Dr. Miao to destroy you? What are you doing here? Without paying attention to Liard's words, Sun Gohan's eyes froze, and he instantly transformed into the form of a Super Saiyan. After being stimulated by the old realm King God, Sun Gohan's strength can be said to have become very strong. Among this group of people who set out to find Dragon Ball, his strength is even weaker than that of the Monkey King, who transformed into a Super Saiyan form when he was not smaller. Therefore, for the enemy in front of him whose father has become smaller and can still be easily defeated after his strength has weakened into a Super Saiyan, Sun Gohan really has no way to associate the word strong with the guy in front of him. However, after the real fight, Sun Gohan found that things were not quite what he thought. The robot called General Liard in front of him is still very strong, and it is only a little worse than his transformed self. His strength seems to have become much stronger again in a short period of time. After discovering this, Sun Gohan knew that it would not be beneficial to him if he continued to drag it out. So Sun Gohan didn't plan to waste any more time, and directly became Super Saiyan 2, intending to annihilate the opponent in front of him in one fell swoop. After all, for Sun Gohan, the most important thing now is to quickly rescue Son Goku and Trunks. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, Event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 071. Boom! Not long after the two clashed, with a loud noise, the robot General Liard directly turned into a meteor and flew out upside down. Although the strength of the robot General Liard is unknown, for what reason has been improved again. But in the face of Son Gohan, who transformed into Super Saiyan 2, this strength is far from enough. How is it possible, the strength of this guy of yours will be so much stronger than in the data? The robot General Liard said with a look of anger. Although I don't know what the information that the robot Liard said, it seems that the information collected by the robot General Liard is almost untrustworthy. You know, the potential and strength of Scions is unimaginable. What's more, I want to judge the strength of the Scions through the data. You remember, for me, the strength of the Scions has no limit. Our strength is incomprehensible to you. Let me disappear now. After speaking, Son Gohan gathered all the strength in his body and wanted to kill the robot General Liard in one fell swoop. After seeing Son Gohan's actions, the robot General Liard looked terrified. But before he could think too much, a hand stretched out from behind him across his chest. What? Seeing this scene, Son Gohan and the robot General Liard were both surprised. The robot General Liard turned his head with difficulty, and saw a figure he knew very well standing behind him. A hand stretched forward and passed through his chest. Monkey King! How could it be? How could you be? Without waiting for the robot General Liard to finish speaking, Sun Wukong took his hand back, and then a wave of energy exploded the robot General Liard to smithereens. Although he successfully found his father, Son Goku, and also defeated the robot General Liard. But at this moment, Sun Wuhan did not have the slightest joy, but his face was extremely gloomy. Because the changes in the Monkey King at this moment are too great. His hair has grown to his heels, and he looks like he has transformed into Super Saiyan 3, but his hair has turned white, and red lines have appeared on his pupils and face, and his body is filled with a huge evil aura. Damn, who the hell are you, guy? Looking at the Monkey King in front of him, who was full of evil aura, Son Gohan asked angrily. Although Sun Wukong's aura has undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment, his body is full of evil aura. But Son Gohan can still feel a familiar feeling in it, which makes Son Gohan very troubled whether to attack or not. Dad, be careful, he's not a grandfather anymore. Grandpa was possessed by a guy named Babe. Just when Son Gohan was hesitating whether to attack, a voice like heavenly sound came through. Hearing this voice, Son Gohan couldn't help but turn his whole person around. I saw Xiao Fang helping Trunks, who was severely injured, to fly from a distance, and said in panic. Hee, that's right, Son Gohan, you can call me Son Goku Babe. Looking at Sun Wuhan, who looked surprised, Sun Wukong Babe said with a playful face. What? Listening to Xiao Feng and Sun Wukong Babe's words, Sun Wuhan looked unbelievable. He really couldn't understand what happened and why such a big change occurred in a short period of time. Although it is not very clear what is going on, Son Gohan can already determine that the Monkey King in front of him is already an enemy. Although the body was made smaller by the dragon, Sun Wukong's strength decreased significantly, making Sun Wuhan's strength surpass Sun Wukong's strength in the two stages of Super Race I and Super Race 2. But once Son Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 3, Son Gohan can no longer resist. After all, he still can't transform into Super Saiyan 3, and Son Gohan's strength is originally slightly weaker than Sun Wukong. And judging from the terrifying aura on Sun Wukong Babe at this moment, it should have transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Although it is not clear why Monkey King Babe can maintain the form of Super Saiyan 3 for a long time without worrying about physical exertion. But that doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing now is to find a way to defeat him first. Thinking of this, Son Gohan returned to normal in the doubtful gazes of Xiao Fang and Trunks. Oh? Ready to transform? Looking at Son Gohan's actions, Son Gohan seemed to know what he was going to do. After possessing Sun Wukong's body and becoming Sun Wukong Babe, Sun Wukong Babe also has all the memories of Sun Wukong. Therefore, it is natural to know that this scion from other universes, Sun Gohan, also has a transformation that is more powerful than the Super Saiyan. However, Sun Wukong Babe does not care about this, because Sun Wukong Babe knows from Sun Wukong's memory that although this transformation is very strong, it cannot defeat himself who transforms into Super Saiyan 3. This can be confirmed in the previous battle between Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong in the realm King God realm. More importantly, after obtaining Sun Wukong's body, Sun Wukong Babe found that the energy he possessed had surpassed the original Sun Wukong. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 072. Perhaps because Sun Wukong Babe is a new form formed after being possessed by Babe and fused on Sun Wukong's body. Although Monkey King Babe has always remained in the form of Super Saiyan 3. However, there was no situation where the form of Super Saiyan 3 could not last due to excessive physical exertion. At this point, Son Goku's current form is much stronger than Son Gohan's unsustainable Super Saiyan God form. Son Gohan, let me take a good look at the difference between your Super Saiyan God. Perhaps because Sun Wukong's will is strong enough, Babe, who is possessed by Sun Wukong's body, is also unknowingly influenced by Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong, who felt that the victory was in hand, did not immediately take action to solve Sun Wuhan, the only existence that could pose a threat to himself at present. Instead, he suddenly wanted to enjoy the fun of fighting and let Sun Gohan exert his strength. And it seems that because the deepest kindness of Sun Wukong's heart played a role. Although Monkey King Babe is still very evil, he has no sense of killing his friends. This is also the reason why Trunks and Xiao Fang were able to survive in the face of an evil being whose strength far exceeded their own. If it was Babe who possessed Sun Wukong, he would have killed Trunks and Xiao Fang long ago. However, for this point, Sun Wukong Babe has never found it. Well, in that case, I'll let you take a good look at the strength of the Super Saiyan God. Ha! For Sun Wukong's challenge, Sun Wuhan did not retreat, and with a light drink, a blue flame of light instantly rose. Shrouded in this blue flame, Sun Gohan's hair and eyebrows instantly turned sky blue, and his pupils turned dark blue. At this moment, Sun Gohan's body was surrounded by blue aura and starry sky-like particles, and the speed of the flow of chi became very slow, with water droplets flowing from time to time, and there were also very slight electric sparks. At the same time, an inexplicable pressure suddenly appeared on Sun Gohan's body. This inexplicable pressure has nothing to do with strength, it is completely a pressure that appears because of the difference in the nature of life. Although Sun Wukong, Babe has long learned from Sun Wukong's memory that Sun Gohan's Super Saiyan God form is very special. But after really seeing this transformation, Sun Wukong Babe understood how peculiar the transformation of this Super Saiyan God was. Although Sun Wukong, Babe had no way to fully perceive how strong Sun Wuhan's chi was at the moment. But with Sun Wukong's eyes, it is naturally very easy to understand the special state that Sun Gohan has at this moment. Regardless of the strength, purely from the realm point of view, this Super Saiyan God is indeed more advanced than Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3. Is this the Super Saiyan God? It's really good. Babe sighed softly. However, at this moment, Sun Wuhan did not pay too much attention to Sun Wukong's Babe's exclamation. Sun Gohan, who transformed into the god of Super Saiyan, closed his eyes and clasped his hands, carefully feeling the change in his current strength. Because the Super Saiyan God's consumption of physical strength is too great, even with Sun Gohan's current strength, there is simply no way to maintain this transformed form for a long time. Therefore, except for the transformation he used when he was fighting with Son Goku and Vegeta on Earth, Sun Gohan has almost never used this transformation again. At this moment, Sun Gohan, who has transformed into the Super Saiyan God form again, has a more perfect control over the power of this form. Although there has not been much change in appearance, Son Gohan knows that his strength has improved a lot. Moreover, his physical consumption in this form has also decreased significantly. However, despite this transformation is still too expensive for Son Gohan to maintain for too long. Knowing this, Son Gohan instantly opened his eyes and rushed towards Sun Wukong Babe after spending more than a dozen breaths to fully adapt to the strong strength he currently had. Facing Son Gohan, who suddenly broke out and rushed over, although Sun Wukong Babe was taken aback, he did not have any fear and met Son Gohan's attack. Boom! With a loud bang, Son Gohan and Sun Wukong Babe retreated at the same time. But it can be clearly seen that in this confrontation, Son Gohan is at a disadvantage. Although he discovered this, Son Gohan, who had already used all his strength at this moment, did not have any fear, but instead greeted him again with a fighting intent. Unlike when he fought with Monkey King and Vegeta, it was just a simple exchange. This time, perhaps because he was facing a far more powerful enemy than he had imagined. Under the crisis of life and death, Son Gohan's potential has exploded again. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 073. As the battle progressed, Son Gohan's understanding of the Super Saiyan God became more profound, and his combat effectiveness continued to improve rapidly during the battle. In less than a minute, Sun Wuhan's strength has improved from being much lower than Sun Wukong Babe at the beginning to almost on par with Sun Wukong Babe. For Sun Wuhan's rapidly improving strength, Sun Wukong Babe is naturally the one who feels the deepest. Now, in the face of Son Gohan, who has transformed into the god of Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong Babe also has to use all his strength. The terrifying speed of the increase in Son Gohan's strength made Sun Wukong Babe very wary in his heart, and it also made Sun Wukong Babe extremely eager for the transformation of this Super Saiyan god. At the same time, Monkey King Babe also discovered his problems through this battle with all his strength. Although after possessing Sun Wukong's body, he raised his strength to an unimaginable level. But Sun Wukong's will is too strong, and Sun Wukong Babe finds that he is unknowingly affected by Sun Wukong's residual will. And because Sun Wukong's will is too strong, the fusion between Babe and Sun Wukong is not very perfect. Although this point is not visible in ordinary times, when he exerts all his strength, Sun Wukong Babe finds that he cannot completely control his due strength. It is for this reason that Sun Wukong Babe, who cannot use his true strength, will be on par with Sun Wuhan. Monkey King Babe is confident that if he can use all the power contained in this body, then, even if he defeated Son Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan God, there was no pressure. However, what Sun Wukong Babe does not know is that the power in his body is certainly unable to exert itself because he has not fully fused with Sun Wukong. However, more than half of the power was sealed because Sun Wukong's body was reduced by the Divine Dragon. Even if it is completely fused with Sun Wukong's body, the strength that Sun Wukong Babe possesses cannot be fully exerted. Although Son Gohan, who has transformed into the god of Super Saiyan, already has the power to resist his current self. But Son Goku Babe didn't care about this, because the weakness of Son Gohan, who turned into the god of Super Saiyan, was too obvious. The huge physical exertion made Son Gohan unable to fight for a long time at all. If he can't defeat his opponent in a short period of time, then Son Gohan will definitely lose. Therefore, as long as it is delayed, it will be easy to defeat Son Gohan after his physical strength is exhausted and he can no longer maintain the transformation of the Super Saiyan God. For Sun Wukong's thoughts of Babe, Son Gohan naturally noticed it, but he couldn't do anything about it. Their weaknesses are indeed obvious and easy to solve, as long as they greatly increase their physical strength or reduce the consumption of physical energy like Super Saiyan full power, they can solve this problem. But these are all things that Son Gohan could not do in a short period of time. With Son Gohan's current strength, it is already very difficult to improve his physical strength. What's more, he greatly improved his physical strength, especially when he almost fully realized his potential. And with Son Gohan's current physical strength, even if the consumption of transformation is reduced to a low level, it will not be able to compete with Sun Wukong Babe for too long. Because as the battle continues, not only Sun Wuhan's strength has improved, but even Sun Wukong's strength is slowly increasing. Monkey King Babe is also constantly fighting to solve the influence of Sun Wukong's remaining will on himself. Therefore, if you want to defeat Monkey King Babe, unless you can hit it into a serious injury. Thinking of this, an extremely crazy thought suddenly appeared in Son Gohan's heart. If this idea can be successful, it may really be able to seriously injure Sun Wukong Babe. But what made Son Gohan hesitate was that if he used this method, his body would have to bear extremely strong pressure. Whether his current body can withstand the huge pressure is unknown. If your body can't withstand the pressure caused by the sudden increase in the huge force, if his body collapses before his own attack hits Sun Wukong Babe, then it's all over. Moreover, there are people here who cannot be reassured. Son Gohan's gaze couldn't help but look at Trunks and Xiao Fang, who were watching the battle not far away. It is necessary to keep Xiao Fang and them away from here. Thinking of this, Son Gohan slowly stopped suppressing the shock wave generated during the battle, causing it to slowly spread around. Try to get Trunks and Fang out of this dangerous place in this way. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 074. Son Gohan and Sun Wukong Babe both punched at the same time, and a huge shock wave instantly erupted from the center of their fists. The huge shock wave will blow away in an instant. Xiao Fang and Trunks, who are watching Son Gohan and Son Goku Babe fight. Well, it's so powerful, this level of combat is no longer something we can touch. Xiao Fang, let's leave quickly, don't be accidentally injured by their battle. After stabilizing his figure, Trunks said anxiously to Xiao Fang next to him. But, although she knew that what Trunks said was right, Xiao Fang couldn't help but set her eyes on the two who were fighting at the moment. Xiao Fang's face was full of worry, and it was obvious that Xiao Fang did not want to leave. Until another wave of energy that I don't know who sent it shot out from the air towards their position. Although Trunks and Xiao Fang narrowly avoided this energy attack. But this attack also made Xiao Fang thoroughly realize how dangerous the situation of the two of them is now. It's just the beginning, and no one can predict what will happen next. In the end, Xiao Fang still gritted her teeth and was unwilling. Taken out of the place by Trunks. And after seeing Xiao Fang and Trunks leave their own starvation 3, Son Gohan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because the two stayed nearby, Son Gohan was afraid of hurting them by mistake, so he never exerted his full strength. Even Son Gohan has to take care of them from time to time to prevent the shock wave generated during the battle from accidentally injuring them. Therefore, although the combat effectiveness of the two is already comparable, Son Gohan will always be suppressed by Sun Wukong Babe. However, because he had been entangled by Monkey King Babe before, he couldn't be distracted. Son Gohan never had a chance to open his mouth to let them leave, and now seeing the two of them leave, Son Gohan was still very happy in his heart. After all, this makes me have one less concern. This is undoubtedly good news for Son Gohan, who is full of his crazy thoughts at the moment. What's the matter? Your transformation time should have arrived a long time ago, how can you still maintain this transformation state? At this moment, Son Gohan and Sun Wukong Babe have fought for hundreds of rounds, and the time has far exceeded 3 minutes. Therefore, Sun Wukong Babe was so surprised to see that Sun Wuhan was actually able to maintain his transformed form. Because this does not match the memory he got from the Monkey King. Although Sun Wukong Babe also knows that Son Gohan's transformation time will not last long even if it is extended. But his heart was still a little unhappy about this thing that exceeded his expectations. What's so strange? I've been constantly practicing hard work, and it's strange to extend the time of transformation. Because he was too lazy to explain the specific reason to Sun Wukong Babe, Sun Wuhan casually found an excuse to deal with it. Is it? Then let me take a good look at how much your strength has improved during this time. Listening to Sun Gohan's obviously perfunctory answer, Sun Wukong Babe snorted coldly in displeasure. The next moment, a red aura erupted from Sun Wukong's body and rushed towards Sun Wuhan. And in the face of Sun Wukong Babe's attack, Sun Wuhan, who had no worries after Xiao Fang and Trunks left, naturally burst out with all his strength. And greeted Sun Wukong Babe without showing weakness. Looking at Sun Wukong Babe who rushed towards him, a crazy look appeared in Sun Gohan's eyes. Dragon Fist! Dragon Fist! It seems that because of the unique tacit understanding between father and son, at this moment, Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong Babe used the Dragon Fist at the same time. Two dragon-shaped shadows, one blue and one red, instantly appeared in the air, and then the two collided violently together. Boom! The next moment, the two dragon-shaped phantoms in the air disappeared instantly. A violent wave of chi far beyond the previous one spread out towards the surrounding areas with the fists of Sun Wuhan and Sun Wukong Babe. The terrifying chi wave instantly destroyed everything around it. And at the center of the collision between the two, Sun Gohan stood in the air, his face was a little pale, and his chest was rising and falling violently. At this moment, in addition to the sky blue aura that Sun Gohan had when he originally transformed into a Super Saiyan God, a red aura appeared to surround him. And not far from him, Sun Wukong Babe looked at Sun Wuhan with a very ugly face, and his eyes showed an unconcealable fear. At this moment, the breath on Sun Wukong's body can be said to be significantly different from before. At this moment, the breath on Sun Wukong Babe's body became very weak, and the breath on his body was still weakening. The hand on his body that collided with Sun Gohan before was even directly broken, and it hung down weakly. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 075. This is King of Realm Fist? Sun Wukong Babe held his broken hand and scolded with an ugly face, "Damn guy, this transformation can actually use the Realm King Fist." The Realm King Fist is a move that can increase one's combat effectiveness several times or even dozens of times in a short period of time, but the burden on the body is very large. Therefore, after possessing the Super Saiyan transformation, the Realm King Fist slowly lost its effect. Because after transforming into a Super Saiyan, the increase in strength far exceeds that of the Realm King Fist, and the load on the body is far lower than the Realm King Fist. Therefore, Sun Wukong Babe almost forgot that he still had such a trick. Of course, even now that he knows the new use of this trick, Sun Wukong Babe does not dare to try it. Because Sun Wukong's current form is still quite a load on the body. Moreover, although Sun Gohan can't help but look comparable now, Sun Wukong Babe knows that there is still a very terrifying power in his body that cannot be used by himself. The Realm King Fist, on the other hand, increases the multiplier according to his strength. So Monkey King Babe really doesn't know if his body can withstand that huge pressure. Moreover, it is also unknown whether the Super Saiyan form can give the use of the Realm King Fist. Monkey King Babe, who is responsible for the future of the Zephyr Starman, does not dare to gamble with his body. Unlike Sun Wukong Babe, Sun Wuhan is happy at this time. He really didn't expect that his sudden crazy idea could actually work. After recovering some physical strength a little, Sun Gohan continued to rush towards Sun Goku Babe, with a gesture of wanting to completely solve him. "Damn Science, you remember for me, after a while I will go to Earth or wait for you on Earth, when the time comes, I will definitely kill you Science and realize the plan of the Zephyrs of the universe, you remember it for me." Seeing Sun Gohan rushing over, Sun Wukong Babe couldn't help but tremble in fear. After saying these words in a hurry and without momentum, Sun Wukong Babe was very embarrassed to hold his broken hand and flew directly out of the universe. Under the condition that he deliberately suppressed his own strength, he quickly disappeared from Sun Gohan's perception. And seeing the departure of Sun Wukong Babe, Sun Wuhan did not make any more moves at all. After rushing to the place where Sun Wukong Babe was originally standing, Sun Wuhan quietly looked at the fleeing Sun Wukong Babe. It was not until he could not perceive the terrifying aura on Sun Wukong's babe, that Sun Wuhan slowly exhaled the breath he had been holding, and then the whole person directly returned to normal and fell from the air. Watching his body get closer and closer to the ground, Sun Gohan couldn't help but smile bitterly and think that he should not be the first Super Saiyan to fall from the air and fall to his death. Bang! With a loud bang, Sun Gohan's body smashed a deep pit on the ground, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. In a daze, Sun Gohan vaguely saw Xiao Fang and Trunks flying from a distance, anxiously looking for something. When Sun Gohan regained consciousness, he found himself lying on the bed. His whole body seemed to be immobilized, unable to move. After moving his body slightly, he felt a piercing pain coming from him, which made him moan uncontrollably. "Ah, Dad! You're awake!" Hearing Sun Gohan's moaning, Xiao Fang couldn't help but shout with a look of surprise. Sun Gohan turned his head to where the voice came from and saw Xiao Fang running from the sofa in the room. "Dad, how is it? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Xiao Fang asked with a happy face. "Well, it's okay, it's just that my body still has some pain. By the way, what about Trunks?" Sun Gohan replied a little weakly, and at the same time asked about Trunks. "There is also a Dragon Ball on this planet, and Trunks went with Garud to find the Dragon Ball." Xiao Fang replied casually, and at the same time picked up a cut apple and fed it to Sun Wuhan. "With Garud?" After swallowing the apple fed by Xiao Fang, Sun Gohan asked suspiciously. Then Sun Gohan learned what happened from Xiao Fang's mouth. When approaching the planet M2, Garud told Trunks about his origin and Dr. Mew. After Trunks hears Dr. Mew's secret from Garud, he and Garud come up with a plan to investigate the truth. Let Garud pretend to betray himself and others, capture himself and others, gain Dr. Meow's trust, and secretly enter the institute to investigate. As a result, Trunks and others accidentally discovered the existence of Babe. So Trunks prepares to use a computer virus to try to eliminate Babe, but unfortunately fails. After the defeat, Trunks intends to destroy it by force with the Monkey King. But I didn't expect that Babe was actually resurrected in the end. Sun Wukong was directly possessed by Babe because he did not understand the details of Babe. Fortunately, Sun Wukong's will is strong enough, and with his firm will, he burst out the Super Saiyan transformation, suppressing part of Babe's power, which gave Trunks and Xiao Fang a chance to escape.